just want to cover a couple of tips in this video on organization that hopefully you'll never need, but it's good to have and not need it than to need it and not have it. Especially if we're talking a year or two down the line, you've got a bazillion different blogs, a whole bunch of domains, and your hosting account decides to go belly up or whatever other nightmarish scenario you can think of. But having this information will make that particular nightmare a lot easier to deal with. And the information I'm referring to, and this is just an example, by all means consider this as a work in progress, not something that's written in stone and has to be perfect from the very get-go. The idea here is to start your organizational habits now and just add to them or grow them as you go along. So anytime you come up with a new idea, just add it to your organizational habits and bing bang boom, keep on going. Let me get this guy out of the way here. Now this would be kind of an idea that I'm referring to as far as a structure of sorts. You create a folder on your desktop and you title it My Blogs or My Domains or My Websites, whatever. And inside of that folder you have several other folders. And for example, one would be your domain whatever, gardening.com or something. In this case, for lack of imagination, blog one. And inside of this folder, you've got several other folders. One named images, and you guessed it, inside of that one you're going to have images, and another named backups. And inside of this one you're going to have two more folders, one named files, one named database, because as far as a blog is concerned, these are the two items that without you don't have a blog. So you want to keep a running tally of the files and a running tally of the databases. Now in mine, for example, I have two backups. I have two backups of files, the older one and the newest one. Databases likewise, the older one and the newest one. And then whenever I do a new backup, I just delete the oldest one. So I've got two in there. Again, if you do this daily, weekly, monthly, heaven forbid, annually, then you've got however many in here, and those you would want to date, so you have some kind of an idea as to what information is within that particular backup. Also, I've got a miscellaneous, kind of a catch-all. If you sell advertising space or banners on your blog, for example, then you want to be able to quickly put those back into play, because your customers in most cases may have already paid for that, so you want to keep them in the forefront of your thinking whenever you're trying to restructure or recreate your blog that has gone bye-bye. So under any other type of a folder, be it miscellaneous or advertising or whatever, maybe you've got affiliate products in there that you're selling, or you got resell products. Again, just use these as guides to go by, and once you get started, your brain's going to kick in a high gear and come up with some additional ideas. I'm pretty darn sure. So let me just kind of show you a structure that I'm referring to here, and again, the all-important records, and I'll touch on that here in just a second too. But let's say you've got a folder created on your desktop and you've titled it blog 1 or domain 1 or my domains or whatever, and inside of here you've got a few different folders, the all-important miscellaneous, the images, and the backups. Now under this one here, as I mentioned, I got two folders, one for database backups and one for files backups. And in addition to these folders here, I would also have some documents in here, like text documents or PowerPoint slides, or maybe even videos that I created, some kind of screen capture of the process of doing this or that. Just again, things that if you think about, what would I do if my site was no longer there, if I had to recreate my site, what would you need? What tools would make that process a little less nightmarish? Those are the things you want to include in here. Now as far as records, as I had mentioned before, this is just a guide. Again, use it as a template if nothing else. But every time that I get a new domain, I break out this guy. I've got one as a template and I just fill in the blanks. And most of this is information you'll get from the email from your new hosting account, be it HostGator, Bluehost, Lunar Pages, whatever. But they'll send you an email with a lot of this stuff. Go ahead and document it then and there, or just copy that email and put that document in your folder for that particular domain. And things like IP address, again, some of this you may never ever need, but it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it, kind of sort of thing. The date that the domain was established, maybe what name server you are using, things like that. Username, password for the cPanel and FTP details, the blog username and password to log in. I gotta tell you folks, I'm a firm believer in RoboForm. I don't want this to be a sales pitch for RoboForm, but I got to tell you, their free one, which I believe holds up to 10 passwords, I use that within a few hours. I mean, once you get into it, you're going to be hooked. And things like this would not be so necessary. I keep both actually, redundancy, but I keep this and my RoboForm files. But most of this information is in my RoboForm details. So if forever anything happened and went wrong with my RoboForm files, well, I got it here, and vice versa. So never too redundant if you ask me. But database information. If you happen to go with this particular domain, let's say you just go hog wild and fantastical with this particular domain, and you've got yourself some kind of a forum, you've got several blogs, with subdomains and so on. You've got OS ticket, you got a help desk. Keep tab of all of the database information in one location. Again, some of the stuff, once you create that, especially using Fantastico, you're not going to have that information available to you unless you really dig deep. So you want to keep this stuff in one location. Hopefully you'll never need it, but just in case you do, it'll make that process a lot easier to swallow and to deal with. So these are just guides. Again, make it not so much perfect from the get-go, but just make it. I mean, start. That way, as you progress through your marketing endeavors and you get another idea on how to better organize your stuff, then just add to it. The key behind this video, though, is to get you started in the organization, and hopefully some of these tips will really help you out. Thank you very much for watching this video, and you have a great day. Now, keyword research is important to quickly rank in the holy grail of search locations, the first few spots on page 1. Now, if your blog is only going to be about family reunion pictures or something else that you're not looking to have a lot of traffic to or generate income from, then yeah, you don't need to do any keyword research. You're just fine. Since, however, you are still watching this video, and I'm guessing you are wanting a blog that will get loads of traffic, for the purpose of these videos on WordPress, we're not going to go into full keyword research mode, but we will, however, cover enough to get the job done. Now, what we are looking for here is a list of niche related keywords, and in the process generate a few good ideas for keyword rich domain names. Before we go any further, I want to touch on a couple of these little buzzwords. I mean, like keywords, for example. Keywords are what someone will type into a search box when they're looking for something online. A niche is an area of interest, kind of like WordPress installation or windsurfing or dog training or ferret training. These two items, niches and keywords, are important to us at this stage because we need to see if the niche that we're interested in is one that, say, enough other people are interested in order for us to make a consistent income from. And keywords are important so we can play the mind reader of sorts and see what the people wanting to come to our blog and give us their money are thinking when it comes time for them to type in search words and phrases into that old search box. Keyword list that we are creating now will be very valuable as we grow our blog with each post, image, and product that we add. So every minute that we spend on the keyword research now is going to pay off big time dividends now and in the future. Now, there's a lot of tools online that you could use for your keyword research. Some are paid, some are free. I'm just going to concentrate on two of the freebies right now. They're pretty powerful, and they're both from our friends at Google. One is the Google homepage. We're just basically going to type in something into their search bar, and I'll get to that in just a sec. And the other is the Google AdWords keyword tool. And for this, you can just memorize this URL here and type it into the address bar, or you can just do a search on your favorite search engine. I would suggest Google for Google AdWords keyword tool, and you'll end up on a page similar to this. Now, with this guy here, what we're looking for is high numbers. Just kind of keep that in mind. With this guy here, we're looking for low numbers. Don't worry, I'll get to it in just a second what I'm talking about. But with this one here, we're going to be concentrating on descriptive words or phrases, and we're going to be using one word or phrase per line, just as it says here. We'll leave this box checked, and in most cases, since I've already been playing around with this, I don't have it up here, but in a lot of cases, just starting off with this page, you'll have a CAPTCHA image here. You'll also have to enter before it gives you any results. So you've already got an idea as to the niche that you're in, whether it's diamond mining, ferret racing, dog training. In our case, it's going to be WordPress tutorials. But whatever your niche is, you're going to want to keep tabs on this list. You want to create a nice solid list, not just for today, but for as long as you're going to have this blog. And this keyword list can also add additional value to the blog if you decide to sell it down the line. It comes with a powerful long keyword list, and that in and of itself, once you get to doing this research, you're going to know what I'm talking about. But that in and of itself will add vuku bucks to the value of your blog, because you've already spent the time of doing a lot of the keyword research that others would normally pay somebody else to do, because it's pretty time intensive. But as I had mentioned earlier, though, for every minute that you spend doing your keyword research now, it's going to pay off big time dividends later on. So don't sweat it. And so, as far as keeping tabs on this, something as simple as a text document, or if you have Microsoft Excel or the Open Office spreadsheet tool, or even if none of that, you've got access to the Google Docs spreadsheet, which is free and it's online. It's nothing that has to be downloaded. And you can just, if you don't know what I'm talking about, just do a search for Google Docs spreadsheet, and it's totally secure, so you don't have to worry about somebody else snagging your hard work, unless of course you give them access to it. But as far as keeping tabs on it, you want to have it as a work in progress, something that's going to be continually growing as you come up with more ideas for keywords or ideas for keyword phrases for your particular niche. Break out the doc, break out the spreadsheet, add the keywords, do a little bit of extra research, and just as you grow, add to the keyword list as well. So that being said, what we're going to be looking for here is something about, let's say, installing WordPress. How to install WordPress tutorial. Now let's see what kind of results we get here. Remember, right in this tool, we're looking for big numbers like 500 to 1,000 or more. So ideally millions here, zero here, because here we're looking for competition that has the same phrase that we're getting high numbers here for, that would have the same phrase here within their website. Okay, so here we want low numbers, here we want high numbers. Let's go ahead and get our keyword ideas on how to install WordPress tutorial. 22. Now that's not a lot. That's not anywhere near our 500 to 1,000, is it? So we need to do a little more drilling. Now here are some ideas related to that phrase. Some of this has nothing whatsoever to do with WordPress, but it does have something to do with how to install gutters or shingles or rain gutters. Okay, so how does that have anything to do with what we want? But right here, how to install WordPress. Now that simply is our phrase without the word tutorial in it, and we've got almost 10,000. So let's try that one. How to install WordPress. This is called drilling down. So at this point, what I would do is in that spreadsheet, I would copy how to install WordPress, put that on the far left column, and then I would get the numbers 9,900 for the search volume and put that in the column right next to it. And then, well, let's say, let's copy this phrase, head on over to our Google page, and here to get inaccurate results for what we're looking for, this has to be within the quotations. Okay, otherwise, the results we would be getting back here would have something to do with the word install, or something to do with the word to, or something to do with the word how to install, like the rain gutters and stuff. But with this, inside of the double quotes, this will only have something to do with how to install WordPress. Okay, so let's see what kind of results we get here. Ouch. Okay, so that's not the small number we were wanting. So this is going to be a lot of competition. There's a lot of other folks out there with the same idea. But let me show you a little trick too. Now this is just kind of off the wall, but I do want to show you that right now they're showing 750,000, which is a large number. Oh, let's try this little trick. Go to advanced search. This is to save a little bit of time. Because what I want to do is I want to get to the very end of their supposed number. And right here we got 10 results. Let's max this out to 100 results. 757. Okay, come on down to the very bottom of the page. Let's do that again. See, now it's no longer 10, so there's only 9 pages to work with. At 100 per page, that, folks, tells me that that's only 900, not 750,000. So anyway, let me just show you my little trick there. Okay, so you see right here we are at the end of the page, but it says 750,000, 757,000. We're on the last page. Okay, and actually there's only 661. So yes, there is a lot of competition still, but I don't know about this number anymore. So 661 isn't that big of a number now. I mean, it's a lot smaller than this, but I just wanted to point that little tool out there to you. So again, here we want low numbers. Here we want high numbers. And you just get a running tally of the phrases and the words that have the high numbers here. And as you go along, those that have high competition, just delete them from your list. Or put them at the very bottom as, maybes or second handers. And that's a quick introduction to keyword research. Well, thank you very much for watching this short little video. Have a great day. Now, there's several online tools that we can use to help you decide on what's going to be a good and available domain name for your new blog. Now, you want to use some of the information you've got at your disposal from having done the keyword research first to kind of get into the mindset of these potential customers of yours, to kind of foresee what they're going to be typing into that search engine to get a hold of you, or to find information about your particular niche. And hopefully the way you've got your blog set up is going to pop up right there, number 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, and so on. So that would be having the ability to have a keyword rich domain name. Now, that's not always going to be the case, but that's what we want to shoot for. Now, with that also in mind, you want to have a list of potential domain names. So when you find that your first and most favorite one is not available because somebody else beat you to the punch, well, you've got several of those to fall back on. So for example, I got these here: Chow Chow Dog Training, Training Chows, Training Chow Chows. And if you have done any research for keywords related to training dogs, more specifically chow chows, then you'll have a lot larger list to work with. So again, having the keyword research under our belt would definitely help us in having a list of potential domain names. Now, with that list, we're going to go ahead and start plugging them into some tools. Now, some of these tools, one for example, is instantdomainsearch.com. And these guys is very simple, very basic. They deal strictly with the three main, that being the .com, the .net, and the .org. I would only be interested in the .coms myself. Depending upon your situation, you may find the need for a .net or .org, or even all three. So let's go ahead and try this first one that I got here, because this is my main, the one that I want the most, and see if, okay, it's available. Good deal. And you can see right here, it also gives you links to available domain registrars that you can go directly to and make the purchase. Bing, bang, boom, you're done. Now, with that thought in mind, I also need to mention that some of these domain registrars, hey, they're in it to make a buck too, so you can't really knock them. But just prior to you getting to the end of you giving the money and getting the domain name in your name, they're going to throw this at you: the special of the month, the get your domain name, and for only such and such dollars per month, you're also going to be able to get the web hosting service, or the Guardian, or the double wax, or whatever other cool bells and whistles they're going to throw at you. So what originally was $7.49 a year is now $50 a month. So just be wary. Go in there with a mindset of getting just one thing, and that is your domain name. You really don't need the others just yet. Now then, that being said, I also want to mention that there are some hosting services out there that offer you, in some of their packages, a free domain name. So you might want to consider that as well. The reason why I'm doing this video series in the sequence that I am is that I wanted to first point out the power behind having a solid keyword list first, and then the domain name. So we're in an upcoming video going to go ahead and get the hosting account. I just wanted to do it this way just to emphasize the power behind having a good solid keyword list first. So in this instance, I just want to let you know that there are services out there, web hosting services, that do offer you a free domain name as part of the package. So you might want to consider that as an option. So another cool tool, again, this is Instant Domain Search, bustaname.com. Now these guys offer more tools to work with on their one site than the instant domain search did. Here you can just type in a bunch of words related to your niche, click on add, and then it's going to give you a list of those words, potential domain names that are available, and more tools down here at the bottom. Now these guys also offer video tutorials on how to best use their tools, so check that out. This is definitely a cool tool you want to have at your disposal. At least ways, get familiarized with it. It'll give you some more ideas to work with in coming up with your award-winning domain name. And then we've got the Danica Patrick site, the GoDaddy site. And here we've got some good deals and some not so good deals, but that's just my personal preference. I do not use GoDaddy, but I do want to let you know that if we were to type in, say, that same phrase here, and it was available on the other ones, that here it's available for only 10 something. Now this is annual, by the way. These are annual costs, not monthly. These are annual. The one thing I wanted to point out with GoDaddy, though, is not so much to buy it here, but the options that they give you. They give you some others to choose from. Chow Chow Dog Trainings.com, the chowchowdogtraining.com. So you can see they give you some more ideas to float around in your head to decide on. And they give you a lot more extensions to work with than just the main three, .com, .org, .net. Now again, myself, I would only go with the .com. That's just my personal preference. Another one is Domain Abbey. Now these guys are pretty cool. They got a lot of bells and whistles, similar to that of GoDaddy. And I've got a few domains with these guys. Now they, on occasion, offer some pretty good packages. Whereas if you purchase all at once the .com, .org, and .net, all three of them for that particular domain, then it's like a major savings, like 17 bucks for the first year versus 30 bucks or something like that. It's a pretty good deal. So Domain Abbey might be one you might want to check into. Another one would be Omnis, OMNIS.com. Check them out. They offer pretty good deals as well. Again, right around 8-9 bucks a year for their domains. And all of these offer web hosting services as well, so they might again offer some kind of a discount. Again, you might want to check into that. And then we've got Namecheap.com, and I prefer these guys mainly because their ease of transfer is phenomenal. Some of the other ones, for example, I've got domains with oneandone.com. Fantastic service, mind you, but you try to transfer a domain from them to somebody else, and it's like pulling teeth. So another example, whenever I change the DNS, and I'll get into that in an upcoming video, whenever I change the DNS on Namecheap to, say, the web hosting company I'm going with, maybe it's HostGator, within 60 seconds, a couple of minutes, it's done. With one-on-one, for example, and this holds true for others out there as well, not just one-on-one, it might be 72 hours. So again, that might play a part in your deciding who to go with as far as domain name registrar as well as web hosting services. But hopefully you got something out of this video as far as making a list, using the keyword information you got from a prior video from your keyword research, and some cool tools in helping you decide on or giving you additional ideas on a top of the line domain name for your business. Hopefully you learned something from this video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. Okay, we got our keyword research out of the way. We got our domain name picked, and now it's time to find a nice long-term house for our blog. By that I mean a web hosting service. Now, probably the best way to do this is to just simply go to the website or go to your favorite search engine, type in web hosting services, and boom, start looking. And right off the bat, you're going to see some like this that offer you the 10 best. They've already done a lot of the research for you, right? Well, let me just mention this to you now before you start getting too excited. A lot of times, and I'm not saying this across the board, but a lot of times these can be somewhat biased. In other words, they provide you with what they say is the 10 best based on the amount of commission they will make if you sign up through their links. Again, I'm not saying this across the board that that's the case with all of these. I just want to give you a better idea, a better option to go with to get a truly unbiased opinion on the best web hosting service to start with anyway, because you can always change later on if you find the need to. But go to a forum. My favorite would be the Warrior Forum. Now they just recently changed from a free forum format to a paid forum format, and I think it's like 35 bucks for a lifetime. Maybe it's cheaper, 30 bucks, whatever, but it's well worth it. Now you can go there and do some looking for free. It doesn't cost anything to do any looking, but you can, I think it's at the point in which you want to type in a thread or to start the question, that's when you're going to have to actually be a member. And believe me, it'll probably be the best 30 bucks you spend ever. So sign up for Warrior Forum right off the bat. And then whether you do or not, using the forum idea, be it the Warrior Forum, Digital Point Forum, I Am for Newbies Forum, fantastic, especially if you're just starting off. There's a wealth of information here. Mike Mertz, this guy knows his stuff. So they got a wealth of information here. Go here, go to the Warrior Forum, sign up with the Warrior Forum, and type in somewhere about what is your favorite web hosting service and why, or what's the worst web hosting service and why. Get a well-rounded view from folks as to why they use the web hosting service that they use, and so on. You might even get some in there that will offer you their own service because they themselves are a reseller. Again, just do some poking around, do some research, because this is something, even though it might be $4 to $40 a month, it's something that you want to get long term. So you want to start off strong if at all possible, but remember though that you're not locked in for a lifetime. You can change later if you need to, but you want to go into it with the idea of not having to change, because it can be a pain in the behind to have to change all of your stuff from one hosting account to another. I know from personal experience, from recent personal experience at that. So anyway, let me just show you the Warrior Forum that I'm referring to here. This is the right site here. And there is just so much information in here that it just boggles the mind. Come on in here, go to, what is it, whatever forum it would be in here. Not the special offers, but maybe this one here, discussion forum, and just type in there. And you might even just do a search for web hosting services and find a bazillion of them in there. So that's how you can get an unbiased opinion. Let's head on over to HostGator, and this pretty much holds true for a lot of them that have various types of services that they provide within their particular company. HostGator being the one I'm referring to right now. They've got a typical plain Jane hosting account where it's a shared hosting. In other words, this one computer, this one server right here, you and maybe 500 other people have websites on there. And you might have several websites on your account. So all under the one domain name. And again, that's a little beyond the scope of this video, but just let it be known though that there could be a whole lot of stuff going on right here between you and the others that are sharing that account. And then you have the reseller account, which is basically allowing you the opportunity to resell this service. So if you're into marketing and you've got a little bit of online experience under your belt, then this would be a great way to go, because you're able to recoup your expenses and even make a profit just from hosting other people's accounts. Now with that comes certain managerial duties that goes beyond the scope of this video as well, but I just want to let you know though that with this added ability to make a buck is the added expense too. This was $25 a month versus the $5 a month here. Then from there, another jump up is a dedicated, whereas in this case, you can see the expense there. You're not sharing it with anybody else. This one computer is yours. But along with that comes some additional experience required by you that just is not required here. But at this point, whenever you're at this level of online marketing or online sales, then you're going to have that experience. So it's not that big of a deal when you get to that point. But there's a lot of cool stuff you can get with this, depending upon the term of your agreement with them, whether it's 1 year, 3 years, would depend on the amount of the monthly expense. So there might be some up here, like it says, for $4.95. You might have to lock into a 3-year term to get that. But there are other services out there like HostMonster, for example, that provides you with a free domain. So in addition to the one you already purchased, you'll just have a second domain. But with a reseller account, one of the cool things with this is you have a separate control panel, or a cPanel style control panel, for every single domain name that you have here. Now, just starting off, you're only going to have the one domain, but again, whenever you get to this point, a reseller account might be better for you, whether you're reselling it or not, just simply because of the fact you have the ability to get a separate cPanel control panel for each domain name that you have. And that's basically it. I just wanted to introduce you to the way to get an unbiased opinion on who to go with, and I wanted to introduce you to some of the added extras you would get with a particular web hosting service. HostGator's the one that I'm going to go with, but HostMonster is another one that's great. Again, don't take my word for it. Do your own little bit of research. It won't take that much. Just hit up the forums and you'll find out. One of the things you want to keep in mind is that whenever you lock yourself into a hosting account, they're going to send you an email, a very important email. You want to copy the information from within that email, telling you about your password, your username, your IP address, all that cool stuff, and you want to put that on a text document and lock that away in that folder that I talked about in the prior video on organizing your online marketing with the folder inside of the folders and the documents and all that kind of stuff. You want to put that there. So that way you've got the information needed to log into your cPanel, to create your FTP client, and all these are things we're going to get into in upcoming videos. But next up, I'm going to show you how to quickly, using Namecheap anyway, and it pretty much is the same with any other domain name registrar, but how you can quickly change your name servers from the domain registrar to your hosting account. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. Now, just a quick recap here. We've already purchased our domain name and we've purchased the hosting account. And in this example, we're going to be going with HostGator. Most every single time, no matter what hosting service you're going with, this is going to be the basic scenario involved. Upon signing up, they're going to ask you for the domain name, or if you're going to be purchasing one through them at the time of registering for your service, for your hosting account. And then they will send you a email that is the important email, the one you're going to put away in your folder for that particular domain name. And on that email is going to be very important information, how you can change the DNS or the domain name servers from where your domain name resides currently. And if it's a brand new domain name, then it's probably still residing at the domain registrar site, and how you can change it over to your new hosting account. Now they've pretty much got everything rolling. All you got to do is just do that final switch over, and it's completely painless, very easy. Just depending upon where you got your domain name registered at as to how long it's actually going to take place. Again, it can be anywhere from a few minutes to a few days, so just to let you know. And there may be other extenuating circumstances, but just basically just figure on it being a few days, and if it's sooner than that, then you're going to be that much happier. An example of that kind of a email, just to give you an idea, this is the information that they're going to be wanting, or what you should be looking for within that email, that you're going to need to transfer the DNS from where it is to where it should be. That would be the final step in getting the two tied together, your new domain name with your new hosting account. This is a reseller account, so it might be a little bit different than a typical shared hosting account. But again, the gist of it is basically the same. They're going to give you an email, an important one. In that email is going to be instructions on how to get all this stuff done. The main thing you're going to be looking for is something that starts with an NS and then some numbers and then a dot and then some kind of a website or a web URL. It could be a .com, .net, something like that. But this is what we're going to be needing. I'm just going to copy this one here because the other ones are, as you can see, the other one is just in sequence to the next higher number. So this is NS1119. This one is NS1120. I think I can figure this out. So I'm going to just put that in my clipboard. Now we're going to go ahead and log into our domain registrar site where we've got the domain set for the time being. And in this case, it's Namecheap. Okay, I've logged into my Namecheap account and I've navigated to the manage domains, and I've selected the domain in question. I'm just going to use this one here that's about ready to expire. I'm not going to renew this one. And then I'm just going to select that one. And that brings this into view. And we've got all the goodies right here, and transfer DNS to web host. Now, this one is not, it's an active domain. However, it has not been transferred to any web host. So it's going to say this. Now, once this has been transferred to our new web host, then this particular choice will not exist in here. It will be other choices. So if you have it somewhere else, if you have your domain already somewhere else, then it's not going to say this. It'll say transfer back to Namecheap, or change DNS, something to that effect, or edit DNS, or show current DNS. But in this case, we're going to be transferring the DNS to the web host. So I just click on that. And you're more than welcome to read all this stuff. Information is power, so go ahead. And of course, you got your related videos over here that might give you some more insight as to what's going on. I'm just going to go with the number 1 right here. This is the first one, and then the second one's going to go right here. You don't want to get these guys screwed up. Just go with the first one, then the second one. And the second one again is the next highest number, which is 20. Now, a lot of times your name servers will be ns1.url, ns2.url, and so on. So again, the main thing you're looking for in the email that you get from them is NS. And more than likely, they'll give you detailed instructions on how to do this, just in case this particular video doesn't cover all the steps that you think it should. So it's really quite simple. You get an email. In that email, you're going to have 2 items at least that start with NS. And you take that information, you add it to the name servers to where you're going to be changing it from your domain name currently to where your hosting is, and boom. In this case, click on Save Changes, and drumroll please. We're pretty much done. That's it. So the transfer is in progress. Now what we need to do is let's head on over to our hosting account. Now in most cases you're going to want to wait and maybe do this the next day, because my hosting account that we're going to be going with has already been seasoned, if you will. So I'm going to go ahead and log into the hosting account. Now if you go to log in or attempt to log on to your website right after you've changed over the DNS as instructed in that email you got from your hosting company, then chances are pretty good you're going to get something that looks just like this. Now, of course, your domain will be here instead of this one. Now then, what you want to do is give it a little bit of time, and again, that time could be minutes or it could be days. In either case, what your next step is going to be, and we'll cover this in greater detail in upcoming videos, is you want to go to your cPanel control panel. So we'll let this set for a little bit and stew and simmer, and then we'll be back here in just a minute. And of course, with the magic of video, it'll only be seconds. Well, things seem to have simmered enough. Let's go ahead and give this a whirl. We're going to just log in here and go to our cPanel. Not to go into great detail, but just to make sure that it's all working properly. And to do this, we just type in the URL, and then at the end put a slash or a // and then cPanel, then hit enter, and then we're going to get this. So let's go ahead and input the username and password given to us in that email. And being in Firefox, it's asking, do I want to save these? No, not now. But that's it. This gives us a quick idea that everything's working properly. And in upcoming videos, we're going to go ahead and use our cPanel and log into an FTP client and create our blog and do all kinds of fun stuff. So thank you very much for watching this video. See you on the next one. We'll get back to cPanel here in just a little bit, but for the time being, I want to work on getting our FTP client set up. Now, there'll be times whenever there are certain parts of our blogging endeavors that will require us to use the cPanel to add more content or files to our blog. There'll be times whenever using cPanel to add content or files to our blog is just faster and better. And then there are times whenever an FTP client is faster, better, and or is the only way to add that particular type of file to our blog. So having the ability to use both your cPanel control panel and an FTP client to add to your blog's files is good knowledge to have. So with that said, we'll be back to the cPanel here in a bit, but for the time being, I want to show you how to get a hold of an awesome FTP client. It's called FileZilla. You may have heard of it. And I myself use one that's called Qt FTP. There's a zillion of them out there. Some are paid, some are free, some are great, some just stink. But the FileZilla, as far as free, is very good. There's even some plugins for Firefox that work really good. But for the sake of this video, we're going to stick with FileZilla because it's pretty popular, very strong. So you can just type into your favorite search engine, FileZilla, do a search for it. And the one that you're going to be looking for is the client, not the server. So let's go ahead, and usually the top one is the one you're going to be looking for, the filezilla-project.org. And we can go here to client download, because that's what we're really looking for, is the client download. But if you come to a page that has client or server, you want the client. Just let that be known. And depending upon what operating system you have, be it Linux, Windows, Mac, what have you, just choose the right one. And it's pretty straightforward download. Once you get it downloaded, install it, and you're ready to go. Now, once you get it installed, it will, if you opt to, it'll have a little icon on your desktop. You just double click on that to open up your FileZilla software, and that's where we're going to start off at. And as I went to open up my FileZilla, I was notified that there's a new one and to go ahead and download and install it. So I figured, yeah, what the heck, let's go ahead and do that. So if this looks a little different than the interface of your FileZilla, well, that could be why. Maybe yours is waiting to be downloaded and installed as well. But for the most part, it looks pretty much the same. I mean, the icons look a little different, but I would imagine that there's a little bit of change somewhere. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been an update. But basically, you've got two ways. Well, there's probably several, but there's two basic ways you can log on to your server through FileZilla. Right here is the quick connect method where you put in your host, username, password, and you can leave the port alone, but it's basically 21, and unless you're told otherwise. And then another way is a more permanent way. If you want to use FileZilla consistently as your FTP client, then using this method, you can come over here for a what they call a quick connect, and just as this is here, I have no idea what that is, but you can go ahead and just click on this, and this will keep a running tab of all of those domains that you've logged into using this method here. And you can just click on that and boom, it would open right up to where it was. Or you can come on up here to File, Site Manager, and this is where you would keep a running tab of all of the login details of your sites, and you can have it a little more organized as well than through what would be the quick connect method up top here. So here, for example, we can just go to my sites, go to new folder or new site. We just go here, go to new site, and give it whatever name you want. There's not going to be a test later, so you just name it whatever you want. And then come on over here to the host, port, server type, and all this good stuff here is stuff that you would have received in that original email from your web hosting company. So what you're looking for here as far as the host, that is your domain name. You don't need the HTTP or the www. So in the example that we've got here, this is that example that I had showed you in an earlier video on the organizational tips and techniques and whatnot. So using this as a guide to go by, this is what we've got so far. Okay, the rest of the stuff here is just waiting to be filled in. So these are just placeholders. But for the time being, we've got the date that I started. And again, this is just a guide that I've used. So you can either adopt this yourself or use something like this or nothing at all, and then just go about your own merry way. But basically, we've got the URL here. Again, this is the host name. I'm going to copy that. Put that bad boy right up here. And the port, we can leave it alone or just put in 21. And then the server type, we just want the normal FTP just as it is in the default here. And login type, we want normal. Come on down here and change that to normal from anonymous. Let's go ahead and grab our username. Now go right in here where it's got anonymous. Put in the username and the password. Now this would be a little bit different setup whenever we get to the subdomains, but we'll cover that in an upcoming video, so you'll just have to hang on and wait for that one. And then we've got the password here, and this should go without saying, but hey, I'm going to say it anyway. With the passwords, you want to be careful not to have any blank spaces. If you're going to copy and paste like I'm doing, you want to make sure you don't have any blank spaces before or after. Otherwise, that is determined as part of the password. So unless that is the actual part of the password, then it's not going to work. So we're going to just copy, paste that right in there. And any comments you want to put in here for whatever reason, maybe the name of the person that you're outsourcing this particular task to and you've assigned this to them, maybe put their name and contact info in there, whatever. And then click on connect, and if all goes well, then we get this. Yay! So this right up here gives you an idea as to what's taking place on the server. This right down here gives you an idea as to what's taking place from your computer to the server or vice versa. Basically the transfer process, whether it's from your server to your desktop or the other way around. This side over here is your local site, otherwise known as your computer. This side over here is your remote site, otherwise known as your server. And this is the root directory right here, this little // And then down here are the files, and you can manipulate this stuff, just move things all around to whatever suits you. And if you really don't care what's going on down here, of course I'm kind of scrunched together here because of the video, but if you've got a larger screen than what I'm working with here, then of course you can go to town with the size here. Now this is not a video on FileZilla. This is just a video on hooking up to the FTP client. So there's a lot more you can get out of FileZilla than just what I'm going to be covering in this little video. And for that matter, you can go up here to help and get all kinds of good details from it right here in the help section from within FileZilla. There's plenty of tutorials online that can help you cross the T's and dot the I's and learn much more about FileZilla, but for the sake of our videos, insofar as creating and updating and tweaking our blogs, this is enough. So what we're going to be doing in an upcoming video using FileZilla, for example, is we're going to be adding some plugins. We're going to be doing something that's pretty cool, that if you're really into blogging to the point of having several blogs out there, well, there's some really time-saving tips that can keep you from having to configure each new blog the way that you have your other blogs set up. And this is just a quick introduction as to how to hook up your FTP client so that your computer can talk to your server. And in upcoming videos, we're going to be talking about how to upload files and create directories and folders and all kinds of cool stuff on your server through the use of your FTP client. So thank you very much for watching this short little video. You have a great day. Hello and welcome to this video introduction to cPanel Control Panel. Now there's a lot to this. As a matter of fact, there's so much to this that it deserves its own video series in and of itself, but that's for a different day. Right now I just want to introduce you briefly to some of the cool things that you can use cPanel for in helping you with working on and working with your blogs. You've got your email accounts here. Well, just a quick rundown here. This is cPanel 11, version 11 something. So if your interface does not look like this, it could be just because you've got a different version or you've got a different theme set up. It just doesn't matter. The main thing is the functionality. So over here on the left hand side, you've got some pretty cool stats. And if yours isn't showing all of this here, that could be because you got your arrow pointing in the wrong direction. And coming out of the default, it depends on how you've got this set up. If you don't show anything down here, then just click this arrow over here right next to the stats, and it will probably reveal all that needs to be revealed. Just some cool stuff like the cPanel version you're currently working on, the theme, some cool stuff you're going to need to know on some software applications like the PHP version. Some people are still working on PHP version 4. Why? I don't know. They should be at least version 5. Your MySQL version, and just again some information here that you'll find handy with certain software applications. And heading back up here to the top. Now, to cover more in detail on all these applications in here, right here you go under Preferences, and I've moved this around because usually this is going to be right up here at the top. If we move this guy down, that will move this way, and there you go. So you can click here. Now these videos we're probably not going to win any major awards, but they will cover a lot of information on each one of these applications here. So if you find the need, and you should, to get more information on how these guys work, how you create your email account, how you can forward that email account to your main Google email account, for example, and so on, then check out these video tutorials. That'll get you going. You want to change the theme, change the basic look, right here you go. Now again, some of your cPanel control panels may not have all of these applications available. What you might want to do is look for this theme changer here, and if you have this available, you might want to check this out, because I find that some themes in here do not have all of these applications showing for that particular theme. Why? I don't know, but you might want to check that out. So you might want to play around with your theme to see if it reveals more of these that are not shown in your current theme. Again, just something to play around with. Moving on down the line here, this covers your mail, this covers your files. You're going to find this to be pretty frequently visited, because this is your file managers where you set up additional FTP accounts. And if you're going to have somebody else poking around inside your server, this is where you want to set up your anonymous FTP accounts. Let me see, your logs for the information junkies amongst us. You'll be spending a lot of time here. And again, just can't say this enough, check out those video tutorials. You'll cover a lot of these in detail. Here's where you're going to help keep out the riffraff. You got your hot link protection here, so if people are going to steal your images, which they will, don't worry about that. But what really irks me is whenever they steal your images and keep the links active. That's what's rubbing me wrong. Because if they're going to steal your stuff, go ahead and upload it to their own server, for crying out loud. But no, some of these people, they just decide that they're not only going to take your stuff, they're going to continue to take your bandwidth. And that's not that big of a deal until it really adds up. So I'm going to get out that soapbox real quick just to let it be known that you got your hot link protection here to keep that from happening. Again, check out the video tutorials on how to set this stuff up. And here's where you're going to create additional subdomains, and this can be really fun. If you've got a web hosting service that has unlimited subdomains, you can set up an unlimited number of subdomains, and on each one of those subdomains have yourself a blog. And on that blog somewhere, prominently displayed, can be your link back to your main site, your main blog, and just adds to the extra Google juice to your main blog. But that's information for another video at a later date. You've got your redirects, your park subdomains, your add-on domains. We'll cover these guys here in an upcoming video in this series. And your MySQLs, not MySQLs, MySQL databases. And let me see. Oh yeah, this is my buddy right here, Fantastico, Mr. Smiley Face. Now, of course, you got these other guys in here too. Now, some of these do not show up with different versions of cPanel. So if yours does not look exactly like this, don't sweat it. And another thing too, some of them, like my Host Monster account, whenever you go to Fantastico, there's some items in here that are no longer supported by Fantastico, and they're found under what might be like this, site software. So if you go here and you don't find something for, say, WordPress, then you might find it under here. Matter of fact, I believe in my Host Monster account it says WordPress ain't here, it's here. So again, don't worry, you're not going to get lost. But you go into Fantastico, for example. Let me just open that up. And this is where you can, within a couple of clicks, have yourself a classified section, a new blog, all kinds of cool stuff. Your Drupals, your Joomlas, and your Mambos, and your all kinds of OS ticket. That's cool. I love this one here. But again, just poke around in here. You're not going to break anything. But I got to warn you though, you get in here and before you know it, 3 or 4 days have passed and you're really kind of hungry, and because it's just some pretty cool stuff. Anyway, that's fantastic. Now, whenever you're done here, you just click on this guy here. Come on back home. And speaking of which, if you're out poking around in these guys here, up along the top, you go here to your help, and I believe that'll bring you back to your video tutorials. And you go here to log out to say bye-bye to the whole thing, or you just come on up here and click on home. That'll bring you back to this page here. And let's move on down, moving. Then you got the advanced stuff here. Your Apache handlers, image managers, all kinds of cool stuff in here. Cron jobs, that's to help automate stuff. But again, for more details on these guys, be sure and check out the video tutorials located at the top of the page. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I know this is a quick rundown of all the goodies for your cPanel control panel, but I just wanted to whet your appetite a bit and again point this cat out right here. Go here, learn more about all the goodies about your cPanel control panel, but just let it be known that more than likely you're going to be visiting here and here and here more times than not inside of your cPanel control panel. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In this video, we're going to be talking about subdomain names. Now, what the heck is a subdomain? Well, without getting all Wikipedia on you, it's basically an extension of your main domain. For example, your main domain, in this case, is tweetvideotutorials.com. A subdomain might be support.tweetvideotutorials.com or membership.tweetvideotutorials.com. Whereas a subdirectory or a folder is the / whatever at the end of it, just after the .com. For example, tweetvideotutorials.com / support or tweetvideotutorials.com / membership. Now, what's the difference between a subdomain and a subdirectory? Well, besides the actual look and the location, one being before, one being after, they're also looked at a lot differently by the all-important, all-knowing, all-seeing search engines, because the subdomains rank a little bit higher in that hierarchy of things than your subdirectories. Now, as far as the search engines are concerned, your main domain comes first. I mean, of the three, your main domain comes first in importance, and the subdomain would come second, and the subdirectory or the folder would come third. So if you're given a choice of creating a subdomain or a subdirectory, one thing you would want to consider is the SEO benefits, and in doing so you're going to create a subdomain, or you should anyway create a subdomain instead of a subdirectory. Now that being said, you can in fact have both. You can create a subdomain and have a subdirectory of that subdomain. Are you making sense of this? It's really not that difficult. So let's go ahead and first off, let's create a subdomain, and that way you'll see just how easy it is. And you can always delete the darn thing and start from scratch. There's really not that much to it. But basically, one thing you want to keep in mind is that you're not limited by the name of your subdomain. Okay, you're only limited by your own imagination. You can have as many subdomains depending upon your web hosting account as you can think of names. So let's go one down here. Now again, remember you can customize this by holding and dragging this up or down. So depending upon where yours is at, this is where you want to go to the domain section. Go here to subdomains and just left click on this. And in our example here, we're going to go with videos, which our URL would be videos. Actually, it would be http://videos.tweetvideotutorials.com. Now, this would create an entirely new domain of sorts, and inside of that domain, you can have files. So, for example, you can have a complete blog on tweetvideotutorials.com and an entirely different blog on videos.tweetvideotutorials.com. As a matter of fact, that's what we're going to be doing here shortly. So one of the benefits behind this, again, because of the way that search engines and their friendly little robots spider through all the links on the interweb, is that if you have a web hosting account that allows you unlimited number of subdomains, then go to town, because for every subdomain that you have, you can put a blog on that subdomain, and somewhere on that blog you have a link coming back to your main site. And on that main site, that's your moneymaker. Let's just say, for example. So for as many subdomains as you have out there on the old interweb that has a link coming back to your main site, these robots that come from Google or Yahoo or MSN or whoever, and once they get onto that subdomain and they see those links coming back, just kind of like that old spiderweb deal, every link that comes back to your main site adds that one more tick of importance or authority in the eyes of that search engine. So after a while, after you build up a lot of links to your main site, and this is not just from your subdomains but also from other websites out there that are on different IP addresses, and I'm getting a little off track here, but suffice it to say, subdomains of your main domain can play a role in adding authority to your main site. That's where your PR 1s and 2s and 4s and 5s come in. And again, I'm getting way off track here, but just let it be known though that you can have, depending upon your web hosting setup, you can have as many subdomains as you can think of names for them, and on each one of those you have a blog, and on each one of those blogs you have a link pointing back to your main site. Well, your search engine ranking is going to definitely benefit from that. So again, how easy is this to create? Let's create one. Videos, and you can have it with or without the S, totally up to you. This tells you that's okie dokie, and then you click anywhere and it's going to give you a folder or a directory for this particular subdomain. And what I would do, just because I'm paranoid, is I would change this right off the bat. Now before we go any further, remember way back when we started that organizational thing where we had the folder, and inside of that folder we had the text document where we kept tabs on our passwords and our usernames and all that kind of stuff? We'll break that puppy out, and boom, here we go. In addition to the blogs you have on your main domain and your support ticket type software you have on your main domain, you want to keep track of all of your subdomains as well. And in this instance here, we've got a subdomain here, right here, and we're going to have a username. Now, as the default just plunked down there, it was videos. That would be our username. Now, that's going to come in handy whenever we create our FTP hookup and log into our FTP client for that particular subdomain. Now, myself, I wouldn't do that. I mean, I would just go into the directory created through this particular main FTP client, but just let it be known though you can in fact have additional FTP accounts set up for just that. But that's where that username would come in at. So what I would do just for security purposes is I would change this to something else, um, something arbitrary. And I think you're limited here too to like 8 characters, I think, and you may not be allowed to use capitals, and there might be other limitations too. But anywho, what I would do is start off with the vid, just so that you've got some kind of an idea as to what it is. And then my main thought here though is to change it from whatever the default was to something else. That's the main goal here. Then I would just copy this and vid2gt. So just in case the need ever arises to, what the heck is that subdomain username? Well, now then you've got it right here. And click on create, and boom, subdomain is just about created. And there we have it. Subdomain videos.tweetvideotutorials.com has been created. Now then, if you were to put this into your browser bar, there wouldn't be anything showing up just yet because it's brand new. But you can always come back here and go into your file manager, throw some stuff in there like a new blog or whatever, and that's it. And if we click on home, that'll bring us back here. You can go into file manager here, and right in here you've got your own new directory that you can have your own index file and all kinds of, an additional blog, an additional OS ticket, or anything. This is just like a new domain altogether. And that's basically it. Now we're going to go into greater detail on how you can use this by creating additional blogs using your main domain as well as your subdomains. The same rules would apply. It's just that the more subdomains that you have that you've got blogs contained in there, then if those blogs have links coming back to your main domain, then it's just going to add more oomph, more Google juice to your main blog. I've said that enough times. I think that message has been sent home, hopefully. So anyway, that's going to bring us to the end of this video on how to create a subdomain. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. Yay, we're finally going to install our WordPress blog. Now, there's a couple of ways you can install your blog, and that's the easy way and the, well, not so easy way, the automatic way or the manual way. Now, the manual way is set aside for those folks that do not have a cPanel style control panel on their web hosting account. And for example, oneandone.com it's an excellent web hosting service. They've got a lot of pluses. It's just that none of those pluses involve having a cPanel control panel. So with them, you have to install it manually. And another good reason to know how to install it manually, even for those of you that have the cPanel control panel, you do not want to skip that video on installing it manually. It's because in doing so, you're going to learn a little bit more about the intricacies involved in the behind the scenes of the WordPress script. And yeah, it's not mandatory, but let's say those of you that have the auto install feature, and a month or 2 or 6 or 7 or 8 months or a couple years down the line you encounter a problem, well, knowing a little bit more about the workings of the manual install may help you fix the problem yourself, or at best it would give you a little more information on how to describe that problem for somebody else to be able to fix it for you. So it's still a good idea to know how to install it manually, and again, the easy way, the auto install. So that being said, let's go ahead and log into our cPanel control panel as thus, scrolling on down to the bottom, unless you've made some changes, in which case it won't be at the bottom. But we're looking for the software and services section, because we're looking for the blue smiley face guy here for Fantasco Deluxe. And you just simply click on this, bring you to all these cool and free and easy to install scripts. This is one we're going to be looking for right here, but you got certain navigations for your Fantastico, and then you got all these other goodies here that you can click. And in a lot of cases, people will charge you an arm and a leg to do this stuff for you, and here you're a couple of clicks away from having it installed yourself. And just take a look, see at this. If you've not checked into Fantastico Deluxe before, pack a lunch, because you're going to be here for a while if you go through all of these. I mean, it's just that much information. It's just really that cool. So that being said, when you get some time, check into it. Now, and if we click on WordPress here, there's only 3 steps involved, and those 3 steps would be much quicker if I didn't, ramble on here, but I've got some rambling to do. And right here, I wanted to point out that the new version is, as far as the new installation for this particular process, is 2.8.6. Now, I'm pointing this out because on a host monster, and I don't want this to be a testimonial for host monster, a selling pitch, or anything like that for host monster. They are, however, a pretty good web hosting service. But with them, however, and there may be other ones out there too like this, just that I don't have accounts with them, you would scroll on down here likewise and hunt for the blue smiley face guy, otherwise known as Fantastical Deluxe, and you click on this. Again, with the same process in mind, to install your WordPress blog using Fantastical Deluxe. And oh wait, here's some red letters, read me first kind of thing. Hey, let's do that. Fantastical is no longer the recommended method for script installation and upgrades. Huh? The new method, Simple Scripts, is much faster at releasing feature upgrades and important security updates. Bada bing, this is a fact check, because as of the recording, well, here, let me just show you what I'm talking about. Let's go ahead and click on this to install our WordPress. Boom. Now we are no longer in Fantastical Deluxe. We are in Simple Scripts. But the current version here, 2.9.2. And as of the recording of this video, this was released yesterday. How up to date can you get? As a matter of fact, in the spirit of total transparency, I was working on this video yesterday, and whenever I pulled this up, this was already there. This was released. This was inside of here to be installed the day it was released. And putting that in perspective, 2.8.6 is like 3 versions ago. Fantastical Deluxe is beautiful in a lot of what it does. It's just that, as they mentioned here in their little write-up, that releasing up-to-date info or up-to-date scripts is not one of their strong points. There's nothing at all wrong, by the way, with installing 2.8.6, because as we will show because this is the one we're going to install, by the way, but as we will show in upcoming videos, upgrading this is a snap. I mean, just snap, crackle, pop, done kind of thing. So that being said, I just wanted to alert you to the fact that there are other services out there in addition to Fantastical Deluxe that can do a top-notch, in some eyes even better, job than Fantastical Deluxe. So that being said, let's install our WordPress blog. Oh yeah, and for those of you that have been following along, that have been keeping things organized, and I know you have, you've got your detail sheet with all of your goodies on there, your usernames, your logins, your passwords, and all that kind of cool stuff, like for your subdomains, main domains, and all that. Well, right here, we will be installing our blog on our main domain. So we're going to go ahead, and I've just created this arbitrary gibberish here for our password. I'm going to go and put that in my clipboard. And I'm going to use the username of admin. Hey, there's a new one. For our login admin name or username. And you would, if you're going to be doing the same for subdomains like we discussed in a prior video, then you want to keep the same type of details for your subdomains. And if you're going to have a lot of subdomains and a lot of main domains and a lot of blogs related to those, then you're going to also have to have, my suggestion, database info as well. And we'll cover this in just a second, but you want to differentiate the databases from the other databases related to subdomains and subdirectories and the like. Now, yes, you can have one database housing all the goodies for each and every one of these, but that's way above our pay grade. That's a little beyond what we're going to be talking about here. So just to keep things simple, and in most cases, most web servers or web hosting accounts allow you a whole bunch of different databases, so having to squeeze them all into one is not a necessary thing. So, but if you have to, because you're limited to 5 databases or whatever, then that is possible. I mean, it's very possible. There's no harm done, just that we're not going to cover that in these videos. So anyway, I got the password in my clipboard. We're going to use this as our username to log into our blog, which will be housed at that URL. Okay, that being said, get on back to work. Now then, this is what I was referring to here. And by the way, this is step 1 of 3 of installing our WordPress blog using Fantastical Deluxe. Now we're going to install it on our main domain here. And those that created subdomains, that would be popping down right here. Or if you have add-on domains as well, add-on domains, they would be showed here as well. And you can, the install process is the same whether it's a subdomain, main domain, or add-on domains. And here the directory, what they're referring to here is if you're going to be putting it on your main domain, leave this blank. If you're going to put it on a subdirectory, which is the .com/ whatever, like you might have tweetvideotutorials.com/blog, because you've got your sales page on this main domain and you got your blog as a subdirectory here, in which case the word blog would go in here. So this here is what comes at the end of your main domain. So just a little, it's totally up to you. We discussed the pros and cons of this versus subdomains and main domains as far as locations of blogs in a prior video. So if you need to refresh your course there, break out the last video on creating subdomains. Anyway, so we're going to leave this blank. And here we're going to, this is the login stuff on how to get, once we've got the blog installed, how do we get on the inside to add our posts and to tweak our plugins and this software and that software. You need this stuff right here. So we're going to put in our password here. And we're going to put in the admin here for our username. And this here is stuff that can be configured or added or changed from the inside of our blog once we get it installed. But this is what the admin nickname, this is what shows up. This is what shows up at the end of all of your posts, for example. So you may not want to have admin or super dude. You might want to just put your name there. That's just my suggestion. It's totally up to you, super dude. And the admin email, you want to make sure this is a factual email address, because anybody that's going to be sending you comments or money or asking questions or anything like that from within your blog, this is usually the email address they're going to be sending it to. And yeah, this is something that can be changed later, but I just want to point out this needs to be a factual email address. Site name, they just put this in here as the default kind of placeholder. I would change this, but it's totally up to you. Likewise with the description, totally up to you. And since you can change this later on from inside of the blog, I'm just going to put this here just to show you where these guys show up at once we get our install taken care of. Then click on Install WordPress. Yes, we are 2 out of 3 steps done, but I wanted to point this out too. Go ahead and copy this down and add this to your detail sheet, because again, for the main domain, I'm going to have one of these for each and every blog that I install. One for the main domain, one for all the subdomains. If I put in any directories, I'm going to have this info for each and every one of those, because if the old crapola hits the fan blades later on and you have to reinstall all this stuff, knowing your database name, username, and password is a must. You got to know it, because now is the time to get this info recorded rather than when you actually need it later on after everything's already gone, down the tubes. So get this stuff recorded now, okay? And click on finish. And for those of us that are into redundancy, go ahead and have this emailed. All that information that I just told you to record on your data sheet, have it all emailed to you as well, because let's say you all of a sudden 6 months or a year down the line get the blue screen of death, your computer decides to go belly up, and your data sheet, which is in a folder on your computer, is no longer, because it went along with your hard drive. So what are you going to do now? Well, either you had that stuff kept off-site, which would be even a better idea, or you have this on your email client, which is usually going to be off-site. In other words, it's stored over in Microsoft somewhere if you got Outlook, or somewhere on Mozilla stuff if you got Thunderbird. So that way you can, once you get all your goodies reinstalled, you pull up your email account and boom, you got all your details right there for reinstalling all of your blogs, because you had it emailed to you. So I would say record all your stuff on your data sheets as I've suggested, and have it all emailed to you as well. Better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. Okay, folks, I think we're done. Back to WordPress overview. Let's visit our site, shall we? There we are. And that's it. That's how simple it is. We are now installed. We are in the blog world now. And this is the name, as I had showed you, the .com thingy. So we can change this in an upcoming video so it doesn't look like a URL. It'll look like an actual name to your site. And this is the description. Well, that's kind of lame. We're going to put an actual description there. And we're going to do a whole lot more to this. We're going to make it look really cool and pretty. So that's going to bring us to the end of this video on how to install WordPress the easy way. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In the last video, we installed WordPress the easy way. Now we're going to get into the manual or the harder way to install WordPress. Now, before we do the manual install, there's one thing we have to do first, and that's build our database. Now, don't be sweating it because it's really not that difficult. Actually, it's just about as easy as the easy install of the WordPress blog itself. But building a database is one of the integral parts of doing the manual installation, because what we did with the easy install was it basically built itself, populated itself. You don't have to worry about all this stuff, but it basically took care of that for us. Now with the manual install, we got to do this ourselves, manual. One thing I want to go over though before we get into the creation of the database, because it's really quite simple. I think I've got a couple extra minutes here I can spare. Let's go ahead and take a look at the what they call the configuration file of our install here, because if you recall, I had you note the database name and username on your data sheet for future reference in case the old crapola hits the fan blades and you got to reinstall everything. Well, it did not give us a password. So let me show you where you can go to find that, because I kind of alluded to doing that in the last video but didn't do it. So let's go ahead and open up our FTP client, and in my case I'm going to be using Qt FTP. You can do the same thing with FileZilla, which is pretty popular out there, which is a free FTP client. So anyway, you got your FTP client, you got it opened up, you got logged in, you're logged into your blog or your domain, if you will, and right here we are at the public underscore HTML. I'll get this out right, and I'm just going to double click on that to open it up, and these are the guts to our blog. This is what was installed for us automatically, and this is what we're going to be installing manually here in just in the next video. Spoiler alert, it's going to be easy. So we scroll on down here, and we're looking for the wp-config. Okay, and in this particular FTP client, that being Qt FTP, you're able to view and even edit these files on the fly, as they say. So otherwise, with like FileZilla, I don't think you're able to. You have to actually download the file to your computer, do the editing on your computer, and then upload it and overwrite the file that's on your server. But with this cool little software, you can do it all right here. So let's go ahead and just take a look at this. Then we scroll up here so everything is in view. And again, it's a wp-config file. Right click on that, come on down here to view, and let's scroll on down here, scrolling, and right here this is telling us the DB name. Now, this is what we already got. We got this from I think the second or third step of the 3 steps in that auto install using Fantastico, and that's this guy right here. Okay, and that's actually gave us a DB username, but as you can see, as I mentioned then, both are the same. Whenever you do the auto install, they're both the same. And whenever you create your database manually, it doesn't have to be. It can be whatever you want, just as long as you record it, because you're going to have to input this information manually into your database configuration whenever you do it the manual way. But we'll get into that here in a little bit. But what we did not get was we did not get the password. And these, by the way, are inside of these single quotes. Okay, so you want to make sure you leave those intact and you don't mess with those. You don't want to delete those or overwrite those, or for that matter, for this purpose, you don't want to copy them either. Anyway, so you open up our data sheet here again, and down here again we've got the database name and username, and now we have a full set. We got the whole works there. Okay, so we're done there. Now then, I just want to point that out to you, a little bit of extra info on how to get info on your database after the fact. So that being said, now then, let's go ahead and delete all of this stuff. So we're going to start from scratch. We're going to use the same domain and basically do the same thing, only manually this time, but we're going to start off by creating our database. So I'm going to delete this here before we get started on the next video, and this is about to go bye-bye. And so what we want to do now to create our database is we want to log into our cPanel, and once logged in, we want to scroll on down pretty much the same area, unless of course you altered it like I did, but it's pretty much the same area as we had the Fantastico thingy, so it's kind of close to the bottom of the page. Again, unless you alter it and you customize it and you pull these guys up and around and all over the place. But right here is what we're looking for: databases. we're looking for MySQL, not MySQL, MySQL databases. One we're going to look at. Just left click on that. That'll open this up. So let's just go ahead and delete all this stuff here. And I'm going to use the same username and database name, but I'm not going to use the same password. I'm going to have it generated automatically because it gives us a nice strong password. We'll just go ahead and delete this. It'll give us a confirmation. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes, please. Thank you. Because again, we're going to be starting from scratch. Because now that this is deleted, if we come back here, refresh this, it ain't going to work. Like I said, we're going to wipe the slate and we're going to start from scratch. So we go on back here and let's go ahead and create our database. You see, no databases. Let's create one. Now what we're going to put in here is the WRPD1 because the prefix to that is the username. I'll show you that here in just a sec. Because if you recall, this is our username right here. It's just that it will automatically, it being cPanel, automatically appends that with this right here, which is the username of our cPanel. So if your username is something other, obviously it's going to be something other than this. It's basically part of what you use to log into your cPanel. It's what you use to log into your FTP client, for example. And then it's got the underscore and then the username or the database name is what they're looking for. So again, that's what this is the name. That's what they're looking for whenever they ask for it right here. Then we're going to create DB, and you see it automatically appends it right there. So we're good to go. Go on back. Now we've got the name created. We got the actual database created. Now then, we need to create a user. Guess what we're going to create? The user. If you said WRPD, move to the head of the class. Now we're going to generate the password, and I always do the regenerate. Again, that's that paranoid thing in me. And then in this case, you got to be careful because I use all these funky characters in there, and that period or that dot at the very beginning, that is part of the password. So make sure you get that, and no spaces before or after. That is your password. So now I'm going to come on back here to our data sheet. I'm going to overwrite this one here because that's no good anymore, and paste that puppy right there. Don't forget the dot is part of it. Close that out. Come on down here, create user. And again, if I wasn't doing all this yammering, and again, it gives you the info right here, but if I wasn't doing all this yammering, the database would be created in moments. I mean, it's really that quick and easy. Now we've got the two pieces of the puzzle created. We've got the database created, we've got the username created. Now we've got to tie the two together. So let's look at this as a three-step process. Create database, create username, tie them together. Now the tying them together part is a little bit different depending upon the version of cPanel that you have. In the latest version, I think this is 11 something, this is how you do it. In version 10, you don't have an extra page to go to, but it's pretty much the same. It's not too difficult to figure out, but you just go here to add. You see here we got the current users. Actually, there should only be one here because we deleted the database earlier. I failed to delete one of the users. So we're going to see now if I just totally screwed everything up. Okay, so we got the one user and we got the one database. And let's tie the two together, shall we? Okay, user, yep. Database, yep. And if there are more than that, then you can assign them accordingly here. Now we just want to add, brings us to another page. What privileges you want to give this guy? Well, we want to give him all the privileges because that's us. Make changes. Boom, we're good to go. And that, folks, is how you create a database. Remember, it's a three-step process. Create the database, create the user, tie the two together. We are good to go now. And that's it. And of course, in the process, you want to make sure that you record, in our case, on our little data sheet here, record the username, record the database name, record the username, and of course, record the password. Now then, with these in our possession, we are in the next video going to go ahead and start our manual install of our WordPress blog. And it's really not difficult at all, just a couple of extra steps, but again, I think it's integral knowledge to have just in case you have the need to do any fixing or tweaking of your installation, your auto installation, it's just good knowledge to have. So even those of you that have the auto install taken care of, you should really come back and check out the next video anyway, just for the sake of having knowledge. Knowledge is power. Thanks again for watching this video on how to create your MySQL database. You have a great day now. Now we're going to get our hands dirty and do the manual install. Now we've already created our database and we've stashed away the database username and the database name in our data sheet, because that's going to come in handy here in just a minute. Now then, we're pretty much done with this. We've deleted the old database, we created the new one, and we've deleted all the files from our auto install or the easy install, so we're starting from scratch. Now then, you need a file to upload, and you go here to wordpress.org to get that file, and this is where you're going to find the most recent file, and as of the recording of this video, it's 2.9.2. Now go ahead and just click on this, download this to your desktop, and then upload it and do what I'm about to do. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an older version to install as our WordPress blog, so I can later on show you how to upgrade it. So aside from the version numbers, everything else is going to be exactly the same. So all you have to do, head on over here, download the latest version, and then unzip it on your desktop and upload it to your server. But before you do that, there's a couple of steps we got to cover. Now you can upload it either via FTP, which most everybody is going to be suggesting that you do, or you can also do it through your cPanel control panel's file manager. But that's a story for another day. I mean, we're going to use our FTP client, but I just want to let you know you can in fact do that all through the file manager of your cPanel control panel. Now then, you've already downloaded it, you've unzipped it. Now we got to do some tweaking around on our files inside of there. So first off, let us open up our file, and again, this is version 2.8.5, but it would pretty much look exactly the same as your version 2.9.2 or whatever version it is that you're downloading at the time that you're watching this video. Well, inside of here we need that config.php file, which we got access to through the FTP client in the prior video to get that password, you remember? But there is no wp-config.php file in here. We have to make it. What is here is the sample file. No biggie. All we got to do is change this by deleting that dash sample, and then there's something inside of here that we got to use. So again, this is all before we upload it to our server. So let's go ahead and open this up, and we can use Notepad or whatever flavor of text editor you want to use. But I just right clicked on that, open with let's use WordPad. As you can see, it's the exact same stuff that we found online whenever we went to our FTP or went through our FTP to get that password. The only thing is that right here we have to replace this with, you guessed it, the DB name and the DB username and the DB password. So let's open up our data sheet. We'll go ahead and copy this. That's our password. Copy. Okay, it's not being nice here, but we have to replace this and you do not want to mess with the quotes, okay? So you want to leave the quotes intact. So on either side of that, I just didn't want to mess with it any longer. But you got the single quote, password, single quote. Then you want to do the same up here with the username and the database name. That's why I like using Notepad instead of WordPad. Just one of my little quirks about the two, because WordPad deals me a fit. Let's see what's going to do it this time. Nope. Hey, there we go. Okay, and that's our username, and the same thing for the database name. And again, you got to have the single quotes on either side. And that's it, folks. And we want to save this. And the local host, by the way, this does bear mentioning, 99% of the time this will remain intact. It will remain local host. But some web servers or web service companies like One-on-One, for example, theirs is not local host. It's a big long line of stuff, but what you'd want to do here is want to put in the host name, the database host name. Again, most every time it's going to be localhost, but for those of you that are on one-on-one or any other web hosting service that this is not the case, then if you can't find it, just contact them. Tell them you're setting up a WordPress blog and you got to have the database host name. What the heck is it? But it's usually going to be right in the same neck of the woods as the rest of this stuff. So chance is pretty good. If you look around, you're going to find something that says MySQL host name or my whatever your database is host name. So now that we got that saved, we can close this out and head on back over to our folder here. And we want to get rid of the sample part of this. Now I've got mine set up so that it's not showing the extensions like the .php. But you can see right here, these are PHP files. That's a text document and so on. So now then, it is wp-config, and that's what we want. Now it's time to upload all these guys to our server. Head on over to our handy dandy FTP client, and right here is the 2.8.5. Open that up just to make sure this is the right one. Here's the config we just did. Check the date and time. Yep, that's the one. Okay. So now we just select the very top file. Hold the shift key down on my control or on my keyboard, and then select the last file. Left click of your mouse, hold it and drag it on over, or right click, then left click on upload. And through the magic of video, this process will take just a moment. And you see it only took a couple of seconds. Actually, it was a few minutes, but through the power of video. Anywho, now we got everything uploaded. Now what we need to do is go to our install file, and what that is, that's going to be in our admin folder here. So rather than poke around in there, let me just show you. This is the URL we're looking for, yourdomainname.com, or wherever you have it installed. In other words, if you got it installed on a subdomain, it'll be the subdomain.com/this. Or if you got it in a subdirectory, it would be your domain / whatever your subdirectory name is / this. So this here is where that file is located at that we're looking for. So we want to put this into our URL since this is where it's located at for us. I'm going to copy that. Head on back over here. We don't need this guy anymore, do we? Nope, I think we got that pretty well figured out. Paste. Error establishing a database connection. Are you sure you have the correct username and password? And that is probably a problem that we can fix. Let's head on over here to our config file. Go down here to edit it, and let's just see. Localhost. I'll bet it had something to do with the, I think we got everything there. Well, at least our error area is a little confined. In other words, it's going to be in the database info somewhere. And I think I know what I did wrong because I've done it before. And it's something silly and I feel embarrassed. But I'm going to leave it in the video anyway, just to let you know that you can make mistakes and it's easily correctable. Actually, yeah, that's what I did this on purpose to prove this point to you. Yeah, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So anyway, what I want to do is I want to go here to the info that we copied into, because this is what's in our actual database right now on the WP config file, and we can pull that up by just showing you right here, WRDP1. This is the name that we gave to our database and the user, okay, because we're pretty sure the password's correct, because I wasn't sure if it was the problem that we had in using WordPad to deliver this copy and paste kind of thing, but everything looks perfect. Okay, so the problem is going to lie in either the password is incorrect or the username or database name is incorrect, and I think I know exactly what it is. So again, this is our username right here, WRDP1, because I've done this before. I've transposed the D and the P. So let's head on back over to our cPanel. And when we get back to our cPanel, we need to log into our MySQL databases, and you can just click here because this gives you an idea as to what you've been doing lately. You can either just click here and go there, or you can just scroll on down to where you did before and click here. But we'll just use this guy right here. So bring us to our MySQL databases, and that's exactly it. So that's what I did wrong, was I transposed, I've got a PD instead of DP. So rather than just going through the process of changing all of this, this will also hopefully give you the impression or the idea that you can name this anything you want, whether it's DP, George, hey you, whatever, but so long as what you have here is what you have here. So let's change these to the correct spelling, or as we have it anyway. That would be P, D, P, D, and then nope, I need to save this. And for those of you that don't have a FTP client that you can do this on the fly, then you want to just download this and make those changes of your wp-config file and then upload it and overwrite the existing one. And I think that'll do it. So we're good to go there. Yep, we're good to go. And now let me just come on back here, and all should be right with the world if we just hit enter, and there's our install stuff. Now then, we just go ahead and give it a title and an email. And again, this is stuff as we had gone over in the auto install process that can also be changed or edited or added once we've got everything installed and you're inside the dashboard. But just for the sake of now, we're going to go ahead and put in my title and well, it needs to be an actual email address. Email at So again, you want to make sure that you've got an actual email in here, not some bogus thingy like this. And you want to go ahead and put in some kind of a title in here. But again, you can change these things later. But the email address, keep in mind, it's important because any communication between you and those people that are at or inside your blog, this is what they're going to be using to get a hold of you. So it's important. And allow my blog to appear in search engines like Google and Technorati. Yeah, go ahead and check that so that your blog will appear and get some organic and free traffic. Click on Install WordPress. You want to note this because this is not going to be shown anywhere else. So we'll go ahead and you'll be changing this here in just a second. Go ahead and copy this. If you got RoboForm, this would be pretty cool too. But you can see admin as the default for the username. Most everybody's got this, so I would change that as well. Just the paranoid person inside of me would do that. And then click in login. It'll bring you to the login page. Put in admin. Then the password that I just copied into my clipboard. Click on login. That's my RoboForm. And there you are. Now right here, this big red box, you want to pay attention to this because this is going to have you change the password. So right now you want to go ahead and take you to the profile page. And by the way, our blog is installed. And you can just go here, put in your password, and this gives you a strength indicator. And of course you want to note whatever that password might be. And let's go ahead and use the one that we had in our auto install, which was this cat right here. Now it's probably not going to be overly strong, but for the sake of this video, it'll be strong enough. Update the profile. Put in any other info here about yourself you want. And that, folks, is that. Now let's just go ahead and check out our blog. And there you go. See? So you see, this is where we can make those changes that I mentioned earlier, and we're going to be able to customize this entire page here. So thanks a lot for checking out this video on how to manually install your WordPress blog. See, it ain't that hard after all. Thanks again, and you have a great day. Now it's time to take a break and pat yourself on the back. You now have a WordPress blog installed. Whether it was through the efforts of manually installing it or automatically installing it using that Fantastical Deluxe or that simple script setup thingy. Either way though, you now have zero excuses on having a WordPress blog. You need to have one. You can now have one. You have one now. Now then, what we want to do is I want to cover in this short little video how to update your WordPress blog, because there will be from time to time upgrades of a major scale and of a minor scale, like where little bug fixes are taken care of to plug security holes, that you'll need to update your WordPress blog version. Now, as you recall, in our last video, I installed a an older version of WordPress so that I can take this moment and show you how to upgrade. And if we go back to our dashboard here, we can just click on that and we are now in our dashboard right here. You can see up on the top here, and this is as of like 2.7, version 2.7-ish or something like that, that WordPress got it going and started integrating their upgrade process inside of WordPress, whereas before you had to do it manually. And I'm going to show you that here in just a second. But as far as upgrading, it's very, very simple. You want to just click on this, and matter of fact, there's another method too, and that would take you to the upgrade page. Or you can come on down here to, I believe it's Tools, and click on Upgrade. Now then, before I click on this button right here, as it says here, you should have a backup done just in case something goes wrong. I mean, 99.9% of the time nothing will go wrong, but it's better to be safe than sorry. And if you recall from way back whenever we first started this video series, in creating our organizational files, you got a folder in there for backups. Well, now's the time to go ahead and use that. Go ahead and do a backup just to be on the safe side. And if you are just starting out and this is a brand new install, not that big of a deal. You can go and just kind of play with fire. Just don't do a backup. But if you've got a blog that's a couple of years old, or it's just well seasoned, you got a lot of posts in there, a lot of quality comments, a lot of work went into it, you definitely want to err on the side of safety and get a backup just to be on the safe side. Now, I'm going to come back to this here in just a second. Let's head on back over to our FTP client. And if in fact you were to, for some odd reason, have to upgrade to a newer version via an FTP client or do it manually, there's a couple of things. It's real simple. You just got to keep one thing in mind. There are two items that you do not want to overwrite, because basically you've got your current version here. Let's just assume, play along with me now, that this is the new version you're uploading. So you would normally just grab all these guys, toss them on over here, overwrite the existing ones, everybody's happy. That is still the case. However, the WP config you want to leave alone, and the WP content you want to leave alone, because inside of here is all of your plugins, your guts, basically the look and feel of your blog, the theme and everything. So you want to leave this guy alone, you want to leave this guy alone. You want to be on the safe side, simply delete this and the config file from your new install. That way you don't have to worry about overriding those guys here. Aside from that, you want to upload everything in here, again except for these two items, overwrite the existing one, and you are now working on a brand new WordPress or whatever version you are updating to. So that's how you would do it manually. However, I would suggest not doing it manually unless your version is just way old. In that case, that's how you want to do it. You want to update it manually by doing what I just told you. Otherwise, from version 2.7-ish or 2.8-ish on up to current, you want to really use the auto update. It's much safer, much simpler, and click on upgrade automatically. That's how easy it is, folks. And that's how easy it is to upgrade your WordPress blog from an older version to a new version. It's that simple. Now, of course, one other thing needs to be mentioned, and that is, in some instances, some web hosting services do not have it set up to where it's that automatic. Whenever you click on the install automatic or upgrade automatic, it's going to bring up an FTP setup to where you have to put in your username and password as if you're using an FTP client. That can be remedied by you suggesting to your web hosting company, well, a good web hosting company would remedy it for you anyway, by simply suggesting to them that you would like to have this done on an automatic basis, and that there's some SUPHP file thingamabob. Not sure exactly what it is exactly, but there's something that's missing in your hosting package that if it is installed, that this is how it would take place rather than the FTP client popping up. So if you get the FTP client thingy popping up whenever you do an upgrade and you don't like that, then you do have an option, a couple of options. One, change your hosting company. I wouldn't suggest that, but you can just go ahead and contact your hosting company. More times than not, folks are willing to help you out, so go ahead and get a hold of them, let them know what you want done. More times than not, they'll take care of it for you. So that's going to bring us to the end of this video on how to manually and automatically upgrade your WordPress blog. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. Some of the security tips described in the following videos will work for your particular situation and some will not. All of these tips are fantastic deterrents, but as with most anything on the internet these days, if you're hiding something of uber value, like, oh, let's say the location of the Holy Grail in a file on your blog, then there's a pretty good chance that if someone wants that location bad enough, and they probably do, they will get it, no matter how much security you have. But for the most of us not hiding the secrets of the universe in our blog files, the following security steps will keep the bad guys and gals out of where they do not belong. Some of these methods have been added to the core install of WordPress in the newer version, so be sure and check your blog for these security holes first before implementing my suggestions. Now, first of all, there is a fantastic plugin called WordPress Security Scan from the folks over at Simplify. And this plugin will do the checking for those security holes for you. And this is a great tool to have. However, some people have had a couple of issues to getting it to work. Mainly, from what I've found anyway, this is due to the instructions not being followed to the letter before using the plugin. And I'm guilty as most whenever it comes to just jumping in feet first on something new and just poking around because, hey, I know everything about everything, right? And then when it doesn't work, well, we tend to blame everybody else except ourselves. So keep that point in mind before using this particular plugin. You want to read the instructions in detail first. That being said, my main recommendation for this plugin is high. But before you even download it to your computer, you need to read the instructions and ask questions from the fine folks over at Simplify first. That being said, let's move on into some more tips to keep the evildoers at bay. One of the issues that comes up quite a bit in some of the older versions of WordPress, and I'm not talking about way old, like 2.7 and 2.8 and so on, is the directories are kind of left open for attack. And by that I mean people, if they were to put in the URL or the path to, let's say, your plugins directory, and if it's not protected, then they're going to see something that looks like this. And that's a no-no. This is a big welcome sign for all the bad people out there saying, come on in here and tear my stuff up. You don't want this. And in some of the newer versions, actually all the newer versions of WordPress, this issue is taken care of by having a index file, be it index.php, which is the case most of the time, or if you were to make it yourself, just a blank index.htm or index.html file in that particular directory. Now there's another way to fix this same issue as well, and I'll cover that here in just a second. If we open up our FTP client and head on over to that particular, let me see, content, and in our plugins, you can see here that I've altered this. This is what was installed originally with the new install of our WordPress blog. It was index.php, but for me to demonstrate that hole for you, I put that 7 in there, so it's no longer an index file, it's just a bogus file. Now if we look at see what's inside of this, there's really nothing to it at all. This right here just says that it's a PHP file, and this is commented out, which basically just says silence is gold, and you can put anything in there, but for that matter you can even have it totally blank. Now it won't be an effective PHP file anymore, but let's say we've got to save this, and we're going to close this. I'm going to change this to a HTML, and then I'm going to get rid of that 7 at the beginning. So now then, it's an index.html file. This too, it's totally blank, will do exactly what I was referring to as far as blocking that hole. Let's head on back over here and refresh this page, and you can see now you got a blank page. So if you put in the URL to your plugins directory, just like I did here, I'll kind of give you a quick showing here, like this. You've got your main URL where your blog is installed at, then you've got the / and then the WP-content directory, then the / and then plugins. And if you put this in your URL, if you put that URL in your browser and you get a blank page or a 404 error, or you're directed to another page because you're 301 directs, if you know what I'm talking about. Basically, if you do not get what we just had, then you're good to go. Now, another way to do that, and again, all that was taken care of was by a blank index.html, index.php, index.html file, and you're good to go. And like I said, most all of the newer versions of WordPress have that already in place. But for the more geekified, there's another way that you can fix this, and that's to put in an htaccess file that is in the root directory of your WordPress blog. Now, if you recall, whenever we first messed with installing our main domain and opening up our cPanel for the first time, there was a little box, if you recall, that I ticked to show all the invisible files, I think it was. And what those are is the dot files, the .htaccess. Well, here, let me show you what I'm talking about. If we just navigate back, right here, all these dots. If I had not checked that particular box, then you would not be seeing these, and frankly, I wouldn't be seeing them either. But as you can see, there is none of these here is a .htaccess. For this particular instance, we'll simply have to create a new one. No biggie. It's just a simple text document that you tweak it a little bit. Now then, as far as securing this without having to put those indexes in every single directory, every single file, you can create a .htaccess and slap that puppy right in your root directory of your WordPress blog. So whatever directory you have your WordPress blog stashed, that's where you need to put this htaccess or .htaccess. So let's go ahead and create one real quick. Now this is all there is to the htaccess file. This is all I need to put in there. Now if you have a htaccess file already in place, then you want to just add this text right here, the # space prevent space directory space listing, next line options space dash indexes, and you want to just have this inserted at the bottom of whatever else you have in your htaccess file. Then you just click on save and then upload it and overwrite the existing htaccess that might be there. Now if you don't have one there, as we showed you do not have one here on ours, if we just go on back here, this is the main file or the main directory for our WordPress blog. There is no htaccess in there. So let's go ahead and save this one. I'm just going to save it to my desktop here. And it's a text document right now. Okay. And in other words, it's htaccess.txt. Don't worry about it. We're going to fix that in just a second. Now then we go to the root directory of our WordPress blog, basically where you see this stuff here. You got these three main folders and all the WP stuff right here. That's your root directory for your blog. So wherever you got your blog installed at, that's where you want to upload this htaccess. And here's our htaccess.txt. I'm just going to right click and then left click on upload, and it should be there probably right at the bottom. Yep, right here. Now then, to make this a .htaccess, drum roll please, you just select it. Basically you're just going to rename it, and then by doing this, I just clicked it twice, not quickly, just selected it, gave it a couple of seconds, and selected it again. That makes it to where I can rename it. Or you can always just right click on it and then click on rename. But in this instance, I'm just going to select it, 1, 2, 3, select it again, and then I'm going to get rid of the .txt at the end, and at the beginning just put a period. So we've now taken that htaccess.txt, deleted the .txt part of it, and put a dot at the very beginning, and then just click anywhere outside of here, and there we are. This is now a dot file, an invisible file, if you will. So now what we want to do is, if we come on back over here to our plugins directory, oops, wrong way, and we'll change this to where it's no longer an index file, so we can appear to be unprotected, and just put anything in there so that's no longer .ht. I could just delete the thing too, for that matter. In either case, this is an unprotected directory right now, just as we showed you earlier where there was a list of those files in there because it was unprotected. Well, let's see what happens now with that .htaccess. And this, by the way, the htaccess and the root directory of your blog, it covers all the folders. All of these directories now are covered by this. So let's go ahead and come on back over to our, this is protected. This is the way it was with that index. Now that we've got rid of the index, it's unprotected, right? So you think, let's refresh this and see what happens. But bing, that's what happens. Now, with that particular HT access code in there, it gives this forbidden. And this is basically a 404 file saying it's not found and you do not have permissions to access this folder or directory. So that's cool. That's how you can protect. That's a couple of ways in which you can protect potentially unprotected directories throughout your WordPress blog, and especially in the older versions that did not have those index.php files scattered throughout. This .htaccess will save you a lot of time in going through each and every one of those directories to place that file in there. Just throw this at the beginning of it in your root directory of your WordPress blog and you're covered. You're good to go. That is how you can correct this particular problem, or a security hole if you will. And we're going to go ahead and cover several other ones here in the upcoming videos. We want to make sure that your blog is not only a money maker but also a secure money maker. So stay tuned for the rest of these videos in securing your WordPress blog. That's going to bring us to the end of this particular video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. Another security issue that needs attention is your login area. If we head over to our WordPress blog, and if we scroll down here, you'll know what I'm talking about here in a second, and you go to login right here. What happens is these bots, or these really evil robots that are floating all over the internet trying to hack into your stuff, they'll first assume that your username is admin. And if you recall, a lot of the default installs use admin as the username. So the first step in thwarting these particular evildoers is use something other than admin as your username. So that being said, let's say for example that you are going to follow suit with everybody else and just keep admin as your username, which most people do. These evil doers, these bots, they're going to go ahead and slap admin in here and just continually guess over and over and over and over and over again the password until they get it right, log into your WordPress blog's dashboard and start wreaking havoc upon all of your nice posts and all of your money making sections of your blog, and basically it'll be worth crap. So we don't want that. We want to keep this from happening, and one way to do this is to protect your WordPress admin directory. There's a lot of ways you can do this, as is the case with a lot of these particular fixes, but one way is to add a particular plugin called Login Lockdown. You can do a Google search for Login Lockdown and come up with a couple of options, or you can just head on over to the site of the creator, and it's bad-neighborhood.com/login-lockdown.html. That'll bring you to this page here, and at the time of this video's recording, version 1.5 is the latest release. Now this says that it is good or tested up to 2.8.6. The current version of WordPress, as of the recording of this video, is 2.9.2. Now if we head on over to wordpress.org, where they stash all their plugins, then you'll see that it's been tested for 9.2, that being 2.9.2 of WordPress, and that it works. So all is right with the world with this, and it gives you a little bit of instructions here as well as on the WordPress site how to install this. We're going to cover installing plugins on a later video, but for the most part what this particular plugin does, and you're welcome to read all about it here, but for the most part what it does is it records the IP address and timestamp of every failed WordPress login attempt. So if more than a certain number of attempts are detected within a particular short period of time from that same IP range, then the login function is totally shut down. It's totally disabled for all requests from that range. Bing, shuts the robots right out. So this is a great, inexpensive, very easy way to fix that particular problem in case that security hole exists on your blog. That's going to bring us to the end of this short little video on securing your WordPress blog. Thank you very much for watching. You have a great day. Here's another security tip for you that a lot of folks, I'm guilty of it too, simply overlook, and that is to keep your blog up to date. So when a new version comes out, or a new of WordPress, or a new version of a particular plugin comes out, you want to at the very least check out the write-up on that particular new release to see if it's a security issue or if it's just something minor. And in either case, I would suggest to go ahead and upgrade, unless there's a possibility of doing so might affect other parts of your blog. In other words, you might be using a particular membership script that might not be fully tested with a new release, a new major release of WordPress, for example, or of a particular plugin that is directly affecting your particular blog setup. So at that point, you want to contact that particular script creator. Let's say it's a wishlist member or another membership script. You want to contact the creator of that and see if it's been fully tested for this new release. And a lot of the better script writers out there will be on top of these releases, may in fact even be part of the developing team of that new release to begin with. So they'll be right on top of it as far as if it is going to be compatible with that particular plugin or that particular script. You definitely though want to be aware of the new releases. That's key. Secondly, you want to make sure that that new release will work with your particular blog. And if so, if everything's hunky-dory, then go ahead and update that particular version of WordPress or of a particular plugin. And holds true also for themes and anything else that might be attached to your blog. You want to stay up to date. That's the key thing that I'm wanting to make a point here. Now, one thing that you might be able to do is with a lot of these plugins, the author of the plugin offers a way for you to subscribe to their RSS feed. And if we head on over to WordPress.org and go to the plugin sections here, and we'll just pick one arbitrarily. Right over here where we went to download a particular plugin, you'll see these RSS feeds here. If you go ahead and subscribe to one of those RSS feeds, then there's a good chance that as updates come out for that particular plugin, you'll be notified, or at least ways you'll be notified. Whether or not you see it or not, that's totally up to you. But you want to stay on top of the new releases. That way you can stay ahead of the bad guys and gals in the event that they want to take advantage of that particular security holes, because chances are pretty good that they may have subscribed to these RSS feeds as well and are aware of these security flaws and will take advantage of it if at all possible. So if they're aware of it, you need to be aware of it, and you need to get the fix taken care of immediately. So again, that's my main point here, is to stay up to date. Keep your versions of WordPress up to date as much as possible, as well as the plugins. That's going to bring us to the end of this short video on another security issue that you can easily fix. Another part of securing your WordPress blog is to do regular backups. Now, we had touched on this briefly in an earlier video whenever we were talking about organizing our files and keeping our blogs nice and neat. Well, doing regular backups of your database and your files, your directories, is a great way to help protect your WordPress blog, just in case something happens that another security issue kind of fell through the cracks and you got hacked or there was a problem. It's not that big of an issue now with regular backups. You simply start from scratch, or at least ways from as of the last backup that you did, and you're back up and running in no time at all. And of course, that security hole that was breached is now fixed, right? You're going to do that too. So in addition to fixing a lot of these security issues, you really need to do regular backups. Now, one way that you can do this and keep it automated is by using a WordPress plugin, and one of the more popular ones out there is WP-DB-Backup. It's been around for quite a while. My only problem is that it really hasn't been updated in quite a while either. Matter of fact, when was the last updated? A couple years ago. So, I mean, that right away tells me that there might be something else out there that is better for us. And this, for that matter, is simply a database backup. One that I've been poking around with and is updated regularly, and I have not had any problems with it, but you just don't see that much about it, and that's WordPress Easy Backup. And again, I've not had any problems with it at all. I swear by it. It works perfect for me, and it does everything. I mean, it will back up your database, it'll back up your directories. I mean, it does everything. Whereas before, as I pointed out in that earlier video on doing backups, you got to do kind of a two-step process. Well, with this guy right here, it does it all. And it also dates the backup. So whatever name you give your backup, it's automatically slaps a date on there. So that's cool. So again, this is another plugin, another idea you might want to consider in keeping your blog secure, and that is adding a backup or an automated backup process to taking care of this part of securing your WordPress blog. That is backing up, backing up, backing up. And that's how simple it can be to help secure your stuff. And that's going to bring us to the end of this short video on backing up your WordPress blog, be it databases and directories or just your databases. Thanks for watching, and you have a great day. Another very important file in your WordPress blog is your wp-config.php file, and we've kind of covered that a little bit in an earlier video whenever I was showing you how to find your database password and your username for your database that was created through the automatic install through Fantastico Deluxe. Well, if you can do that, then that means others potentially can do the same. And this is really only in some of the older versions of WordPress. This issue has been plugged tightly in the newer versions of WordPress. Another reason to upgrade to the newer version of WordPress. But in the event that you have not, are not going to, or for whatever reason, just plan to stick with what you got and it's an older version, then you need to address the security issue in stopping the bad people from getting into your wp-config.php file, because they can definitely cause some problems for you. Once they get a hold of information regarding your database that is to where they can log into your database, you got problems. So here's a simple quick fix. We want to go ahead and use our .htaccess file again. So let's go ahead and open that up and add a little bit of code. This is all we need to do. The hash, pound sign, number sign, whatever you want to call it, depending upon what side of the pond you're on, the space, then protect space, wp-config.php. Well, I don't need to read it, you can see it. Just add this to your .htaccess, or as it is in this case, it's right now on our computer, it's an htaccess.txt file. Then go ahead and save it, and as we did before, we're going to upload that to our root directory of our blog. Now, first off, let me show you that this is what it looks like. And again, I'm in the newer version of the WordPress install 2.9.2, I believe it is. But this is the directory for the wp-config.php without the htaccess that I'm going to show you to work with, because in the newer versions you don't have to have this in here. But again, it doesn't hurt to have it in there. It just means you don't have to have it in there because WordPress folks have already plugged this particular hole. But to take care of this, because as you can see it's a blank page, to take care of this in a different way, or an added layer of security if you will, for a newer version, as well as to simply eliminate this from being a security issue in an older version, all you have to do is add that code to that htaccess, upload it. Let's go ahead and do that now. And again, right now it's htaccess.txt. Come on down here to the bottom where it is, and we're going to make this the .htaccess, just as I showed you before. We're going to eliminate the .txt at the end, and then just put the dot at the very beginning. Now it is .htaccess. And there's a whole lot of stuff you can add to your htaccess file to do a lot of cool stuff for your blog, or for your website for that matter, just not being blog specific. This thing is a tight piece of code for a lot of things that can, not just for security reasons, but for a lot of other things. htaccess, do a quick Google search or take your time, whatever, for htaccess and see what all you can add to your htaccess. Now, again, before you start messing with this, because it is pretty powerful, if you are going to do some poking around and playing around, make sure you've got a current up-to-date backup, just in case the old crapola hits the fan blades while you're messing around with this. You can delete everything and then reinstall from your recent backup and start from scratch. But just do as I say and do as I do, and you will be just fine and dandy. But now that we've got this installed, I just like playing around with stuff. So if you too like playing around with stuff, there's a lot of cool things you can add to your .htaccess file. Now we got that installed. Let's come on back here, refresh this page, and you get the old forbidden sign. So this is a nice secure way of making sure that nobody's going to be coming into your wp-config file and screwing around with your database. So that's going to bring us to the end of this short video on protecting your wp-config.php file. Thanks for watching. You have a great day. Another valuable security tip is one that I kind of alluded to in a couple of earlier videos in this series, and that is to make sure that the initial login for your blog to get to your dashboard is strong. In other words, you may not want to use admin as everybody else does, or even the folks at WordPress have in as a default username whenever you're automatically installing. So you can change that if you're going to be manually installing it. And again, I kind of pointed that out whenever we were doing our video on manually installing WordPress. So use something other than admin, or better yet, even with having admin as your username, make sure that your password is super duper uber strong. And you can do that a lot of ways, just with a lot of different characters, upper lowercase numbers, special characters, or you can enlist the help of my best buddy, RoboForm. Now, if you haven't heard of RoboForm, you need to. You need to be aware of it. Number one, they've got a free version that is up to about 10 different accounts or 10 different passwords. It's 10 something anyway, but it gives you the chance to kick the tires around a little bit. I think it's like 30 or 40 bucks for the full-blown unlimited number of passwords type setup, and it's awesome. I mean, once you get to using the free version, you will quickly find that the 10 slots or whatever they allow you with the free version is going to quickly be taken up. And it's something that once I got a feel for it long ago, I haven't looked back. I mean, I swear by this thing. And not just keeps passwords, but URLs. I mean, it's a whole lot of other cool stuff. And you can do a lot of, especially if you're into online marketing, RoboForm will soon be your best friend as well. So anyway, that's just one way. And RoboForm, one of its features is a password generator. If you scroll down here a little bit, you see here, generate random passwords. And you can just, it's like government strong type passwords. So that's one of the other cool things about RoboForm. And you don't have to worry about a lot of post-its all over your monitor with all the passwords and login usernames and stuff. RoboForm takes care of all that stuff for you. Anywho, that being said, a strong password. Use something other than admin as your username. And you can also get rid of the admin, the default admin username from the get-go. Let's go ahead and do this. If you've already got WordPress installed and you log in using your admin username and whatever strong password you've got, you come on over here to users, and you're going to add a new user, giving that new user a different name, number one, like your name, for example, and giving that person, you, administrative rights. Let's go ahead and show you how you do that. You go to add new, just fill in the blanks here, put in your name, username, whatever you want to use, your real first name, your real last name, email. Again, this has got to be a good email, because as administrator, somebody's going to be giving you money or asking you questions or just whatever through the inside of WordPress, then this is the way they're going to be able to contact you. And then if you want, you can toss in a website if you want, but the password right here, this is going to be the strong thing, and give you some ideas right here on how you can make it even stronger. Okay, of course you always have the ability to use RoboForm if you want to. And right here is where you give it the roles. You want to give it administrator. Let me move this up here so you can see what I'm talking about. You want to give it administrator roles. Okay, and then you click on add user. Once you've got this new user, you add it in here with administrator roles, then you want to log out and log in with that new user. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Log out. And see, that's my RoboForm thingy there. Now I'm logged in as the new person with administrator rights. Now we come on down here to users, and the admin, the default, the first one, you can now delete it, because Otherwise, if you try to delete admin, or if you even just try to change the name without creating a new one, without doing what I just suggested, it's not going to allow you to change your own login. You can just try it if you want, or just follow the bouncing ball and do what I say. Otherwise, it's not going to let you do anything with the name here. It's going to remain admin. And with this being admin, as I had mentioned earlier, the folks that already are aware of that, that are trying to do you harm, they're going to go ahead and plug in the name admin in the username and just continue to use different variations of passwords until they get it right and unlock your dashboard and get in here and start messing things up. So you can really put a hamper on that from happening by not having this default administrator in there at all. So you just click on delete. It gives you an option of here, you want to delete the post. Oh, and that's another thing too. If this is a well-seasoned blog, you don't have to worry about deleting all of the blog posts from your original administrator details. You can just attribute them to, and it gives you the names here of everybody that it can pass those blogs posts on to, and you just click on that. And now then you have not lost a thing. All you're doing is thwarting the bad people by not having admin as your username, your administrator username any longer. Confirm deletion. Now there's just you. And that is one quick and easy way, in addition to having an ultra uber strong password. This will definitely help thwart the brute force style attacks where they put in the word admin as a username and just keep trying those passwords over and over again until they get it right. So thank you very much for watching this short little video on another way to secure your WordPress blog. Another security step you might want to consider is to keep the riffraff out. No offense to the riffraff amongst us, but you want to have the visitor registration turned off. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If we log into our dashboard here and come on down to, I believe it's settings, under general. Yep, that's the one. This is where you put in the tagline and the title and all that kind of stuff, or where you can change it, because I didn't go over that earlier, but we will cover this in greater detail in an upcoming video, so don't sweat that. Anyway, down here where it says membership, I'm going to leave this unticked. That way, if it is ticked, then anyone can register. If it's not ticked, then no one can register. And remember this, though, too. If you do want to allow people to register, which of course this is against what I'm trying to suggest to you in this video, then you by all means want to have them as the least powerful, that being the subscriber. The most powerful is administrator. You definitely don't want to do that, because then they have the ability to even log you out, just as I demonstrated in a prior video, and delete all of the stuff in here. So you definitely don't want to do that. So if you do decide to do this, only give them subscriber permissions, or role, if you will. But again, you come in here and you keep this unticked, and that will not allow anybody to register. Now, one of the cool things about having a blog is the community feel, which is going against the grain of what I'm trying to tell you to do here. One way around that, to where you can basically have your cake and eat it too, is to have a membership plugin. And one of the ways you can do that is you can spend Vuku bucks in getting a membership script, or you can go a little bit more kind of old style, if you will, and on the cheap, and do it for free. If we head on over to our plugin directory at wordpress.org, there's you can do a search for any of them in here, but if you come over to one that's called members only, it works perfectly, and you can't beat the price. It's free, and you can just do a little bit of a read up on it here, do the install, and as it says over here, I believe that it's good, up to date, correct, 2.9.2. It works, and you can just, as I mentioned earlier, subscribe to the feed to stay on top of the updates. And usually, because it says right here it's only compatible up to 2.6.2, so you might even want to try a search for another type of WordPress plugin for a membership style setup. But the main point I'm trying to make here, though, is with having a membership type plugin or ability, a couple of things are beneficial with this. Number one, with the membership plugin, it requires certain hoops that need to be jumped through first for the subscriber to become a part of your community, and this is at least a hurdle for some would-be scoundrels and a massive stop sign for others. Plus, from the marketer standpoint, you've got a great marketing advantage with this type of blog setup. So again, definitely you want to consider to have the subscriber box unchecked so that you're not allowing just anybody to subscribe, and to have that community feel with your blog, have an add-on or a plugin that is a membership style atmosphere for your blog, and that way you can keep things secure, you can regulate things more, and you've got the marketing juice of a membership site on the cheap, because again, there's plenty of free plugins out there. Now there's even more and better premium plugins, but that's a story for another day. Before ending this video, an added couple of tips are to: one, subscribe to your own RSS feed, so your blog. That way you can make sure that things are working. And two, if you receive a new post and you are the only one authorized to post your blog, the bell should be going off. Then you have just been alerted to a possible breach of your security. Another tip is to, by all means, visit your blog on a regular basis. Heck, that's one of the first things I do every morning is check out my blog just to see who's visited and a couple other things, analytically speaking. But checking out your own blog often to make sure that it looks as it should. Now, there are several other ways to add various layers of protection to your WordPress blogs, and as before, I encourage you to visit forums and other like-minded groups for their input on this and any other questions you have regarding your internet concerns. And that's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In this video, we're going to do a little bit of cleaning and some customization on our WordPress blog. So let's go ahead and log on into our dashboard. And once here, as far as the customization, there's a whole lot you can do with it, but for the most part, most everybody just kind of leaves it as is, as the default. But if you hover over the title areas of these different boxes, and this is usually only, I don't remember now exactly how far back this goes to when this was possible. I want to say it was 2.8 something, 2.85, maybe even 2.7. I know in the 2.6s on back on earlier, I don't believe this was possible, but you can, once you get the four arrows there, you can just left click, hold, and drag these to wherever you want. So if you find the use of one of these boxes or options more than others, then you can just click, hold, and drag them to maybe the top portion where you're going to land whenever you first log into your dashboard more times than not. So if you use the quick press quite a bit, you might want to slap this guy over here to the top left, and you want to see the recent comments more so than what's going on at a glance, you might want to put this on the top right. Again, it's totally up to you, but and you can even get rid of some of these too. As you can see, the little arrows there, you can just minimize them. And there's just a lot more customization possibilities in nowadays WordPress blogs than there were in olden days. Yeah, I think that came out okay. Now, as far as the cleaning up process, and up here too under screen options, I want to point this out too. You've got these options here as well. You can just tick these boxes or untick them as it is, and just get rid of the guys altogether. And currently we've got two columns. You can have three or one column, so you do have some additional functionality and flexibility in your customization endeavors right here. Just click on that to minimize it again. Now, as far as the cleaning aspect, one of the things that I try to do, and more than anything else, this is just more of a personal preference, I guess, than anything else, but I try to, right off the bat, I go in and I clean out the posts, clean out the links, and clean out the comments, because there is a default comment and a default post and a default category in each brand new install of WordPress. So that's where we're going to head over first. So under the posts, as a matter of fact, if we see right here under comments, this is the default from the ever popular Mr. WordPress. So we want to first get rid of this post and a comment, or this is a comment. We want to get rid of the comment and the first post. So let's go to the post first, and you just click on the title post. That'll bring you to this page, and you can just trash this. Now, this is something new with version 2.9, 2.91, 2.92, and on up. Whereas before it was delete. In other words, if you happen to accidentally hit the delete button, well, it's gone forever. Now with the trash button, you have a trash bucket like a lot of other functions under Windows, where if you find that, oh goodness, I really didn't mean to delete that, Well, you can just go to the trash bin and pull it back out. Of course, once you empty the trash bin, that option no longer exists, so just be wary of that. So right here, we're going to tick this guy, trash it, and you can see right here, moved to trash. You can undo it right here, and you can always go to the trash and check out those items in the trash and reactivate them later on if you so desire. Now, under categories, what I'd like to do is, at this point, you've probably got a pretty good idea as to the niche or the main topic of your blog. Rather than having something titled uncategorized, that's just too lame. You want to edit that and give it something other than uncategorized as a name. You want to give it something related to your blog niche or your topic. For example, if you're into, maybe your blog is on snipe hunting. Yeah, I bet some of you just had some bad nightmare type flashbacks of your youth, didn't you? Snipe hunting. And the category name, I'm just trying not to think about my little escapades in the woods, but the category name, you want to have this capitalized because this is just how it's looking, and the category slug, you want to have this lowercase. So I'll just kind of copy that because I'm lazy and a slow typer, and paste that in there, and then lowercase, lowercase, and this would have a hyphen in there eventually anyway. So anyway, basically this is the URL friendly version of your category name. And then down here under description, just thinking search engine optimization purposes here, put something in there about youthful follies or whatever else you want to put in there. I would probably be a little more descriptive, and frankly, I probably would not have a blog on snipe hunting anyway. And folks, at PETA, I'm not talking about the actual bird and hunting of the bird. This is more of a joke, okay? So just want that to be out there. I'm not suggesting anybody go out and start hunting in their wetlands for some little bird, okay? So just let that be known. Now let me just update the category. I hate having to be politically correct, but sometimes you just got to do what you got to do. And you can always add additional categories here, and you'll find the need to add categories at some point in the future as well for various reasons, and this is where you come to do that. We're good on the comments, the post, and the categories. Now then, the pages, there's always a default about page, and the home page, you can't do nothing about that. But the about page, totally up to you how you want to handle this. You definitely would want to edit this at some point, if not at the beginning, at some point down the line, by putting something in here about you and or the blog itself. And what I typically do is slap a picture in there of me or my dog and put some kind of a write-up in there on the gist behind this particular blog, why I put it together, a little bit about myself, just whatever. And this is always, for me anyway, a work in progress. So I always find myself coming back to an about page every now and then, and frankly, you'll find that rarely does anybody actually go to the about page. I mean, it's just one of those things. But for some reason, I find myself compelled to put something in there. But hey, you can always just check this and trash it. Again, that option is totally up to you. And now that on to the links. The links is something I want to get rid of. All of these, just delete the heck out of them. Now, in future videos, this is going to be an area that we're going to cover as far as monetization of your blog. Very important section down the line, but not so much on its birth or on its greenness, if you will. Whenever your blog is brand new, the links department here is something that's can easily be overlooked. But at the very beginning, though, you want to come in here and just clean house and check all of these. Again, it's totally up to you, but for my suggestion, I would just check all of these and get rid of them. Come on up here to bulk actions, click on delete, left click on apply, boom, gone. So that's pretty much it. That's as far as our cleaning of the pages, the comments, the posts, and the links, and a little bit about the customization. So that's going to bring us to the end of this short little video, and I hope you learned something. I hope you put this to practice and don't just leave a lot of your stuff as default. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In this video, I want to talk to you about the look of your blog, that is, the themes of your blog. We're going to cover a little bit about an introduction to the themes, how to add a theme, maybe even a little bit about editing your theme as well. So let's head on over to our dashboard and log in if you haven't done so already. And there, like in this case, like several others, you'll find there's going to be several ways in which you can do certain things, and if you do your theme thing a little bit differently than what I'm going to be telling you, hey, no problemo. You just know of another way to do it now. For example, right here you can change your theme, but we're not going to do that. That's too easy. We're going to go over here to our appearance section and hit that arrow, or we can just click on that, and it will bring us to the themes to where we can manage our existing themes, which right now we're kind of limited. These are the default themes. Actually, that's the default theme here, and this is the classic theme. But technically speaking, the two of these are the guys that came with your install. Now, to get additional themes, you can do a couple of ways. You can go right here from within the dashboard or from within your WordPress blog to add new themes, or you can go to your favorite search engine and do a search for WP themes or WordPress themes or WordPress free themes or premium themes. Hey, let your imagination roll with it, and you'll have several to choose from. Now, what a lot of people do just to start off the bat is they head on back over to the fine folks at WordPress.org and go to extend, and here's the URL you can go to for the themes. This is basically the same place we went to for our plugins in the prior video, only here we're dealing with themes, not the plugins. Now, if you want to narrow it down a little bit, because as you can see, there's a few options here to work with. You can go to just commercial, or you can type in here what type of theme you're looking for. Frankly, just starting off, you're probably going to be totally clueless. So just go ahead and scope out some of them down here. You come on down to the bottom here. Okay, these are probably some of the more popular ones. But if you were to type in here, like say 2 column or 1 column, or right in here, you can filter these guys. Now, as a matter of fact, this is, if we head on back over to our blog, something that is within our add new themes feature of our dashboard. As you can see right here, you can make some choices right here to determine if there are any available that meet your criteria. And sometimes there's a bazillion of them out there that meet your criteria here, but it just didn't filter them properly, and you'll come up here with no results found. So again, you may want to find other ways to do that. It's just another way in which you can poke around and find some type of theme that you're interested in. Now, if you were to say download these themes to your computer, then you come up here to upload and just browse to the location of those zipped files of the theme and then install them. And you can go to here for featured or newest or recently updated. Now, of course, the recently updated are referring to some that have been around for a while and quite possibly are pretty popular because, well, they've been recently updated. And in either case, you'll find a similarity here as far as the getting from where they are to where you want them to be. That is on your computer. But if we go here to featured, for example, and let's say we want the JQ. That's pretty cool. I got that on a couple of mine. But you can preview it here. And then we're going to go ahead and install it. Okay, so you click on install. You want to install now. Now that it's on our computer, it's on our WordPress blog, but we don't have it actually activated. So let's go ahead, and if we click on preview, it will preview based on what we have in our blog already. So if your blog is very seasoned, it's got several hundred posts in there, a lot of images and cool stuff, and you know, your nav bar and everything, well, then in the preview mode, it will show your blog as it is, only with this particular theme. So that's one thing that's a good idea, is to preview it and see if there's going to be some major changes required in this particular theme setup to make your blog contents show the way you want them to show. Sometimes it works perfectly right out of the box, so to speak. Sometimes you got to do some major editing of that particular new theme to get all of your elements to show up the way you want them to, the way they were on the old theme that you want to change, kind of thing. So let's go ahead and assume that everything's hunky-dory here. Let's go ahead and click this guy, get him back out of there. Let's head on back over to our themes area. Now you can see here we've added a theme, and that's the basic process of getting the theme from off of your site to onto your site. And now then, we want to activate it. It is now the main theme. If we come on back here to our page and refresh, we've got a whole new look. And that's how you can get new themes, that's how you can install new themes, and how you can preview them. Now then, as far as the basic little tweaks and changes here and there. We're not going to go into great detail on that, but I do want to point that out to you as to where you go to make those little adjustments. For example, let's say you wanted to have this under this instead of to the right of it, or you wanted to change the color of this black bar to something else. There are ways in which you can do that. You can even change the background image here too. Sometimes certain themes make it easier for you. For example, right here, JQ options. You've got the ability to make some additional tweaks right here. So I would check that out first before you start screwing around with the guts and the code of your theme. But that being said, let's go ahead and screw around with the guts and the code of our theme. You come on over here to edit themes, and certain parts of your theme or pages are over here that you can click on. For example, footer. If you've got, let's say, some Google Analytic code that you want to put in here, and you don't want to use the plugin for that, I'm kind of bouncing all over the place here, but just let it be known, though, that for the Google Analytics, for example, you would have to put something in just above the closing body tag. That would be in the footer section. So you would scroll on down here. Where's our closing body tag at? Right here's our closing body tag. So right above that is where you would put that snippet of code from your Google Analytics. And there's a lot of other things too, pop-ups and whatnot that require you to put that particular code just above the closing body tag. Well, this is where you go to do it. And up here is where you'll find the various different themes that you have in case you want to make those changes. Now this bears mentioning too. The change that you just made on this particular theme will not take place on any other theme until you make those changes there as well. That's one of the benefits behind using a plugin that is not theme specific. Again, I'm kind of getting off track here, but hopefully you're following the bouncing ball and you're understanding what I'm talking about. Because whatever changes you make to this theme are not taking place on any of the other themes until you make those changes there as well. But in either case, whatever changes or edits you make here, you want to click on the update file, otherwise they aren't going to take place. So that's it. That's a quick rundown on introducing you to the themes section of your blog and how you can change the look entirely with just a few clicks of a mouse button. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In this video, I want to introduce you to WordPress plugins. One of the coolest things I can think of about WordPress is with plugins, you're able to add additional functionality to your WordPress blog with just a few clicks of the mouse button. Now, when I say additional functionality, I mean your imagination is your only limitation, because you can take your plain Jane one-page WordPress blog and easily convert it to a single-page sales page that doesn't look anything at all like a blog, or a multiple page, highly complex membership site, or a video portal hosting site, or a host of other items that you can just imagine. And there's probably a plugin that's out there that with a few clicks of the mouse button, you have installed that plugin, that functionality to your blog. And let me show you what I'm talking about. If we head over to WordPress.org, and the same place we got our themes to add additional looks and feels to our blog, we can go to Extend, again, to add additional functionality to our blog by clicking on Plugins. Now, plugins are basically a bit of code that's wrapped up in a neat little package for us by those folks that know what they're doing, that create the PHP code for WordPress. And depending upon what the plugin's function is, will depend on how complex that code could be. It could be just a few hundred lines, it could be just a couple of lines, it could be several pages of thousands of lines of code, again depending upon the complexity of that particular function. Now, most plugins you will be using is going to be easily found and will be free. There are some plugins out there that are what I would consider premium that are going to cost you. Some might cost just a few bucks, some might cost a few $100. Again, just depending upon the function that you're looking for. Now, most plugins you will need can be found from WordPress.org. Now, WordPress.org has certain criteria that you have to abide by prior to them allowing your plugin to be accessible through their site. In other words, this number here represents only those plugins that meet that criteria. In other words, you're probably going to find a bunch of other plugins that for one reason or another did not meet that criteria or did not even want to abide by that criteria. Not saying there's anything wrong with those plugins, I'm just saying you're not going to find them here. You can find them by doing a search on your search engine of choice. For example, WordPress, plugin, colon, and then put your keyword, membership or video player or image, whatever. You may also want to try hitting up some forums like the Warrior forum that I'm so happy to check into on a very regular basis, and just do a post in there about the plugin that you're searching for, if it exists, where to go to get it, does it cost anything, and so on. Now, for example, here you can simply type in the keyword or the tag relating to the function you're looking for. Like if you're looking to add some type of membership status to your WordPress blog, and here we've got 29 options. Scroll down here, you can see a little bit of a write-up on each one of these plugins here. Got a ranking, the number of downloads, the last updated date, version number, and for more detailed information you can click on the title. That'll take you to the plugin directory page for that plugin. Additional information here. Some plugins will have more details up here like FAQs or change logs that give you a bit of a life history of the plugin. And over on the far right is where you can download the zip file to your computer, which can then be either unzipped and installed, or while it is still zipped, to be installed, again depending upon the method we use to install it, and I'll cover that in an upcoming video. And you can get some additional information here about this particular plugin and whether or not it will work with your version of WordPress. You've got several to choose from here in this drop down box. And also down at the bottom you might find, in some cases, not this one, some additional feedback about this particular plugin, that it works or doesn't work, or in this case here there's not enough data, or that it's broken. It'll be a red box, or it'll be a green box that says it's working, and so on. So there's some additional information here that you can find. And also within your WordPress blog itself, if you log into your dashboard, come on down here on the left hand side, click on plugins. You'll see some options here available to you, whether you want to edit the plugin itself, and if you know code, then this might be an option for you to play with. Of course, you can always play with it. It doesn't say that it's going to work after you're done playing with it, but you got the option here to choose which available plugins installed that you want to screw around with. And if you don't know what you're doing, I would say avoid this, but you have the option to mess around with it if you so desire. And this will show you those plugins that are already installed. Now, when your blog is first born, you've got a couple of default plugins already there. The Akismet plugin and the Hello Dolly plugin. The Akismet is a powerful anti-spam plugin that requires a little bit of configuration, not much, and we'll cover this in an upcoming video as well. But you've got some options here where you can activate, edit, or delete. You can also do some bulk actions where you can choose multiple plugins. Use this drop down box here to choose which action you want, and you can then click on apply and do so with multiple plugins at one time. Up here, if you've got a bazillion plugins installed, this will give you a little bit more information on those plugins. You can just click on this link and it will only then show those that have been recently active, those that are currently inactive, and so on. And under adding new, this I think makes going to the WordPress site, WordPress.org site, kind of obsolete, but you still have that option, because this way you can do exactly the same thing we just did through WordPress.org, only from within your blog. Saves a few steps. You don't have to download anything. It's all done from within your blog. For example, if you already have downloaded some zip files, some plugins that have been zipped up, you can go here, click on upload, navigate to that part of your website navigate to that part of your computer where that zip format file is, click on it, install it, boom, done. And that's zipped up, because this will not work if it's not zipped. You can also choose from featured, popular, newest, recently updated, and for example, if we go to newest, it will pull in information from the WordPress.org site. As you can see, we're still on our blog, and you can install from right here. And you've got, well, 356 pages of these to choose from. And again, the same information that is on WordPress.org is pulled into your blog right here. You can simply click on install, and it gives you that same information right here. And also, it is aware of the version of WordPress that it's pulling into, that your blog is on right now. So if it has not been tested for your version, it'll give you a little warning box right here saying this plugin has not been yet tested with your version, and so on and so on and so on. You just simply click on install now, and you don't have to worry about downloading or uploading or any of that kind of stuff. It's done for you right there. This plugin is now installed. You simply click on activate, bing bang boom, you're ready to roll. Now that's just one way in which you can install plugins. I'm going to cover some additional ways in the upcoming video, but for now you have been introduced to WordPress plugins. Thank you very much for watching this video. Stay tuned for the next one, where we cover some major installation procedures for your WordPress plugins. In this video, we're going to cover installing multiple plugins at one time. This way, we can upload a group of plugins at one time, and the only thing you want to pay attention to here is the structure of the folders you're uploading, because you want to make sure that when you've unzipped those folders from wherever you downloaded them, that the only contents of that folder are the files. In other words, you don't want there to be the folder inside of a folder that contains those files. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Like, for example, inside of here, let me get this into play here. Inside of here, we've got different folders, true, but these are the contents that WordPress is going to be using to make that plugin functional. Because if inside of this folder was another folder named contact-form-7, then it's not going to work, because WordPress is looking for the contents of this folder, not another folder by this name. Hopefully that makes sense. If not, just try it a couple of times, you'll see what I'm talking about. Now you see right now that inside of our plugins dashboard, we've only got the two defaults and the one we just uploaded in the prior video. And the methods we talked about in the prior video were ways in which you can upload plugins one at a time. Not bad for most folks, but this method, you can upload multiple plugins at one time, which comes in really handy if you have several blogs or you're working for somebody that deals with the business of blogging and you have a group of plugins that you are consistently uploading. So this way you don't have to do those one at a time. You can just use your FTP client, and I've already logged into my website via the FTP client, and now then you just navigate to the location of your blog where it's installed at, and in my case it's public_HTML, and we're looking for the WP-content folder. Open that up. Then the plugins folder, we open that up, and here are the plugins that we have so far, plus the index.php, which we covered in our security videos earlier. Now over here are the plugins that I'm going to be uploading. Quite simple. You just select the plugins and upload them. And in my case, I'm going to select the top one, hold the shift key down, then select the bottom one, right click, and then left click on upload. And oh yes, I am installing the Akismet over this one, so yes to all. Normally what I would do is I would delete everything in here except for the index.php and then upload, because that way I normally delete the Hello Dolly plugin anyway. Sorry Matt, that's just how I roll, and just upload the package of plugins, so that way I can just start from scratch. But that's just me. Anyway, so no big deal. I'm overwriting this one, and I believe that that's a newer version that I've got over here anyway than what this one was, but through the magic of video, this will only take a second. And there we have it, completely uploaded. And now then, let's head on over to our blog. Now, one thing I want to mention as well, that so far I've been kind of harping on the power and the beauty behind the WordPress plugins. I do need to mention though that there is possibly a dark side of the plugins as well. Not that big of a deal, but it bears mentioning. And that is that the more plugins you add to your blog, the more work your server is going to have to do. Now this work is measured in milliseconds, so it's not that much of a deal, but I do need to mention though that it may affect, however slightly, it may affect the load time of your blog depending upon what type of plugins and how many plugins you have. There may be other ways in which you can get the same function without using plugins, but that might require additional knowledge or coding the actual blog itself rather than adding those snippets of code in the form of a plugin. Myself, I know beans about the coding, so for me, I think it's a small sacrifice for the millisecond or two of load time added to my blog loading than for me trying to find somebody that can add this particular code to my blog without having the plugins. but it does bear mentioning. And also, some plugins tend not to play nice with one another. So if you encounter problems with certain plugins or a plugin not working, you will be alerted to that fact by an error message up at the top here for whatever reason. And it may even give you a particular line of that plugin's code that is affecting that it's not working, in which case you want to just start off by contacting the creator of the plugin. You've got their information right here, and then they'll be able to, in most cases, give you the support you need to get that plugin working, or to tell you, it ain't going to work, not the way you've got things set up. So that's just a little bit of info that I haven't told you about, but I think does need to be mentioned. So you may not want to go hog wild on just loading your site up with a bunch of plugins if you find out that you're not going to be using them. Just delete those you're not going to be using. For example, I never use Hello Dolly. Sorry, Matt, I just don't. So I just delete it. But that's that. And let's go ahead and refresh the page, and I'll show you all those plugins that have been uploaded. So you can see now this has changed. Upgrades available. There's 6 upgrades available. That's one of the things I wanted to show you too, is if we go to our, and this I believe only works with the version 2.9 of WordPress. Anything in the 2.8 or older, this I don't think has this feature. But under the tools, if you go to upgrade, it gives you the plugins you can upgrade all right here. Whereas in the olden days, you'd have to upgrade the plugins one at a time. This way, you can just select all, click on upgrade, bing, bang, boom. Okay, bing, bang, boom. It'll do it right here, and we're done. That's how simple and easy it was to upgrade 6 plugins all at one time. Head on back over to the plugins page. So I'm going to go ahead and activate all these except for Hello Dolly. And once you've checked those you want to get activated, come on up here to bulk actions, and as I pointed out earlier, just select activate, click on apply. And it's at this point that you'll get some error messages up here if you've got some plugins that are not wanting to play nice with one another. This is just telling me that one of the plugins needs to be further configured, no problemo, we'll get to that in a second, and that this one here needs some additional looking into prior to it working, as well as the Akismet. And here it just tells you that the selected plugins have been activated. Now if we scroll down here, we can see that the only options we have now are deactivate and edit, because you cannot delete an activated plugin. You have to actually deactivate it first. Now, of course, if you wanted to, I'm going to get technical, you can in fact come on back to your FTP client, select the ones you want to delete here, and then click on the delete button. So that's just one way in which you can delete it as well without it being deactivated, if you want to get technical. But that's basically it. That's how you can install multiple plugins at one time, and depending upon the plugin and the functions for that plugin, you would have additional options over here, settings for those particular plugins. And for example, under settings, you might find some additional info on some of the plugins, like the WP status. That was one that we installed earlier. The Google Analytics. Now in the upcoming videos, we're going to go into greater detail on individual plugins, how to configure them, what they're used for, what the benefit is, and hopefully you stay tuned for those. Those are going to be the fun ones. Not that this one wasn't fun. I had fun. So thank you very much for watching this video, and you have a great day. In this video, we're going to configure our Akismet plugin so that we can keep those spammers at bay. It's pretty simple, really, but we need to gather a couple of things first. So, easy way to do that is we just simply click on the link that says, hey, we need to configure our Akismet, and we come on down here. You can read all about it. You can head on over to akismet.com. What I find to be better, though, is to get your key. Just click on this and enter your email address here. And it's pretty straightforward. You just enter your email there, click on next, choose a username. Let's go with something imaginative. And of course, you've read the Akismet terms of service. Click on next. As you can see here, you got to confirm your email. Usually it's pretty quick. That's pretty quick. Now let me open this up. Click on the link. What we're looking for is the API key. Here's our username. Here's the devil we're looking for right there. Now you might want to put this in your organizational folder. Just open up a text document inside that organizational folder that I talked about way back when, and just put this in as your API key, and that way you've got it stashed there, because this one API key can be used to activate Akismet on any number of blogs you've got. So that being said, we come on back here, head on back to our blog, go on back, put it right in here like so. Go ahead and check that box there so that you don't have to worry about the spam any longer, because after 30 days of a spam, what Akismet has been seen to be as spam, it will be automatically discarded, tossed into the trash can. Click on update options, and that has gone away. Now we've got these two guys here to deal with. Now you are protected from the spam monsters, or at least ways you are more protected from the spam monsters than you were a minute ago. And down here, just for some added info, you've got the Akismet servers here, and it says here that there are no problems. And the last time that it checked, never really seen one of these that had a problem, but I guess that they are there for a reason. I just haven't figured out what. So that's going to bring us to the end of this quick little video on configuring your Akismet anti-spam plugin. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we're going to be tackling the all-in-one SEO pack and configuring this particular plugin. You really can't miss it here. It's one of the big red box at the top of the page. And to do this, we simply click on the Go to Admin page. And this is just one way. You can also, if we scroll down here, go to the Settings selection right here on the left and click on the all-in-one SEO. That'll bring you to this page as well. Now, if you do like this plugin, and I would imagine you will, by all means share the love, send the guys a donation. They will definitely appreciate it, and of course it helps continue the support of this fantastic plugin. This plugin, by the way, is made by the same folks that created one of those security plugins we had touched on briefly in one of the earlier videos dealing with security for your WordPress blog over at Simplify Web Design. Fantastic group of folks. And if you like this one as much as I think you will, you may want to go ahead and send the love in the form of an upgrade to the Pro version. I'm sure you would definitely love it. Anyway, if you have any questions that may not be touched on or answered thoroughly through this video tutorial, you may want to check out some of these links here. And worst comes to worst, all you have to do is send them a support ticket and they'll be glad to get back to you. Now, pretty darn simple. You come up here, you click on Enable. Now, of course, you could be done at this point, but I suggest not. Go ahead and fill in the blanks. Now, with the home title, as it says here, you want to have the title to your home page here. Now, this is going to be independent of any other option. If not set, the default blog title will get used. And at this point, I believe our default blog title is my title. Just ain't gonna fly when it comes to search engine optimization. So whatever our niche is related to this blog, in this case it's going to be Twitter related. Let's go ahead and consider that. Okay, so let's say, or something to that effect. Your home description, of course, you want to click on this. It'll give you a better idea down here. The meta description for your home page, independent of any other options. The default is no meta description, and that's really not a good thing. You really want to have something in here. It's not as powerful as it used to be back in the day, but you still want to use it because it can only do good for you. It cannot do harm. So you want to have keyword phrases in here that relate to your niche, and that's why I went ahead and put the title of our home page as the first few words of the home description. And then, of course, some additional keywords in here really can't hurt. Now, in the home keywords, comma separated, and you click on this, it'll give you more of an idea as what I'm talking about. And like it says here, don't stuff everything in here, just a few of the more powerful keywords relating to your niche. So it has something to do with Twitter, something to do with videos, something to do with tutorials. So hey, why not? And then anything else, maybe now you want to, of course, you don't want to just throw something in here just because it sounds good, or it might be, in this case, a powerful niche. If your Twitter video tutorial niche or blog is not going to have anything in there related to internet marketing, I would suggest leaving this out, because then it would only do more harm than good. But if you're going to have posts in here related to internet marketing and maybe how your Twitter video tutorials can make your internet marketing better, then yes, it is definitely one you want to consider having in there. And again, separating by commas. And of course, go on and on, but you don't want to put too many in here, just your primary keywords. And the rest of this is pretty much fine and dandy the way that it is. Come on down to the bottom here, click on Update Options. You see here there's a link there for their other plugins that I had mentioned earlier about the WordPress security scan. We had touched on that in a prior video. But that's pretty much it for configuring your all-in-one SEO plugin. Now, in the next video, we're going to take this up a notch by using another plugin that is also free and also has a pro version as well. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. The next plugin that we're going to be talking about also deals with SEO, and it will take your search engine optimization of your blog to new heights. And this one does not cost a penny. It is called Traffic Getting SEO Plugin from a gentleman named Jeff Johnson that knows his stuff when it comes to marketing online, as well as, of course, in this case, search engine optimization. Now, all we have to do, rather than me giving you a big old long URL, we just copy this, paste it in our little search engine box up here, and bam, you got this as a result, and it's going to be the top one, the undergroundtraininglab.com. And that brings you to this page here. And of course, I would definitely suggest, even if it weren't for this plugin, to head on over to this site anyway, just to gather some of the wealth of information that he's got here for. And there's some information here on some of the requirements for this plugin to work on your blog, because there's some web hosting services that do not have what it takes for this plugin to work. And he covers all the details here. And to get this particular plugin, if you come on up here, big yellow box right here, click here, brings you to this page where you have to enter your email address. And it's not like he's trying to just gain stuff from you or to market stuff to you. He wants to be able to keep you up to date on the updates. And again, this is a free plugin. Now, of course, yeah, he's hoping that if you like the free plugin, that you're going to fork over the money for the premium plugin, which I suggest you do, because like him, I'm going to suggest that once you get the feel for how well this free plugin works, that you're going to not bat an eye on forking over the money for the premium plugin. So you enter the email address here. He sends you an email with the plugin link in it, and you simply install it. I mean, it's really that simple, just as we discussed earlier. And you saw how easy it was for me to install the plugin. I just uploaded it along with a bunch of other ones to my hosting site via the FTP client. So provided that your hosting service has what it takes, and you can find out all the details on the installation requirements by scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. Right, here we go. Under most popular posts, right here, just click on that and it gives you all the details. And I'd suggest too hanging out here for a little bit and checking out some of the other posts that he has in here. You're going to gain a lot of information from this guy. He knows his stuff. He's got quite a few videos on YouTube as well. You might want to check those out too. I'm just kind of a video kind of guy. But you can see here all the details required for this plugin, and by all means, once you check this stuff out and you find that your web hosting service will accommodate this plugin, well, you saw how easy it was to install. Let's head on back over to the dashboard here and configure it. Now we come on down here, traffic getting, click on that, and it brings you to this site here. And right up here at the top of the page, actually at the top of all the pages, you'll see this. You have to agree to the terms of service, which is right here. Just click on that. Click on I want to optimize my blog now. And if this seems too easy, well, frankly, it is. Now, he's going to give you a list too of the additional plugins you need to install for this to work at its best. And those were part of the package of plugins that I had installed earlier. I installed several other ones too, but some of those were those that he requires here. So he's calling them the core plugins. And let me see here. What is SEO? Tells you a little bit about that. How's the blog optimized? Basically telling you how to get the most out of this particular plugin. And this gives you an idea right now as to how optimized your WordPress blog is. Now check this out. Apply blog tweaks. Now, nothing up my sleeves. I mean, this is all I've done. 71 tweaks have been applied. And you don't have to worry about going through your blog and checking out the permalinks or, you know, the this or the that. I mean, that one click of the mouse button did it for you. Bam. Now, this is not going to get more than about 77% on the free version. to get it optimized up to 100% or thereabouts, you need to fork over the bucks for the premium version. And you can see right here how to optimize the blog even further. The other 3% I'm referring to, you got to write you a post because it's a brand new blog, and you want to add a slogan or a tagline, and you can click right here to do that. And it also, we want to add the Google Analyticator, requires some manual setup. So that's 2 steps we have to do, plus throw in a new blog and blog post, and we'll see this bump up to about 77%. But you can see with just that little bit that our search engine optimization of this blog is well on its way to being close to perfect. Now, there are several plugins out there. One that's just recently come on the market that for, I want to say, anywhere from 27 to 100 bucks a month, each one of your posts are analyzed to be search engine optimized. I mean, it is just a powerful tool, but you're looking at that kind of an expense. And if this is your main source of income is blogging, then even that kind of time-saving tool, even though it might cost you 100 bucks a month, can definitely get a major return on your investment. Again, it just depends on your needs. But with this being free, this is a no-brainer. This is a tool that you definitely should have on all of your blogs. So just a quick recap. This is the Traffic Getting SEO plugin, and you can get it from Jeff Johnson's undergroundtraininglab.com site, and of course there's all kinds of other information there you can get as well. But between that and the other plugins that he suggests you have, the core plugins as he calls them, your blog is on its way to being majorly optimized for those buddies of ours, otherwise known as the search engine robots. So that's going to bring us to the end of this short little video on the optimizing your blog for search engine traffic. Thank you very much for watching this video. Hope you learned something. Have a great day. In this video, we're going to be talking about configuring our contact form plugin. Now, the plugin I'm going to be using is called Contact Form 7, and all these plugins that I'm highlighting here you can get through WordPress.org, as I had outlined earlier, or even easier, you can get them from right within your particular blog by going to Add New, then typing in the search phrase here of that particular plugin or the title. So for example, we would type in contact, then click on search for plugins, and chances are it's going to be one of the top results. In this case it is, and then you can just simply click over here on install and then follow the bouncing ball as I had outlined in an earlier video, and boom, this one's installed. Now then, I believe it says in here too, but you're going to need another plugin for this to work as well, and it isn't specified in here, but the plugin we're going to be working with to help minimize or eliminate the spam bots here is called Really Simple CAPTCHA, and I've already got that installed, but likewise you can do the same here as far as installing it on your blog. That is just in here, type Really Simple CAPTCHA. I believe that's how it's spelled, and if not, well, we'll get really close to it. There we are. And then as you can see, it's made by the same creator of the Contact Form 7 plugin. So now we've got that installed, we've got the Contact Form 7 plugin installed, and we're going to need to create a page to house our contact form. So we come on over here to Pages, and we want to add New. And we just really want to give it a title for right now. We'll be back to this in just a minute, but for the time being, you can give it whatever name you want, but I would suggest giving it something related to Contact Me, or Contact Us, or Hey You, looking for me. Anyway, you get the idea. And another plugin that I've got installed is this one here, that if we scroll down under on the right hand side, Exclude Pages. It's a plugin specifically for keeping your pages that you do not want on your navigation bar out, and that is unticking the box here, because with this box ticked, it will include this page in user menus, because any page that is created more times than not, depending on what other plugins you have set up, are automatically by default added to the navigation bar of that particular theme. So with this particular plugin, you can have this particular page not included on the navigation bar. Now, of course, in this case, we want this included on the navigation bar, so we're going to make sure that box is ticked. But I just wanted to point out, though, that with this plugin, and I'll show you that here in just a second, you can have this to where you're creating pages out the wazoo, and you won't have a bazillion pages listed up in your navigation bar. What I would do prior to learning of that particular plugin is I would go into the actual editing of the theme pages to eliminate those pages from ending up in the navigation bar. Talk about a pain in the backside. So with that plugin, it's a breeze. It's a tick of the box, or as in this case, an untick of the box, and you're good to go. So now I'm just going to go ahead and save draft because we're not really ready to publish it just yet. We got to add some more code down here. But those are the three things we need. We need those two plugins, the contact form 7, the really simple CAPTCHA, and we need a page titled Contact Me, Contact Us, something about contacting you. And those three items are what we're going to need to get our contact form to work. So now let's head on back over to our contact editing. And this is the code we're going to need to put in that page I just created. But right here on the right hand side, we want to generate the CAPTCHA image code. And pretty simple. You've got some additional editing you can do here if you wish, and you're more than welcome to play around with this with the different colors, background color, foreground color, and so on. If you want the image to be big, medium, large, I usually just pick medium myself. And the information here is optional. Again, once you play around with this, if you so desire, you can make adjustments accordingly. But pretty much what we're looking to do is right here on the left hand side, you're going to have the top here, you're going to have your name, your email, the subject, and again, this is your customer, the visitor, and then their message is going to go here, and then just before the submit button, right in this area here, is where you're going to put this CAPTCHA image stuff. So basically all we need to do is highlight that, copy, paste, copy, paste. And what I did was I just right click and then copy, or the keyboard shortcut is to select it, hold the control key down on your keyboard and hit the letter C as in copy, and then up here hold the control key down on your keyboard and hit the letter V as in Victor, and that will paste it up here. Now, this is bare minimum. You might want to also consider adding some additional text up here just to help answer any potential questions your visitor might have, like, what the heck is this and how do I do it? Not everybody has been introduced to CAPTCHA images in the past, so you may want to put something like, please enter your name, email, subject, message, and then the CAPTCHA code below. Then click send, because basically right here you're telling them what to do and what all this stuff means. This is just another layer of protection against the spam heads out there. Thanks for your understanding. Of course, you can throw in what little humor or no humor at all you might want to. Again, it's totally up to you. Now then, the main key here is the information that was stock here, and then the CAPTCHA code from the right hand side here. Once that is all installed, come on down here and click save. Whoops, I'm forgetting something, because you want to put in your email address here if this is not it. If this is not the email address you want your visitors to send this stuff to, then you want to make the changes accordingly here. But this is the email address that is defaulted within our blog, so that's where I'm going to have mine sent. You can put whatever email address in here you want, just as long as you know you're going to get it. And then once that is done, you can click on save here or save at the bottom. In either case, it will get the job saved for you. Now you want to copy this code here, just selecting it and copying it to your clipboard. Come on back here to our page that we have saved in draft. We want to edit it. Now this is important, so pay attention. We want to go with the HTML, not the visual. Otherwise, this may look kind of funky. Frankly, it may just not work at all. But you click on HTML, right click, paste. So you're pasting that code in here, and that is it, folks. That is all there is to it. Now then we click on publish, take a visit to our blog. I'm going to open this in a new tab, and right here it is the page. But this is what, if we come back here to the home page, this is our posts and all the goodness of our blog, and right up here on our navigation bar is our contact me, or whatever title you gave it. You click on that, brings them to the contact me page, and they put in the required information, as you can see, and then right here gives you the instructions I typed in there. Please enter your name, email, blah 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 blah. And right here is the capture image where you can make small, medium, or large. This is medium. Put that right in here. They click on send, and then it's automatically sent to the email address you had included there. Now, one thing too you might want to consider is you may not need this information in there at all, as far as having people commenting, because right now people are allowed to comment in here, and they've got this. So let me show you how you can keep this out of the contact me page. Head on back over here to our page, and right here untick these boxes so you're not allowing trackbacks or comments, and right here sociable disabled. These are plugins. This is a plugin that's also installed that you want this disabled. So now then we come on back up here, update. We can come on back over here, see that it's just about done. Now then we can refresh this page, and we can see that the sociable images are gone, and the comment section is gone as well. Now you got yourself an honest to goodness contact me page. Ain't that something? So that's going to bring us to the end of this video on how to configure your contact me form. Thank you very much for watching. You have a great day. In this video, I want to talk to you about setting up your Google Analyticator plugin. Frankly, I always thought it was just called the Google Analytics plugin, but I guess not. Let me see here where we at here. Here we are. Google Analyticator. It's a fun word. Now, there's several ways in which you can do this, but I've done it one way, so we're going to just go ahead and do it that way. And who knows, maybe I'll try something new here. So we go over here to the Settings tab. Of course, once you've got it activated and everything. Oh, and by the by, this is part of the core plugins of the newest version of Traffic Getting SEO plugin. So this will work kind of hand in hand with getting you some good SEO rankings. So if you click on this under the Settings tab, again we're heading over to Google Analytics, and right here, big red box, we are currently disabled. Well, we want to change that, don't we? So we want to come on down here, and right off the bat, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and register my domain with Google Analytics. So that way we can get the UID and go ahead and slap it in here, and then we'll come on back up here and we will log in, do the authenticating thing, and then we can change this to enabled, and it should work just fine and dandy. So let's go ahead and see. Because normally what I'll do is I'll go to Google Analytics, sign up for an account, and then get the full batch of JavaScript and place that in the footer portion of my theme. Now then, there's pros and cons to this because, well, let's say for example, well, the way that I normally do it, where I just put the JavaScript in the footer of my theme, that is theme specific, and I kind of touched on this in an earlier video. Whereas one of the cool things with this particular plugin is that it doesn't matter what theme you're changing to, your Google Analytics will remain intact and will continue to report back the stats to Google. So if you were to do this the old way, or actually the way that I normally do it, and go on up here to editor of your theme, then over here you click on footer. Now currently this is just for this particular theme, and if you have more than one theme, and if you, like some people, maybe change your theme as often as you do your clothes, then this will not be the best way to do it unless you add that JavaScript code to each and every one of those themes. But if you just add it to your plugins, then you don't have to worry about what theme you change to. It'll be active, it'll be working. So we come on down here under the footer PHP. Come on down here, and it's just above, come on down here, just above the closing body tag, and that's the body with the / in it. So right here is where you would put in the code for your Google Analytics. So now then, what the heck am I talking about Google Analytics? Well, first off, you're going to need a Google account of some sort, be it AdWords, Gmail, something relating to Google, even YouTube, I think, or Google Videos at the very least. So I've got this guy right here that we've been working with so far throughout this video series. So I'm currently logged in with this account, and you come on over to google.com/analytics. That'll bring you to a page that looks similar to this, very similar actually. And then you come on down here and you click on sign up. Now, if you do not have a Gmail account, shame on you. You should. It's free. There's no harm in having several Gmail accounts for that matter, one for every niche that you might be interested in getting into. So anyway, if you don't have a Gmail account, I'm not going to harp on it that much. Just go ahead and get one, at which point you can go ahead and log into Google Analytics. Very easy, because your page will look different if you do not have your account logged in. If you're not logged into your Gmail account or your AdWords account, the sign up page will look a little bit different. So just be forewarned. So anyway, at this point, we want to go ahead and put in the URL of our website, which is tweettutorials.com. You don't need all this other stuff here, just this guy right here. Actually, you don't even need that for this particular portion. You leave the HTTP part out because that's covered right here. So right here, just as the example shows, we're going to need to throw in that www more than likely. So let's go ahead and do that. I believe it works fine without the www, but I don't recall, so we're just going to leave that alone. And as you can see here in the example, it does not have a trailing slash or a forward slash at the end. We're going to go ahead and get rid of that. Give it an account name. And this can be anything from Joe Blow, Aunt Martha's account, whatever you want to call it. I'm just going to give it this as the name. And if you have several accounts, then this will come in handy. That way you know which one this was for rather than just giving it some arbitrary name like, Aunt Martha's account. You'll know that this one has to do with this particular URL. What country, time zone, country US, time zone, pack time, I wish. I'm in the central. No, there's nothing wrong with the central time. And then you go to continue and put in your name, last name, and first name, and then your country or territory again. Then choose your country of preference, click on continue. Of course, you want to read all the terms of service here and click on yes because you do agree with the above terms and conditions. Then click on create new account. Drum roll please, you're almost done, and there we are. Now then, this is the JavaScript code I was referring to that you put in the footer, or all I really need for what we're going to be doing here is this right here in between the double quotes. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that into my clipboard, but while I'm here I want to also mention that you can track a couple of different ways here. One, just as we're going to do, a single domain, which is the default setting, or one domain with multiple subdomains, or a multi top level domains, or if you've got an AdWords account going for this particular domain, then you might want to track the results of that as well. In either case, whatever you choose at this point for what we're doing, I'm going with the single domain. And then after you get all this stuff here copied, or as in our case, just this right here, click on save and finish. Now, why am I not copying all that? Because I'm using the plugin. If I were going to be doing it the old way, the way that I normally do, I would get all of that code and put in the footer right here. But with just the plugin that I'm going to be using, I don't need this, because with the plugin, it doesn't matter what theme we're going to be using. Again, that's one of the benefits behind using the plugin. Now, the drawback behind using the plugin, I kind of touched on that in an earlier video, and that is that number one, some plugins do not play nice with others. Frankly, at this point, I've never seen Google Analyticator plugin mess with anything else. Of course, I don't use it very much because, like I said, I use this method here. But in the event that it did, you always have this as a fallback to be able to use Google Analytics to track your stats. So that being said, let's head on back over to our plugins. Actually, no, not plugins, but the settings for our Google Analyticator settings. Come on down here. And right here is where we want to put that code that I've got stashed away in my clipboard. Right there we go. Now we got this. Let's go ahead and click on this and see what happens, shall we? Yada yada da da da. Let's go ahead and grant access. Click on enabled. Google Analytics account. Let's see what we got here. Just click on that. So far I think we're good to go. And any of this other stuff here is usually pretty self-explanatory if you do or do not want it taken care of or activated. For example, down here you may want to track other things like any video downloads or how many times somebody's opened up your MP3 or downloaded your PDF. You may want to put those in here as well. And I think if you've got AdSense ads, you can track that. Additional tracking codes. Additional tracking code after. Okay, and I'm just thinking out loud here, but I believe everything that we need is done. Again, the rest of the stuff here is more personal preference than anything else. Click on Save Changes. Google Analytics settings are saved. I think we are good to go, folks. Now then, if we go on back here to here, now currently, since this is brand new, we're not showing anything under our status. But if you wanted to kind of push things along, I believe that if you click on Edit, you can kind of give Google Analytics a kick in the tail here a bit by check status. And usually it takes about a day to get some good stats here, waiting for data. But this right here is what we're looking for. Analytics has been successfully installed and data is being gathered now. That's kind of a fib because it's not really being gathered right now. There's no data to be gathered. But at least ways you kind of pushed it a tad bit in that direction. So you at this point know that you've done what you need to do to get it started. So as people start flooding your blog, you'll be able to track how they got there, all kinds of cool stuff. And let me see. Well, once you've got it installed, what you want to do is you want to come on back here, say in a day or so, and just check out the stats. You'd be amazed how much information you can gather. Now, this is not a video about Google Analytics. It's a video about how to get Google Analytics onto your blog. So again, there's so much information with Google Analytics that deserves an entire video series in and of itself. But suffice to say that Google Analytics is so powerful that at one point before Google's name was here, it was about, I want to say $5 or $6, maybe even $700 a month service just several years ago. And then Google got a hold of it, and thank you, because they made it free and the power has increased. Some of the stats have gotten better. Now, and one other thing too, if we head on back over here, I wanted to point out is that by doing it this way versus just getting the code and slapping it in the footer like I normally do, is you also have this cool little widget or a badge that you can throw onto your site as well. If you come on back over here to Appearance, go to Widgets, and let me see here. The widget I'm looking for is Google Analyticator type thing. Here we go, right here. Displays stats, stat info from Google Analytics. A nice little badge looking thing on your sidebar. And let me see your title. Just for the sake of this video, we'll go with Goog Stats. You know what I mean. And you've got some additional information here. And if you have several accounts under that particular email address or Gmail address, then you can choose which ones. But I mean, frankly, I would just have one per. But that's just how I roll. Days of data to get, however you want to do this. Let's take a look at this so you can see a little bit more about how this is set up here, so you can then make a better decision on how to tweak this a little bit. Go ahead and click on Save. And then let's head on over to our site and take a look-see at it. I'll open this up in our new tab here because I'm not done showing you more plugins and how they work. Let me see here. Here we are. Here's the little badge I was talking about. And again, you can put whatever name you want up here. Currently we have gazillion visitors, and you can see that you can make all kinds of changes here, color, background, and let me see what else we got going on. Yeah, background color, days of data to get. So if you want this for every 30 days, 90 days, whatever, widget background color, inner background, font color, pretty customizable. And that's going to bring us to the end of this video on Google Analytics plugin. I hope you learned something. Now, you definitely need to get out there and hook up with Google Analytics because you can't beat the price and you definitely need the information provided. So thank you very much for watching this video. You have a great day. In this video, I want to talk to you about auto posting plugins. Now, there are several of them out there. Some are free, some are going to cost you out the wazoo. But the main thing, though, is the purpose behind them is if you have several blogs that, oh, as Kevin Riley calls them, traffic generation centers, where they're not so much there for generating income for you per se, but more to the point to drive targeted traffic to your income generating sites and blogs. Now, these can be a real pain in the patootie if you have to go in and manually add fresh content on a regular basis, because if you do not have fresh content on a regular basis, then it's just going to be a waste of time for you. So that's where these auto posting plugins come in really handy. Now, if we head on over to our WordPress.org site, go to Extend and go to plugins and do a search here for auto posting or auto blogging. Let's try auto posting, see what happens. We got a few options here. Auto post images, auto hyperlink URLs, not exactly what I'm looking for. So you might want to go through here, but I think if let's try this single word type thing, see what comes up here. Amazon Auto Poster. Okay, there's only 6 plugins at this point, but these will be more targeted to what I'm talking about anyway. And all of them have pretty good ratings here. And these are affiliate auto posters. Maybe not so much Yahoo Answers, but this will deliver fresh content based on these particular sites. Amazon, if you've got an affiliate account with them, this might even throw a couple of coins in your pocket as well. At the same time, putting fresh content on your site relating to the keywords you designate for these particular plugins. Now, I'm not going to go into great detail on setting these individual plugins up, but you can generate fresh content on a regular basis depending upon how you have the settings here, and it's a set it and forget it kind of deal. So yeah, it might take a little bit of time to initially set it up, but that's it. Wash your hands, move on to the next blog, and it's done. Now then, some things like like eBay and Amazon, if you do not have an account yet for the affiliate account, then you may want to go ahead and get one. And a lot of times inside of these plugins have the links directing you to the place within that site to go ahead and sign up for that affiliate account. So you don't have to do a lot of searching around, poking around. How do I get my affiliate account with Amazon? You know, because Amazon's, I mean, it's a pretty big site and easily for you to get lost there. So you may want to try opening up these plugins first. Now, the one that I use, as a matter of fact, I just noticed that this is from Lunatic Studio, because the one that I use is from here as well, only it's called WP Robot, which has an Amazon auto poster module, an eBay auto poster module. As you can see here, it's from them as well. And actually, I believe there's a Yahoo Answers, a Yahoo something else, News, Flickr, YouTube. There's a bunch of modules in the setup that I have. And if you go to wprobot.net, then you'll see a complete write-up on the site there for the packages available for that particular plugin. Now, that's a premium plugin. It's going to cost you quite a bit depending upon which package you get. I believe full-blown, as like the one that I've got, I think that it's selling for right now at the time of this recording $167. That's about $50 off of the normal retail value. But sometimes you can get them from some of the forums around the net for an additional discount. And you may even decide just to try it out just on a smaller basis, like one of the modules. I believe that there's a ClickBank module that is free. Actually, I don't hold me to that, but by all means check it out. Check these out. Anything having to do with auto posting, you do not necessarily want to add these to your main blog. Just my 2 cents worth there. But if you're mainly looking to have the search engine spiders to find your main blog via a lot of satellite blogs or traffic generation centers, if you will, then these will come in really handy for that. Now then, as far as the WP Robot, that along with these, it requires you to set it up each time on a new blog, or for every new blog that you have created for your traffic generation center, you're going to have to go to the time and trouble of setting up all the parameters for that particular plugin. And with WP Robot, where there's quite a few modules, again depending upon which package you get, you have to go through and set up each one of those on each new blog. Now, there's a trick to this where it can be quite simple. Let me go ahead and show you. Well, first off, let me go back to my dashboard here, go to our plugins, come on down to our settings, and come on over to options. I want to show you this real quick in the WP robot that I've got set up here. Just all the keys that you need to enter, that you need to get access to, and you can click on the question mark here that will send you to the site to answer more questions you have about this particular function or key that is required. For example, if we click on this, it'll take us to the WP Robot site, as you can see here, wprobot.net, and there's all kinds of support with this, and the price that you pay for the plugin, depending on again which package you get, also covers you for free upgrades, and the support here is fantastic. So anyway, there's a lot of information you can gather from those question marks next to each one if you have no idea what they're talking about. So this stuff is again what I'm referring to, that is required to be added each time you go to create and set up and configure your new blog. Now then, a trick around this is if you go to your FTP client, such as the case here, let me kind of get this down here, and if we open up the WP content, if we navigate to where that particular plugin is, plugins, and then come on down to the WP Robot plugin. No, and by the way, this also needs to be the same version. So, and that's another thing that I need to point out too, is that with WP Robot, they're always adding new versions. Every little tweak and configuration they can think of to make it better, they do. And they're coming out with new ones. As a matter of fact, this one is a little old, and it's only, well, a few days old actually. But the latest version, I believe, right now at the time of this recording is 2.09. So you want to make sure that for this little trick to work, that this has to be the same version as the one you're going to be configuring in the next blog. So if this version of WP Robot is the same version of the plugin you installed on your new blog, all is right with the world, even if it's not the newest version. Okay, because then once this is done, then you can upgrade the versions as you go along. Hopefully this is making sense. But anyway, what we want to do is you want to open up the plugin, and the mainstall.php, main install, whatever you want to call it, however you want to pronounce it. This is the guy that I'm talking about right here. Now, in this particular FTP client, which is QtFTP, I'm able to view and edit the files on the fly. You may not be able to do that, I don't believe, in FileZilla, for example, or in all FTP clients, but in this case, just for the sake of this, I'm going to open it up here within the FTP client, just to show you that if you scroll down, oh, and by the way, this tells you right here, if we scroll down just a bit, what version this particular file needs to be in. So again, we're 2.05. So we come on down here, scrolling, right about here. Okay, so right about line 156-ish or so. Let me see, randomize. Okay, that's our articles. Right here is the eBay affiliate key. And right in between these two single quotes, if you put in your eBay affiliate key, then come on down here and find everywhere else. And if you have opened up on your site as well that particular page for the configuration of WP Robot, you can kind of see what all is needed. You start at the top here. You need your Amazon affiliate ID. Okay, let's find that. Okay, that's not there. Okay, this is Yahoo Answers. Amazon affiliate key and secret key right here. So in here, if you put in between the double quotes the secret key and the API key, or your normal key for Amazon, and your application key for Yahoo here, and basically if you go through here and you set this up as it is showing you here all the items you need for this particular module to work, then what you can do is here you just save this. And in this case, we just come down here to File and Save. Now, of course, I'm doing this on the fly. What you would normally do is you would just download this to your desktop or to whatever folder you have to keep things organized for that particular blog, and make those additions on your desktop, and then you would save this, and then simply after you've got that particular version of WP Robot installed, then you simply upload this particular file to overwrite the existing one, and you do not have to go in and add all of these keys here, which can take you anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes depending upon your setup here. But by just doing this little trick, you're able to overwrite the existing file, bing bang boom, and everything is going right for you. I mean, it works perfectly. Then you'll come back here, refresh your page, and you'll see that all these blanks are filled in. And that's just going to save you that much more time, especially if you're doing a whole lot of different blogs to generate traffic to your main money-making sites or blogs. So I just wanted to point this out to you to introduce you to the possibility of auto posting plugins. And if you use WP Robot and have to go through all the hassles of setting up each blog module or each module on each new blog you're creating, then this is just one quick way that you can kind of sidestep all that hassle and save you some time. So thank you very much for watching this video. Now you don't have to be so leery about increasing the number of blogs you have to generate additional traffic. This makes it a lot simpler, a lot easier to keep fresh content on your traffic generation centers. Thank you again for watching. You have a great day. In this video, we're going to talk about adding a new post to your blog. Now, there's actually several ways in which you can accomplish this. One is right on your dashboard. Now, this only holds true if you haven't gone hog wild and started customizing your dashboard, in which case in the top right corner, you're going to have this guy right here, Quick Press, where you can simply put your title to your post, you can put the content of your post, the keywords or the tags to your post, and publish away, and you're good to go. And you can also save it for later to come back and edit it or publish it later. You can also add certain medium to your content, be it an image or video or audio. So this is just one way in which you can add a quick post, thus the name Quick Press, to your blog. Now, and if you do not use this because you want to put a little more thought into your blog post, well, you can always just hit the down arrow and move this guy on out of the way. Click, hold, and drag it on down. And this here gives you, again, at a glance, how many posts you have currently, one comment on that post, how many pages you have, and categories and so on. Some nice cool stuff to go with right here, give you an idea as to what you're doing. And you can also click on here, which we're going to do in a second. Also up at the top here, this will actually navigate you to the same spot that this will. But if you hit that arrow or just hover over it, it'll show you some additional options here as well. Drafts, new page, upload, comments. So if we come on over here, click on post, that'll open up our post section where we can edit the post, we can add new, and give us a little bit more information on the current posts that we have on our blog. When they were published, how many comments, if there's any tags, and frankly there should be, the categories that it's in, the author in case there's more than one user to your blog, and some more information regarding that particular post where you can edit it, quick edit it, you can view it, or you can just send it to the trash bin. Now this is just like the delete button from old days, except for this one is a little safer, because if you trash it, as you can see right here, you can always click on this link here. It will open up and allow you to reinstate those items that you had maybe inadvertently trashed earlier because you were mad at the article you wrote, or you just accidentally hit the wrong button, whatever the case. Whereas in the past, you hit delete, it's gone, no more, that's it, done. Redo it if you wanted to. So we come on over here to add new post. Now this is just like most any other type of WYSIWYG type editor, whether it's a HTML editor or a text editor. You have a couple of options up here. One, the HTML editor, where you can just simply add source code type stuff. So for example, if you were using Composer or Dreamweaver or FrontPage to create a web page content, well, you can take that same content, only the source code of that content, maintaining the images and the formatting and the font style and color and all that kind of good stuff. Just get the source code from that, come on over here, open up the HTML tab, paste it in here, and then once you've titled it and done all the other stuff we're going to cover here in a second, then that post will maintain the same formatting structure that you had on your Dreamweaver or Composer or front page preview section. So it'll look the same, provided of course the space is the same. But That's the HTML tab. Now also, if you're going to be entering any type of code, like for embedding in a video or some other kind of like a pop-up or something like that, then you want to do so in the HTML section, not the visual. You do it in the visual, you're going to find it's not going to work. So if you find that to be the case, then just come on back and put it in the HTML and all will be right with the world. Now, and under visual, click on that. Let me move this out some because we won't need this column for a little bit. So I'll get this out of view so we can see more of our workspace here. But right here, this is called the kitchen sink tab. And this is usually how it comes out whenever you first open up your blog the first time. So you can see you've got several options to work with right here. But if you click on this, it'll simply add to those options. And if you're familiar with this, then it's the same as it is with most any other editor, be it on a WYSIWYG type editor like your Composers or Front Pages or Dreamweavers or Microsoft Word or any other kind of a Word document type setup. You can bold the text, you can italicize it, you can put some bullet points in there, you can add a block quote, align it left, right, and center. If you're going to be copying from a Word document, then you want to use this tab and then simply copy from that Word document to maintain all the formatting you've got there, and then paste it in here by using these shortcut keys from your keyboard. That is, you hold the control key down on your keyboard, that's the one of the lower left corner of your keyboard or the lower right section of your keyboard section, and then while holding that keyboard key down, you hit the letter V as in Victor, and that will paste that Word document in here. That's how that works. Also, let me go ahead and add some content in here as well as the title. You want to try ideally to have keywords within both the title and the content pertaining to your blog niche, if at all possible. And that's just going to make the search engine gods that much happier, which they will in turn reward you by multiple numbers of traffic, and all kinds of good stuff will come your way as a result. So you want to try to consider keywords in your title and the content, if at all possible. I went ahead and added some text in here, and I wanted to show you too that as far as the formatting, it's pretty much personal preference, and you can always come back and edit this if you don't like the way that it looks after you've published it, and we'll get to this here in just a second. But for example, what I like to do is have the title of the blog post be the same as the header down here in the actual content section. And I know some folks think that's just redundant, but that's just how I roll. So anyway, I always make this a header 2 and center it. You can also add different font colors to it if you'd like for it to really pop and stand out. And once you've got this done, I also want to mention too that you can change the title up here by simply clicking on edit, because your title up here is part of the URL. As you can see right here, this is the main domain, this is the category, and this is the title of your blog. But let's say that's a little bit overkill. You just want dog training. So what you can do is just click on edit. Click on OK. And now this is your URL, which will get to this particular blog post. So that's just one of the cool things about this, that you have that kind of customizing power at your fingertips just by clicking on the edit button here. And the category is chosen for you over here by default. This is the category that was chosen because that's the default category. So if you want to choose this one instead, then we'll go and select this one, because right now it's Twitter marketing. You can see right here, and this is based upon the permalink structure, which was chosen for us by the one plugin we had installed, the Jeff Johnson's traffic getting free SEO plugin, which did, I don't know, 70 or 80 different tweaks to our blog to make it SEO friendly. So that was cool. Otherwise, this would be some kind of a question mark and equal sign and pretty ugly URL. But anyway, that's that. Now, once you've got your blog pretty much set, and again, we didn't even touch on hardly any of these here, but you get the idea that this is pretty similar to most any other type of HTML editor or Word document type editor. Play around with this, and the more you use this, the more you're going to get accustomed to it. You can use these up here to add images and videos and such. Once you've got this the way you want it, you come on over here and you can publish it immediately by clicking on this. And if you want to come back later to edit this and you don't want the world to see it just yet, you save it as a draft. And then if you want to see how it looks as a draft once it's saved, you can click on preview. And if you want to come back later and edit it, well, then you just select that. Now, as far as visibility, right now by default it's set for the whole world to see it. If you want to change that, you can change it to password protect or private. Now, the difference between these two is private. Nobody's going to see this except for the admin, that being you, and anybody else that you've given rights to. Usually those that are part of the blog family or blog community that have logged in and signed up and so on. Password protected, however, the whole world will still be able to see it, just they won't be able to see the actual content. They'll be able to see that it exists and the title, but they won't be able to see the actual content until they enter the proper password. And once you've made your choices here, you select OK. Oh, and by the by, this right here is awesome. If your content here, if this particular blog post is one that you want to remain sticky, that is at the very top and on the front page of your blog or your website, you tick that box there. Otherwise, it will fall in line with the rest of the process. When you add a new blog post, the last one on will drop down. Then the new one will come in on top of it. The next blog post will come in on top of it, and that one will drop down, and so on and so on and so on. With this one being checked, though, the blog post here that has that box will remain on top and on your front page. So that's pretty cool. Then you can select publish. Now also right here you can select edit for the publishing time, and you can either backdate this to last year to give your brand new blog a seasoned feel, or if you want to, you can also post date this. So you're going to be on vacation in Maui for a week. Well, you can always give this you can create the blog post, put down here the dates that you want it to be. So for example, you want this to be a couple of days from now. Then you can click on OK. Then you just click on schedule, and then boom, nobody's going to be the wiser that you are not at your computer doing your blog post like you always are. They're not going to know that you're actually on the beaches of Maui. So that's one way in which you can do that, and your secret's safe with me. Now, if you just really hate this blog post, you don't know what the heck you were thinking, move it to the trash. That's what this is for. You can always come back later, and as I pointed out earlier, remove it from trash and bring it back into play, but that's totally up to you how you want to do that. Now then, if we move down here, you'll see also that depending upon the plugins you have installed will depend on what options you have here. For example, one of the plugins we have is the all-in-one SEO pack. This adds extra meta information to our blog so that the search engine gods will smile upon us with their graciousness and give us more free traffic. So you want to put in your title here, for example, a short description of this blog post and some keywords related to this blog post. I always take these keywords and add them to the tag box right here, then click on add. And if you wanted a new category, you can select this, type in the new category you want. Otherwise, if we want to change this one from Twitter marketing, go ahead and publish this now. Let me go back here and change this because I want to show you that. Click on OK, click on publish, and you'll see that this is going to change to Twitter video tutorials because that was the category that we had chosen. And that's it. There's actually a lot more to this. I mean, you can select this social disable. This takes those little chiclets out of place so you can't share that particular blog post. You can eliminate the comments and the trackbacks. Again, depending upon the plugins you have installed, you've got a multitude of other options you can work with here as well. But this gives you a pretty good idea as to how to add a new post to your blog. Thank you very much for watching this video. Now get out there and start blogging. In this video, we're going to add a new page to our blog. Now, we briefly touched on this in a prior video whenever we added a contact form to our blog, but I want to cover a couple other items that we did not cover in detail in that particular video. So first off, we log into our dashboard here, and right here at the at a glance section, again, this is going to be at the top left corner unless you've customized your blog dashboard where it would not be here, but this will show you what you're looking at within the blog contents. You got a couple of posts, you got a couple of comments, and one's approved. You can change your theme and all kinds of cool stuff right here. Now, as far as adding the page, you're going to find that it's very similar in adding a post. So we click on page or hit the drop down arrow that will show these options here. So we click on add new. We want to give it a title and add the content of the page you want viewable by the public, or however you want it to be published. We'll cover that in just a second. Now the title here is going to be, what are we going to say? Dog training. So everything within this page is going to have to do with dog training, more than likely. So we'll put something here about training a specific dog, for example. This page will be about training chows. And over here, same options that we had with creating a new post. You can save the draft in case you want to come back later and edit it. Visibility, however, is a little different. Here you do not have the sticky ability, but you do have the public, password protected, and private. And again, the difference between these two is the password protected. The public will see this, they just won't be able to access the content unless they know the password. Whereas the private, the public will not know this page exists at all. And the publishing time, again, you have that same option where you can post date or predate it by clicking on edit and give it the date of your preference. And down here further, we can choose the order in which it's going to show up on our navigation bar, because all pages will show up on the navigation bar unless you have the ability to choose otherwise, which sometimes is theme specific, meaning that depending upon your theme, that option is available or not. And there's also plugins that will allow that to take place or not. As we touched on earlier, one of the plugins we have installed is exclude pages. And we'll cover that here in just a second. By ticking or unticking this box, this page will not show, if this is not checked, this page will not show up in the user menu, meaning navigation bar. But we want it to show up there, so we're going to leave that checked. And here, if you want this to be the main page, which we do, or a parent page, which we're going to be showing that in a little bit, of any other pages that are also listed as a main page. But right now we want this to be a main page. And any other items that, based on the plugins you have, are also allowed here to be added to, like for example the all-in-one SEO pack. Again, I would say use this. Just like in the add a new post video, we covered the all-in-one SEO pack and the benefits behind using this. Same holds true here. Put in the title, put in a little description of this page, some keywords, and you are good to go. Then we come on up here and we're going to go ahead and publish this. And likewise, you can also edit the URL as well, the same way as we did in the prior video. Now we're going to go ahead and create another page. Training beagles. And this one is going to be the same, except down here we're going to make this a child of dog training. Everything else is going to be the same. One up here and publish. Now then, if we go ahead and view our site, here's the dog training, and it gives us that drop down, the child page of training beagles. Now technically I should have done another page that was for training chows and made that also a child of training dogs. That way we would have two drop downs here, one for training beagles and one for training chows. But you get the idea. That was my main point, was to show you what happens whenever you create a child page of a parent page. It gives you the drop down up here. And that's basically it. I mean, that's going to bring us to the end of this quick little video on how to add a new page to your blog. Thank you very much for watching this video. Have a great day. In this video, we're going to talk about adding new users to your blog. This gives your blog a more of a community type feel, and you are able to get others' points of views, which basically that's what a blog was meant for in the very beginning anyway, but it's just kind of grown and morphed into so many other things over time. But as far as adding new users, it's pretty cool, pretty easy. Let me show you. We log into our dashboard, and then over here on the left hand side, let me scroll down a bit here. First off, I want to show you under general settings. So if this is all closed up, we go to the down arrow, click on general. And we've been here before, but I want to just point this part out, that about midway down we see membership. If this is checked, then anybody can register. And if anybody can register, you want to make sure that the roles of those that are registering just off the street are subscriber, because if you give anything higher than that, that's just giving too much power to somebody that you just know nothing about. More of an ideal situation is to have this unchecked. Of course, there's more manual labor involved with this, but to have this unchecked, and if somebody wants to register, that you do that for them and then simply email them their username and password. But if you don't want that, if you don't want the manual part of that involved, then you go ahead and check this box and allow them to be a subscriber when they first sign up. Then you can always bump up their roles to other more powerful levels of usership. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and leave this as subscriber, and anyone can register. And whenever we cover the widgets sections in an upcoming video, we'll show you how this can play a part. In other words, basically how people can sign up. Click on Save Changes. Now we're going to head on over to the Users section. We'll go and close that up. Hit the drop down arrow just to see what options we have. We're going to go to Add New. And here you see that there's a couple of things that are required. The username, the email, and then the password twice, just for confirmation purposes. But it doesn't hurt to put in that person's first name, last name, and if they have a website, toss it in there as well. And once that's done, you have this box checked. This is optional, but you can have this box checked and make sure you assign them the appropriate role. Again, I suggest subscriber. You can always change this later after they've signed up and kind of proven themselves, if you will. Can you tell that I'm just a little paranoid? And then with this box checked, as soon as you click on Add User, then the password and username will be emailed to them based on the information you've entered here. So let me show you also under authors and users. This will show us who's already been subscribed, if you will. And the information given, we go back up here to the top just a bit, you can see right here you can add new users from this page, and you can check out all kinds of other information, how many contributors you have or how many users you have that have the contributor role, author role, editor role, administrator role, and so on. And you can check these that let's say have the subscriber role, all those that have signed up just off the street, and you want to bump them up to contributor. Well, you just check them all, and then you can change the role to whatever you want, and then click on change. Boom, done. And likewise, if you want to get rid of them because they've not been so nice, check them, click on delete, click on apply, and they're gone. That's how easy it is to manage your subscriber roles here. Now, as far as the difference between administrator, subscriber, contributor, author, editor, well, I'm going to go ahead and post the link here that you can go check out all the specific details. But basically, just going over this quickly, a subscriber is the lowest end of the totem pole. The administrator is at the highest end of the totem pole. The administrator can do anything and everything. So if you provide administrator role to anybody else other than yourself, just be wary that they can kick you to the curb and you'll have no control over or access to this blog whatsoever. Unless, of course, you decide to go into your cPanel and just delete it altogether, but that's totally up to you how you want to handle that. But subscriber, again, just on the other end of the spectrum, they can come in and they can check out the contents. That's it. In other words, they can read the post. That's it. A contributor is the next level up from the subscriber, and they can come in and they can add content, but only to a draft level. In other words, it still needs to be approved prior to the world being able to see the contributors' contributions. Now then, the author is the next step up from the contributor, who can actually do the previewing and allowing the contributors' draft to become published. The author can also contribute and edit their own, but the editor is the next step up from the author and can do all of this in addition to adding content themselves. And then, of course, you got the administrator that can slap all these guys around. But that's basically the quick overview of their roles and the permissions allotted to them. So for a greater detailed description, here's the link to the WordPress.org page that covers those. So check that out to get a better idea as to what's involved with the different roles. Now then, as I had mentioned earlier, I wanted to show you on our page what it looks like whenever we have the role set up where a visitor to your blog can actually register themselves. So we click on this to go to our site, and over here on the right hand side in the sidebar, or however your theme is set up, you'll have a widget called the meta widget. And of course, you can name this whatever you want, and we'll cover this in greater detail in that particular video. But basically, if we log out, because right now the administrator, moi, is logged in, we head on back to our site. This is how Joe or Jane Blow happens to see your site, and they say, hey, that looks like a pretty cool site. I want to give them my 2 cents worth. They click on register, or of course log in if they've already registered, and they put in their username and email. Then they click on register. A password will be sent to them. They simply then, along with the link to log back in, they would then log in, entering that password and username given to them, and then they can go to their profile to change the password. And well, let me go ahead and show you what it looks like from the inside using those various roles. Now, you've already seen it from the point of view of the all-powerful administrator role. Let's go ahead and see what it looks like from the subscriber role. This is it. So you can see that over here they don't have all the options available to the administrator, thank goodness, and they can come in and change the profile. Right here they can change whatever color scheme they want. They can change their username. Oh wait, they cannot change their username. They can change their first name if they want, last name, nickname, and what will be displayed to the public. And the main thing that they might want to change, and you may want to suggest to them to change, is their password down here. And again, with the strength indicator, as I showed you earlier, right there for them. And any additional information they want to add here, the better. And that's from the subscriber point of view. You see the tools, not much. Whatever tools that have the subscriber role available to it is what's going to be available here. So let's go ahead and log out and then log in as a contributor. You see they've got a little bit more of a dashboard to work with. They got the quick press, but remember, with a contributor they can add content, just not publish it. It will be added in a draft form. And you see they can also come in and change the info in their profile, and under the tools, not a whole lot. The contact, if they wanted to edit that, comments, and posts. Again, everything's pretty much the same here, except for their content will be in the form of a draft. So let's go ahead and log out of here and see what it looks like from the author's point of view. Again, similar, and there's not a big difference here except that they have a little more power, and what they can do is add additional parts to their post, and of course they can also authorize the drafts. And under the tools, pretty much the same as the others, not a lot. Again, the content or the contact, the profile, here they can also add different media, whereas in the past the contributors and subscribers cannot, but they can also add new posts and go beyond just the draft stage, because with the contributor they do not have the publish here, they only have the save as draft. And then of course with the editor, let's log in as an editor and see what we've got. And as you might think, the editor will probably have a little bit more power than the author, contributor, subscriber, but not quite as much as the administrator. Administrator's left-hand man, kind of, sort of. As you can see, they can administer links, pages, as well as the rest of this that the authors have access to. And that's basically it. That's going to bring us to the end of how to add users to your blog. I hope you learned something. Hope you feel a little more comfortable about letting those folks in. Thank you much for watching. In this video, we're going to be talking about widgets and what the heck is a widget and what can it do for your blog. Well, if we log into our dashboard, that'll bring us here. Then we're going to come on down here to Appearance, hit that drop down arrow. You see here's the same place we go to change and add new themes, and I guess get rid of themes as well, but you can also edit them, add new themes, and under widgets we click on that. That'll bring us to our page where all of our widgets are located. Now, a widget is basically a module that helps add additional functionality to your blog, similar to that of a plugin in that a plugin will add additional functionality to your blog in the form of code. Well, a widget will do that same thing, usually because of a plugin that's installed on your blog, but a widget will do so in a modular fashion. For example, right here in the middle of the page, we've got our available widgets, and over here on the right, now this is theme specific. Depending upon the theme that you have, will depend a lot on how your widgets are displayed and if at all. So right here, if we first, this will be easier if we take a look at our blog. Let's open this up in a new tab. Now here you can see we've got basically two columns, that being this one here which contains our content, and this one here which is our right sidebar. Now if we scroll down to our footer, some themes are like this, not all of them, but this one has additional widget boxes or sidebars, if you will, in the footer. This would be 1, 2, and 3. Let me show you here again. Inside of here we have, or actually instead of numerical, they've got bottom left, that would be this guy over here, bottom middle, that would be the one, you guessed it, in the middle, and this one here, which would be the one over on the right hand side. Now if we take a look again, this one here, over here, contains archives. Okay, this was the bottom right. So we got the archives from past entrants to our blog. So if we come on back here and bottom right, we open this up, we see that there's nothing in there. This means that that's the default, what came with the theme whenever it was first installed. So to simply get rid of that default, you want to put a new widget in this place, and it'll just eliminate whatever was in there. If you do not want to get rid of that default look or widget that's in there, then you just leave it alone. Now you can, let's see, this is the guy that's in there now by default, and if we wanted to add a calendar in there, a calendar of your blog's posts. Now yeah, this is an actual calendar, but it also is highlighted, or the numbers or dates on that calendar are different colors depending upon if there's a post on that particular date or not. You can give it a name like my dates. Click on save, because if you don't click on save, this is not going to take. Close this bad boy up. Now let's check out our blog again. Refresh the page. And as you can see now, the archives are gone, and in its place are the calendars. Now then, here you can see slightly that this is just a little bit different than this in color. Plus two, if you hover over it, it'll give you the title of the blog that was posted on that date. If we go back to February, you can see a little better the color differences between the dates that have posts in them and those that do not. And again too, there's links here. If you hover over them, it'll give you the title of that particular blog. So that's the dates. Now a lot of the available widgets that you have are based upon the plugins that you've got installed. So that could be one reason why, if you've got more plugins or less plugins than what we have installed here, would explain as to why there are more or less available plugins on your blog than what I have here. Now this text plugin is pretty cool. This allows you to put just about anything HTML wise into your sidebars. If we were to add this, you can, let me just come on up here to the middle one, and I'll put it here for the time being. I'm going to open up the middle one and then drag this guy right up there. You can give it a name. Then in here you can put the text or the HTML code, the images, the clickable banners, whatever you want to put in here. This is kind of the catch-all widget that allows you to really add some functionality to your blog sidebars. So let's go ahead and just save this, put in here HTML. Now of course, by me putting this in that blank sidebar, that will remove what was there before. So we'll go ahead and save that. So this middle one right here is going to go bye-bye. So that's already been saved. Let's come on back here and we'll refresh this page and see my surprise stuff. HTML goes here. So if you were to have entered a clickable banner image there, that's what's going to show up. Depending upon the dimensions of that HTML item or element that you put in there, you would of course have to fit in with the allotted size here. Now, one cool thing, one nice little tool that I've used because I'm a Firefox browser user, is I've got this guy right down here. It's called Measure It, and this is an add-on. If you are a Firefox user as well, you can come on up here to Tools, go to Add-ons, and then do a search for Measure It, and then you can click on that once it's installed, and you can come on up here, and in this instance I just measure it, and it gives me the width of 280 pixels wide. So whatever image, let's say, that I want to enter in here, it has to be 280 pixels wide or less, otherwise it's going to look all funky. So that's just an added little bonus I want to give you too. That's a nice little add-on for Firefox users, and that's basically it on the widget forefront. And that's again how we got this guy here and how we added the Google Stats, because that was our Google Analytics widget that we had added in a prior video. But that's going to bring us to the end of this video on adding widgets to the look of your sidebar. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we're going to be talking about backing up your WordPress blog. Now, backups are just like an insurance policy. You never really want to have to use them, but if the old crapola hits the fan blades, it's good to know that you got it. And basically, with a backup, you're looking at having two items you need to be concerned with. Those two items are your database and your files. Because if you've got just the database backed up and not the files, you're really just barking up the wrong tree here. You don't have everything you need. So you got to have a backup of both items. So ideally, you want to do a backup of both items at the same time. Now, at least ways in the same day anyway. So whenever you know that your blog is perfect, then you want to do a backup. You don't want to do a backup whenever, you got problems. So you want to you want to have a good solid backup, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. So one way in which you can do this is totally manually. You do that through your cPanel control panel for your files and your PHP admin for your database. And that what I'm talking about there is your MySQL databases. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, well, I'll show you here in a second. Now, there are plugins that can take care of a lot of this stuff for you, basically automate the whole thing. Now, one of the plugins that is part of that core plugin package that we got from that free traffic getting SEO plugin thingy from Jeff Johnson, it's the WPDB backup, something like that. Here we are, WordPress database backup. And if we do a search on our WordPress.org site, just like we did for our other plugins and themes and such, that's WordPress.org. Go to Extend, click on Plugins. Then we do a search here for backup, and you can search by relevance, highest rated, yada yada yada, and then whichever one you want. But under relevance, the first one that comes up is one that I'm referring to here, the DB backup. My only drawback to this, and it's not that big of a deal in this instance, is that it was last updated a couple of years ago. Now, normally, as I had mentioned in the prior video talking about plugins, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. So this tells me that with this many downloads and this kind of a rating, chances are pretty good it's as good as it's going to get. So there's no reason to update it any further if you don't have to. That's my theory anyway, and I'm sure that's his theory. Leastways, that's what I choose to believe. But I haven't seen any bad write-ups on it saying that it doesn't work, don't do this. So I continue to use this. And frankly, Jeff Johnson knows his stuff. So he's a smarter guy than I am. And I don't think that he would suggest this to be part of the core plugin package for his plugin if it wasn't worthwhile. So that being said, there are, as you can see, several other options to choose from if you so desire. Now, there's a plugin in here, and probably a couple of them. I just came across this one, and it's called WordPress Easy Backup, and evidently it's got a decent rating. It's very new, and it's got several thousand downloads, so there's got to be something going right with it, right? But it says that it can back up everything within the public HTML, and I believe it also says it'll do the directories, all files. I think it'll do the database as well, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, but this is one that I would rate. I would just kind of wait a little bit longer to see what other kind of ratings that might generate from. And this is one of those deals where you might even, because a backup is very important, folks. This might even merit you going to one of the forums, like the Warrior Forum, and doing a post in there requesting information or input on what kind of a plugin would you use or method that you use to back up your WordPress blog files and database, and see what kind of unbiased response you get. That's always a good idea. And as you probably know by now, because I'm always harping on checking out the Warrior Forum for things just like that. Now then, what I would do is, and actually what I do is I use that WP DB backup plugin to do my database, and actually I have this configured to do it automatically, and it's emailed to me. Let me show you how I do that. We go back to our WordPress blog dashboard. We click on the plugins just to make sure we got it activated. Then we come over here to backup under tools, and this is the interface for that particular plugin. Now myself, I want to back up everything. I mean, if everything is working properly, then I want to back up everything that makes it work properly, and there's a couple of exceptions right here: spam comments and post revisions. I find no reason whatsoever, for me anyway, to include the post revisions or the garbage. So if you have issues with hoarding, then you might want to check these boxes here to also have your post revisions and spam comments backed up as well. Otherwise, these are the tables, as it says here, the core items that are always backed up using this particular plugin. Now you also have some more down here that are created with particular plugins that you add to your WordPress blog setup, like for example the contact form, the WP robot, things that we've talked about briefly in the past. You want to check these too if you want to have these backed up as well. And as just like it says here, if you want to, of course, with only 4 of them, there's not that big of a deal. But if you got a bazillion of them in here, you can just select the top one, hold the shift key down, then select the bottom one. Boom, it'll check them all for you. And then backup options, you've got these other 2 options here to choose from. This one here under backup options, you can save it to the server, you can download it to your computer, or you can email it. Now this is a instant deal here. Then however you've got it set up top here, you can click on this and it'll happen right now. Now myself, I'm more of a hands-off kind of person when possible, so I'd rather schedule it. I would schedule it to do it once weekly. Once daily might be a little overkill, but depending upon what kind of activity you have going on in your blog, if you've got a lot of advertisers, if you've got a lot of activity, then you may want to do it once daily. Now the twice daily, once hourly, these and the never, these are options I would not even consider, because that's just too much, and once daily is plenty. Once weekly, again, depending upon the activity you have going on your blog. Set the email you want it mailed to, and then boom, check that box there, wash your hands, you're done. And of course, you also want to make sure that you're getting that backup too. So if you find a week down the line or a day away from now that you did not get that backup, guess what? Come on back in here and check it out. At that point, you definitely want to do the instant backup just so you've got it, and that's how you can configure and use this particular plugin. Now, one thing you might want to also consider is old school. Just do it manually, the whole 9 yards, the database as well as the files. And to do that, you can go to your cPanel or your FTP client. I'll show you the cPanel right now. And once you've logged into your cPanel, you come on down here to File Manager. I've already done so. I've already opened it up. And everything, depending upon where your blog is located at, whatever directory or subdirectory or subdomain you have it located at, you want to select all of the files within that location. That basically take the position that all of these files have something to do with your blog working as perfectly as it is. So you just simply select all of those files. Of course, I don't have anything in the CGI bin, so there's no reason for me to check that, but I could. And then with all of them selected, you just right click anywhere in here, come on down here to compress, and choose your compression weapon here. I'm going to go with zip. And you scroll down a little bit here, just make sure everything is done. Yeah, that's cool. Scroll down a little bit more here just to make sure. This might be, I think that's still in the video, but once everything is right the way you want it, then you just click on compress files, and then once it's done, it's going to close that up. It's going to give us a compressed file. Here, let me show you right here where it's at. Right there. And the name that it gave you is the very first one that you selected. So if you left this one out, or let's say you selected the CGI bin, that would be the first one. That would be the name that is given to your zip file. This is not that big of a deal. You can always change the name. Just let it be known that this particular zip file contains your entire backup. So if the crap hits the fans, what I would do is I would delete this, and I've done this before. I would delete the CGI bin, provided of course that it's empty and is totally meaningless, and I would rename this CGI bin, and then I would simply delete all the directories and files within this directory, and then I would upload, and you can do that right here, I would upload that zip file named or renamed CGI bin, just like it is here, and upload it to this directory, unzip it, and then by unzipping it you'll have this zip file as well as everything else just as it is right now in place. And then provided that your database is intact, you're good to go. And that's really easy. I know it sounds like a lot, but basically you're compressing everything. You would then download this to your organized file. Let me show you that here under my FTP client. Remember way back in the beginning of the video series, we were talking about organizing stuff and doing backups and images and all that kind of stuff in our organized folder. Well, that's what we would do. Under backups, we would put that under our files. That way we've got our files zipped up nice and tight right there. That's just one way using your cPanel control panel. Now, if we were to, I can go ahead and delete this guy now. Oh yeah, you can always use these guys up here too. I just right click here just to show you that's another option. But we don't need that. Delete that. Thank you, bye. Now another thing, let's go and get out of here, is if you come on down here to, where's our database? Here we go. PHP admin. Now if yours is like, I believe cPanel version 10, then you won't see this. What you'll need to do is you'll need to go into here, and down at the bottom of the page somewhere you'll see something of a very small print, PHP admin, but that's where you want to go, is PHP admin. Give it a minute, and here you want to make sure you got the right table. Right here we do, because that's the only table we got in here. And then you come on up here to export. Make sure you got all of these tables in here selected like so, and usually that's done by default. I was surprised it wasn't. Now then you want to make sure you got SQL selected here. And what else we got going on here? Come on down to the bottom here. Save as file. None is fine. Click on go. It's going to ask you where do you want this thing to be downloaded to. And you're going to save file. Click on OK. Navigate to where you want it to be saved, which would be that. Well, here, let me just show you, because it'll be coming in a really dinky file. Here's our organized file folder right here, and under backups I got database and files. This is where our zip file just went from our cPanel control panel zip little escapade, and this is where that one would go. So right in here, click on save, and as you can see right here we go, we're done. Didn't take long at all. And that's it. Now that you've got your backup, you've got your database backed up and stashed away in your organized directory on your computer, and you've got your files backed up. Now another way to do this is, we can go and close this guy out here. We can get out of here. Is through your FTP client. You just navigate to the location where you want the stuff to be downloaded to, and with the help of that plugin that I showed you to do the backing up automatically of your database, you've got that part taken care of. Boom. Now you need your files. So you just open up your files directory here on your computer, and then depending upon whatever FTP clients you've got, will depend upon exactly how your interface looks, but typically on the left hand side will be your local or your computer. On the right hand side will be your remote or your server. But then you just navigate to the location of your blog files, and this is exactly the way it was set up in our cPanel control panel. You can just select everything in here, left click, hold, and drag it on over into your files directory, or you can right click and select download. However, whatever. But that way you've got your files backed up, and you want to do this on a regular basis. Put a post-it on your computer monitor or something, say time for backup, whatever. Set your alarm clock for every other day. However you want to feel comfortable in having to do replacement work, because if you do a backup once a week and you do work in your blog every day and you have a problem, then depending upon when your backup was last done and your problem occurred, you've got that much work to do to get it back up to par from the time that it was backed up to the time that you've got the work you've been doing. Hopefully that made sense. So that's why I suggest a daily backup if you do work on a daily basis. If you do work on a weekly basis, then do a weekly backup. So that way you don't have that much work to do to get it back up to where it was just prior to it going, belly up. But that's your backup. That's a good, well-rounded, several options to choose from kind of way to do backups. The key point here is to do a backup. Thank you very much for watching this video. Have fun. Have a great day. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create a template or a sales page like template for your WordPress blog while maintaining all of the elements of your blog, that being your header, your footer, navigation links, sidebar if you desire, all kinds of elements of your blog that you want to maintain, but you want to give it more of a sales page look, similar to this one right here, and might even look familiar to some of you. All the links are still intact. And in this case, we do not have a sidebar. We've eliminated that, and I'll show you how we did that. So you can also have the sidebar intact, but it would make this page look a little more scrunchy as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to get rid of the sidebar and basically just keep the header and footer of the blog, and then take the guts of a sales page and put in the middle there as our mini site page within the blog. So how are we going to do that? Pretty darn simple. It's just a little bit of extra coding, and don't let that freak you out. If you don't know what I'm doing or how anything about PHP coding works, don't worry about it. Just copy what I do and you'll be just fine. Now, as far as the coding, this is how easy it is. This is it. This right here tells WordPress that this is a template and that it's a PHP page. So whatever work we do here, we're going to have to save this as a PHP extension. Don't sweat it. I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. And this here just says, hey, bring in the header. This here says, hey, bring in the footer. So if you don't want the header, don't put this in there. It'll look a little funny, but this right here says, hey, page, don't put in the sidebar. I want this full width. And I'll show you this in a second. This goes into the themes cascading style sheet page. So some themes this is not required, some themes it is required. I find though that I just rather get in the habit of putting this in all the themes, and if it's not required, it does not screw anything up. If it is required and this isn't in there, then it'll look funky. So I figured go ahead and put it in there. It's not going to hurt it if it's not needed. And then this right here is where the content goes, and this here just the closing div tag for this guy here. So let's get to work and put this together. Now first off, let's find us a sales page. I'm going to borrow this one here from a product that's on the market right now. Now one thing that we're going to need is just the guts. We don't need the header image, we don't need the footer image, but we need everything in between. Now I want to go ahead and mention this too, that once we get this in there, there's going to be some items of this sales page that are going to be affected by the styling of that particular theme. Maybe. In most cases it might be. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it jives just right nicely with your sales page you're putting in there. But what I've done, I've found that if the text here is going to look all funky, spoiler alert, I've already tested it. If it's going to look all funky, I just don't put the text in there. Instead, I put an image. For example, this one here is an image. See, that's not text, that's an image. Likewise with this. So this way I don't have to worry about fishing through all that CSS coding of this particular theme. I slap the image in there, we're good to go. I can put this on any other theme and not have to worry about going into that CSS of that theme either, and it'll work just fine and dandy because it's being called in from the server. It's an image. And whenever you get the other page in here and you see how the text is all scrunched together, you'll see what I mean. And if that's affecting your particular template as well, now you know a quick resolution. Of course, if you know a lot about CSS, then you can go right into the CSS and do that as well. And we're going to go there in just a second, because this code right here is telling the theme that you want the full page, the full width. This is being called from the CSS, and this is a CSS code that we put in there. And let me go here to our dashboard, come on down here to appearance, going to the editor of the theme. And of course, this is theme specific. So whatever work we do on this particular theme, if you change themes like the seasons or whatever reason you might have behind changing your theme, then whatever we do now would have to be done with that new theme as well. So some folks have a gazillion themes in their blog. So again, I just want to point that out to those particular folks. So what we want to do now is come on down here under the CSS. It'll be style.css, because sometimes there may be other type CSSs like here under IE.css. Might find the need to make adjustments there as well. But in this particular theme, it's nice and compartmentalized. You've got different sections like for the body, header, container, navigation, and so on. So whenever that's the case, I find one that says something referencing content, because not all CSS are like this. Some cascading style sheets are all just lumped together on one page, and there's no defined areas for this particular part of your theme. But in this case, there is. So right at the end is where I put that code for the full width. Now this code, which is right here, is a lot of this stuff here is just placeholders. It's not needed. So for example, the background color is white. This is a hexadecimal code for white. You can change this if you want. The width, I've got it at 1,000 pixels, but I've got this at 95%. Again, you can change this depending upon your particular theme and your page and how you want it to look. A lot of this stuff here is just placeholders. You can adjust this however you want if you want to copy this exactly. But this is what you need to, and you can pause the video just like you did with the template code. You can just pause the video, copy this down. Frankly, hey, this works. Why not just use this? Why reinvent the wheel if you don't have to? And then we just slap that puppy right in there, and then you come on down here and update file. Otherwise, whatever changes you put in here are not going to take. Okay, so we got the full width in there. Now then, we want to get our content in here. So let's head on back over to our sales page, go to the source code, and we don't want the meta tags, all this stuff up here. Actually, all we want is the contents between the body tags. This is the opening body tag, the closing body tags down here at the bottom with the slash right before the body. So I'm going to put my cursor blinky thingy right there at the end of this closing div tag, and right up here at the top find the opening div tag related to that one right here. So I hold my shift key down before I do anything and then click right there, and that selects everything in between there and the end of the closing div tag. Right click, left click on copy, come on over here to this template, and again you can pause the video, copy this down, and just know again you can make any changes in here you want. If you don't want the header, if you want additional coding in here, feel free, go crazy. Now then, I'm just going to paste over this, and there we go. Now then, we want to get rid of the images, the footer image and the header image. We can leave them in there, but it's going to look really funny. And then we're going to save this as a PHP file. So navigate to wherever you want to save it. Right now it's going to save it as a text document. We don't want that. Oh, I forgot something. I forgot to name the template. But we're going to go ahead and name this right quick. Sales page.php. Very important. You got to have the .php in there. And very important, you got to save as type all files. Otherwise it'll be .php.txt. That won't work. So click on save, and this is what I did not change. I mean, this is not that mandatory, but it will be helpful to know what this is. So in our case, for this example, we're going to know that our sales page is named page name here. This is the template. So we'll just leave that as such. Come on back here. We need to create a page now. So go to add new, and we want to create a page. Let's call this one test sales, and this is the name that's going to appear on the navigation link right here. So let's test, and all this is blank. All we're going to do now is basically we just give it a name, come on down here to the attributes column and select the template that we just created. Ours is going to be the one with the funky name. Oh, we need to refresh. No, because we didn't upload it yet. Cart before the horse and all that stuff. So I'm going to open up my FTP client, because you can do it with FTP, you can do it with cPanel, you can do it with Magic, but since Magic rarely works for me, I'm going to do it with the FTP client. So you want to, first off, there's our page we got to get over here. First off, you got to navigate to wherever your blog is, and we've got it in the test directory. Now you got to navigate to wherever the theme is. That's going to be in the WP-content folder. Then open up themes, then open up the theme in question. Now we want to upload the PHP template we just created. And done. And now we'll refresh, and that sales page should be, actually it's called page name here because somebody didn't change the name. And then we come on up here and publish. Whoops, the name went away. Let's try this again, shall we? Give it a name. Double check that we've got the name in here, which we didn't. Now then, we have the name. We're going to call it test sales. Now it looks pretty. Now then, we're going to go to publish. Again, nothing in here, just the name and then selecting the template. Now then, we'll go back to our blog, refresh. Should have test sales here. Click on that to open up our page. And here's the CSS screwing around that I was talking about. Again, you can go into the CSS code and tweak that until this works just fine for you, or you can do as I did, the easy, faster way for me, and that's just make this as an image. And the rest of this is looking hunky-dory, just as it does on the sales page. Again, all the links are working as they are on the sales page, so if your links here are working, then they'll work on that sales page template. That's it. That is how you can create a mini site page or a template sales page for your WordPress blog while maintaining all the cool elements of your blog at the same time. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching. You have a great day. In this video, I'm going to show you one of the cool things about WordPress, the fact of it being really flexible, because we can use WordPress as our mini site. This is the template we were using with the prior video on creating a mini site within WordPress where you're incorporating the header, the footer, and the links and all that kind of stuff. Well, this one here, this is the same template, the same sales page, only you would think this is just on its own. But if you look up here at the URL, that is page number 35 of our WordPress blog. How cool is that? Let me show you how we did this. It's really simple. We're going to use a little bit of that code we used in that prior video, this one right here, but all we need this time around is just this, so we can let the WordPress blog know that what we're going to be making is part of the blog. It's a template, and we're going to change the name this time too. So let's go ahead and copy this into our clipboard. Get this guy out of here. Come on to our sales page we're going to be editing, and let's go to the source code here. Now this time we're going to use the whole page. We're going to leave the images intact, everything. Simple Simon, you got your sales page. Click, click, bang, we're done. So right up here at the very top, right above doc type, so to get there we just put our cursor right in front, hit enter a couple of times, go right above that, paste that code in here. Go ahead and change the name now before we forget. Not that I would. And then we're going to call it, what are we going to call it? Let's say front page. And again, the name does not matter, obviously, as I showed you in the prior video, but name it something that's specific to that page would be a good idea. Right in here, I'm going to add a link to our blog's home page. And we're going to get the link to our blog's home page like this. Just right click, and I'm using Firefox, so that's how I'm able to do this. The same way in other browsers, just a little bit different. Then left click on copy link location, and then come on back here and then make this text clickable to that particular location on our blog. Come on up here to link, paste, open in a new page or new window, click on OK, and let's go ahead and bold that up to make it look a little pretty. Okay, now then we want to take this whole thing, so we got to add that code again, but we got the link in there. Did that hold true? Okay, now we want to add that code back in here at the very top. copy, paste, change the name to whatever you want. Now we're going to right click, left click on select all, right click, copy to our clipboard, and let's get a blank text document up here, right click, paste. And then again oh, and by the way, what I did here was I went ahead and created absolute URLs rather than just the image going to the image folder. This way, no matter where the images are located at, because just having the images slash footer in the URL, it would have to have the images folder in that particular theme. This way, with having the absolute URL, it can be anywhere. So that's why I did it this way. And now that we want to save this, go in here to File, Save As. We're going to save in the same spot we did the other page for the interior part of our blog, but we're going to change this to All Files. Give this a name here. Let's go with front page. .php is the important part. Make sure it says .php at the end and that you're in all files. Click on Save. Now then we need to navigate to our blog, then go to the theme of the blog we're going to be uploading this page to, and then we upload here, and from this point on it's pretty much the same way as we did with the sales page here. So we got that uploaded. Come on back here to our site. Now we got to create a page just like we did before, and the title is whatever we're going to have showing up on our navigation link. So we can go with front page, sales page, whatever you want to call it. And then we want to select the template, and that was front page. Click on Publish. Now this time we're not going to have the elements of the blog. It's just going to be the sales page. So if we come back here and refresh, we should have another tab up here called Front Page. And there we are. That is our sales page intact, background, images, all the images, no referencing to the blog whatsoever element wise, but we do have this link right here that if done properly it'll take us to the home page. Bam, there we are. And that, folks, is how you can create a mini site out of your blog. And with that link on the mini site, you're able to still have the use of the blog, and in either case, so you're still going to be benefiting from the WordPress love that Google has and other search engines. So that's one of the main reasons why you would want to do this anyway, is to enjoy the search engine optimization benefits by having your mini site using WordPress format. That's going to bring us to the end of this video. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can create a static page for your front page of your blog. Now, you can use any of the pages we just created in the prior videos, be it a sales page, or maybe you want just a welcome page with an email capture form. I mean, really, your imagination is your only limitation there. So let's go ahead, and first off, to do this, you need to create two pages. The page that you want as your static front page, and then another page that will house the blogs, the actual post for your site. So let's go ahead and go to Pages, Add New. Now, of course, if you wanted to use one of the other pages like that sales page, then we wouldn't need to create one of these two pages. But we're going to go ahead and create another one, and we're going to call it Home. And let's just put a simulated front page, shall we? And of course, if you're going to be putting any code in here like videos or forms, then you want to use the HTML tab here and not the visual. Otherwise, things are going to look kind of funky. Actually, they just won't work. And then we want to publish our home page. Now we're going to add another page. And again, the names of these pages are totally up to you. And if you do not want them to show up in the navigation bar, don't forget, as we had pointed out in a prior video, you can use a plugin called Exclude Pages. And right down here, I don't have it installed in this particular theme, but right in this area here would give you a box where you would check that box if you did not want it included on your navigation bar. I know it's kind of funky sounding, but you check the box to exclude it, and you leave it unchecked to include it, but it's not that difficult to figure out. So anyway, so we're going to leave this one blank because this one's going to house all of the blog posts. Basically, your blog. So let's go ahead and save this. So it's pretty much a three-step process. Create the 2 pages, that's what we just did, and then come on down here to settings. Let's close these guys up here, give me more room to play, and then go to reading, and right here you want, this is the default setting, you want to click static page, then your front page, whatever you want to be your front page, and in this case we're going to select home. If you want it to be your email capture form or your squeeze page or any other page you created, then you can select that. And the post page is going to go into our blog, and of course you can set the rest of these as you see fit. Click on save changes. Let's head on over to our blog here, actually right here. Let's refresh this. See these other 2 pages pop up out here. So this would be our home page. Of course, we probably want to give it a different name than home because we already have that. As you can see right here, this is, if we click here, this is going to bring us to the main page. You can see right up here, that's our main page, and here we are. This would be our squeeze page or whatever we wanted on our main page, and then all of our blog posts are going to be here, which there are none because brand new blog, but our hello world post is there. And that's simple. That's how you can create your static page and how you can eliminate some of these tabs up here by using that exclude page plugin if you didn't want them all showing up here. But this is a great way in which you can turn your WordPress blog to a content management system by having a introductory page, that being your home page, the one we just created, and have a welcome video, your squeeze page, or even just your sales page as we had created before, and having a link here going back to that page where you would be able to see all of your blog posts as well. And that's how you can make a static page for your WordPress blog. Thank you very much for watching. Have a great day. In this video, I want to show you how you can quickly and easily add drop-down boxes to your navigation bar. Now, some themes are going to have a navigation bar and some are not. For example, if we take a look at this particular theme, I pulled a quick switcheroo here, we can see that right here where your normal navigation bar links might be, this is where the categories are. And the more categories that you add, then the more links that will show up here. And there's ways in which you can not have them show up. And up here along the top, these are the pages. And by default, you've got 2 pages, your home page and your About Me page. In the drop-down boxes, for example here, you've got 2 of them. Now that's something that I created. So, and again, I created this sales page, I created the front page and the blog. But in the About Me page, you can have drop-down boxes. You can have as many drop-down boxes as you want. Again, this can be somewhat theme specific. Naturally, not all themes are going to have this function. And those that do not on the outset, those that do not, straight away from the box, you sometimes can tweak the CSS to make them do what you want them to do. But you may find after time of doing a lot of tweaking here and there that, maybe you just want to spend a few bucks and get a premium theme that has everything you want right out of the box. So again, that's something that you'll just figure out on your own as time rolls on. But in this video though, I want to show you how you can add these drop-down boxes quite simply. Now we head on back over to our dashboard and we're going to, oh yeah, and by the way, some themes have some additional functionality, and if we click here under the appearance box where our themes are located at, this particular theme, the one I just showed you, has some options. So if you were to check this box here, click on this link rather, then it'll take you to some additional options that you might be able to play around with. But that's beyond the scope of this video. As far as adding those drop-down boxes to these pages up here, because that's what these are, we need to go to Pages. Now we're going to, let me just show you the pages that I have and the basic structure that they look like currently. See the little dashes here? This page is a child page of this page. As you can see right here, this page is a child page of this one, just like this one is of this one as well. Now you can also have child pages of these guys too, and child pages of those. And I'll show you what to look for here right now. Let's go ahead and add a new page. And for example, on the sales links, let's say here you want to have a particular page for each item that you're selling, each product that you're selling. If you remember way back whenever we had our sales page for the WordPress sales page, well, you can have one just like that here. You can have one for your list building video course or whatever here, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. And yeah, it can be a little bit ridiculous where you've got, the drop down boxes way down here, but again, that is a possibility. Now then, this one here, we're going to call it, for lack of a better word, and then you put your content in here, your videos, your download links or whatever, and then that's not so much it. I'll leave that up to you. First, you got to give it a title. Then you come on down here under attributes. This is where the magic happens, folks. You can choose right now, it'll be no parent. It will be on its own link. Just like these guys here. These are the parent pages. Okay, so if I did not do anything here, just left it as a default, then it would show up there. Now, how you can get around that is a nifty little plugin called Exclude Pages. Now, I'm not going to go into great detail on how you can get this plugin. We've pretty much gone over that already. You just simply go to Plugins, Add New, type in Exclude Pages in these search parameters. That'll take you to the WordPress.org site inside your blog, and then you just click on the plugin that says Exclude Pages, download that, or not so much download, but install it, and then this will pop up. And if you have this box checked, and again, this will only show up during your pages. If you got this guy checked, then it will show up on that navigation link up there. If you have it unchecked, then it will not be included in the user menus. Okay, so there you go. So we're going to go ahead and leave this one checked, because if this is unchecked, it will not show up as a drop down box either. Okay, so make sure this is checked, but to make it a drop down box, we need to make it a child of our sales page. Now you can also make it a child of your list building. Okay, so that way it would be off to the side of the list building. And maybe you've got an ebook series of list building as well as, say, a video series. So let's go ahead and put that under our list building, but we're going to be ebook sales of list building. Here, there you go. And then you got another one for, just list building. Let's just say, use your imagination. Okay, so now that we're good. Click on Publish. Come on back here, refresh. And this one should be a child of the list building, which is a child of sales. So there we go, we got those two. Click on this, and there's our ebook list of sales. And then we can also make a child of this one too, just to let you know that's how you do it. It is whenever you create the page, over under attributes, you decide if it's going to be a parent or if it's going to be a child of an existing page. And that is it, folks. That's how you can create fast and easy drop-down boxes for your navigation bar. Now then, remember this Exclude Pages plugin too. This is pretty cool. It may come in pretty handy whenever you're creating a whole bunch of pages and you don't want all those pages showing up on your navigation bar. You just install this plugin, make sure this box is unticked, and it will not show up on that page. I'll go ahead and show you where this one will now not be on that drop-down list here at all. You see right now it's a child of the list building. We refresh, and there is no child here. So again, if you don't want it to show up here at all, then you make sure that box is unticked. And that, folks, is going to bring us to the end of this video on how you can easily add drop-down boxes to your navigation links. Thank you very much for watching. You have a great day now. In this video, I want to show you one of the plugins that I use to stream videos on my WordPress blog. And this particular plugin is free, because I've got a few other tools that I use that are premium tools that cost you, in some cases, an arm and a leg, but this one is a free one and it works perfectly. So first off, let's head on over to WordPress.org, and we want to get to the plugins section. So you click on Extend and then click on Plugins. And if you were to type in video here, you probably have a boatload of choices. The one I'm interested in showing you is called Viper's Video Quick Tags. So if we just type in Viper, click on Search Plugins, it'll be one of the top ones. Here we are, number 2, Viper's Video Quick Tags. And this gives us more information about this particular plugin. and information over here on the home page of the author and all kinds of goodies here. And if there is by chance information that you need for your particular situation that I'm not covering in this video, then you can always head on up here to the toolbar, check on FAQs, installation tips, screenshots. I would just go with the FAQ, frequently asked questions. And if the answers to your questions are not lurking right in amongst here, we come on down here close to the bottom. Where can I get additional support? Click on this, and here you go. You'll find a majority of your questions have already been answered right in here. So if not, then just get you an account. It's free. Just log in to WordPress.org, click on Add New, and then throw your question out there and they will get answered. So that being said, let's go ahead and install this bad boy. And we're going to do so by going to our blog and installing it through the WordPress blog rather than downloading it from WordPress.org, unzipping it, tossing it in our FTP, and so on and so on. So let's go here, click on Plugins, or just Add New. And then the default is search. So we just write in this box here, we want to type in Viper, or if you know the name of the exact plugin, in this case Viper's Video Quick Tags, then you can type that in there as well. And we'll get the same results we did by going directly to WordPress.org. Right here we are. But in this case, we are still in our blog, so it's a little bit easier, saves a couple of steps. Click on Install. And again, this will direct us to the same type page we were at on WordPress.org. Click on Install Now, and of course you got these options up here as well. Click on Install Now. Bing, bang, boom, activate plugin, and we're done. And now then, you also have this other option down here in your settings tab called Video Quick Tags. And let's go ahead and come on up here to our posts. We're going to add a new post. And once you've got that plugin activated, you're going to see a few extra buttons popping up here under HTML. And the one we're going to be dealing with right now is the FLV, because these other ones are using video hosting sites such as the YouTubes, the Google videos, the Flickr videos, and so on. And those are pretty darn simple. You just get the URL to those particular videos and slap them in here. And of course, all you got to do is click on that particular button, like for example, YouTube, and it gives you an example here what you need to get. And if you go to YouTube, usually you'll be given two options, an embed code and the actual URL. You just copy that URL to your clipboard, paste that puppy in there. You can make the changes on your dimensions here if you want, or you can also make those changes globally by going to the settings tab, and I'll cover that in an upcoming video. But right now we're going to check out the FLV. This way you don't have to use YouTube and have the YouTube icon, this guy here, on your video. You can have it hosted on your own site, and in this example I'm going to have it hosted on my Amazon S3 account. So however you do it, whether it's on your own HostGator type or Bluehost type hosting account or in Amazon S3, the outcome is going to be the same. You're going to get the URL to your video file and slap that guy in there. So let's go ahead and navigate over to my Amazon S3 account. And these are the files that I have from rendering as an MP4. Not an FLV, but the same process would hold true if it were an FLV. But these are the files that I have from having it rendered in my Camtasia Studio software as an MP4. And all I'm interested here is in the .mp4 file, and later on I'll come back here to get this guy here for my preview image, but I'm going to show you that here in just a sec. So right now, using S3, I need to make sure that my permissions are set so that anybody and everybody can see it. And I do that through my ACLs, and then read all users. So that's already set. And then I get this in my clipboard by coming to web URL. Right there it is, copy to clipboard. And by the way, this is Cloudberry Explorer. There is a free version. You can go to cloudberrylab.com and you can get a freeware version. That's this guy here. They also have a pro version which has a few extra bells and whistles, a whole lot of cool stuff you can use this with in regards to Amazon S3, that is. So check that out. If you're not using Cloudberry Explorer and you have an Amazon S3 account, you're missing out. Okay, enough said. Now I got the URL in my clipboard. Paste that guy right in here. Click on OK. Simple assignment, it formats it properly and click on publish. And then we want to check it out. So we open this up in a new tab, come on up here, and there you have it. Here's our video. Problem is it's blank. I mean, the video is there. Here, I'll show you. There we have the video playing, but there's no preview image. So let's go ahead and add a preview image. And again, the same thing holds true. You can use any image as long as it's hosted somewhere, because you got to have it hosted somewhere. And in this case, I'm also going to be using the image that I have in my Amazon S3 account. Again, checking the ACLs, my permissions, all users, we're good. Right click, get the URL in my clipboard. Here we are. And again, if this were your own hosting account, then it would be yourdomain.com and then wherever you have that image or video file. So if you've got it in a folder on your HostGator account titled videos, and inside of your directory or folder on your HostGator account you've got a video file, then it would be yourdomain.com/videos/video file .flv or .mp4 or whatever. So again, it's no different. It's just that in this case, I'm not using HostGator, I'm using Amazon S3. Okay, enough said. Now I got that in my clipboard. Close this out. Minimize that. I'll go ahead and close this out too. Come on back to the post. Now here, to put the image in there, just after the V and before that closing bracket, we want to hit the space bar, type in IMAGE =, give me a couple of double quotes, and in between those double quotes I'm going to put the URL to that image. And there we have it. Click on update. And let's check out the post. And there we have it. And that's how you can add a preview image to your video. And there's a whole lot more to this too. I'm going to cover the additional customizations in the upcoming video. Thank you very much for watching this video on how to add streaming videos to your WordPress blog. You have a great day now. Thanks for watching. In this video, I want to cover a couple of things on how we can customize the look of our streaming video, and we basically touched on this a little bit in the prior video whenever we added the preview screen or the preview image to our video, where it kind of went from blah, actually the black screen, to the wow, an actual image on that preview screen. Then of course you can just click on play, then it'll go into playing. And as I had mentioned in the prior video, with this what they call short code, we were able to put in here any image that we had the URL to. So of course it would be good if that image would actually fit into these parameters, you know, the size, the dimensions of our video, which this one did because it was created for that particular video. That was the first frame of the rendering of that video. But again, you can put any video, any image in here that you wanted to. So now, in addition to adding a preview image, there's a whole lot more you can do with this particular plugin, and it's all very easy. Here, let me show you. Let's head on back over to the post, and if we scroll on down here, well, first off, let me mention this. As far as the short code, this is what I'm referring to. If you recall, in adding that preview image, we adjusted this FLV opening tag by putting a space, then the image equals. This is a short code. This is what they call a short code. And then in addition to that, we just follow the bouncing ball as far as the additional parameters of this short code by adding the two double quotes and then the URL to that image. Now, in addition to this short code, there's a boatload more short codes to work with. If we click on down here to the video quick tags settings, and we kind of messed with this a little bit yesterday, just kind of scoping over it in the setup process. But if we come on up here to, and this holds true for any and all of these, but if we come up here to the help section, this gives us a bit more flexibility in what we can add to our videos, whether it is through Google Video, YouTube Video, and however you have your video hosted. We're going to go ahead and mess with this one here for the Flash. Again, play around with these depending upon where you get your video code from. But this one here on Flash Video, click on that. What are the available parameters or the short codes for using Flash? And right here we are. Like this one here, for example, we use the image, and it gives you a little bit of a description right here. and you can do the same thing, and again just play around with these until you find one that works for you. Hey, it's your blog, do with it as you see fit. If you don't like it, change it. It's that simple. Now, one of the other cool things, you don't have to get all techie about this, but one of the other cool things, so you don't have to get all in depth into these short codes. If you come on back here to Flash Video, if you recall, this was our preview image yesterday. Actually, it wasn't, it was a different one, so, but you get the idea. If we come on down here to these skins, this is quick and easy customization trick. Boom, you see the skin right there, how quick and easy that was? Atomic red, actually that looks pretty cool. So you might find something in here that blends a little bit better with your particular theme of your blog. Or you might find one in here that's just so cool that you're going to change the theme of your blog to match it. Again, it's totally up to you. You've got all these variables in here you can play with. And again, you can even go into advanced parameters. And I mean, if you really got the propeller head type mentality, you can do all kinds of customizations with this particular plugin. And that's basically it. I just want to mention these two areas that you can go to do some quick and easy customizations. Now, there's a whole lot more if you want to really get in depth. Head over to the help section here. And again, as mentioned yesterday, if you come on over to the forums and you've got some additional questions regarding things you might want to try, then by all means check out the answers that are already here. And if that isn't covering your particular question, register, add new, pop the question in there, and in no time you get the answer to your particular question regarding customization of your plugin. So thank you very much for watching this quick little video on customizing your Vipers Video Quick Tag streaming video player. Have a great day. In this video, I want to show you how you can add streaming audio to your WordPress blog. Now, in the same process, we can also touch, and we will briefly touch on how you can add a downloadable link for your viewers to be able to download that MP3 audio or whatever format you have your audio in. I suggest MP3, but that way they can download it to their computer and they can import it into their MP3, iPod, whatever thingy, and listen to it anywhere. But I'm going to be focusing mainly on streaming audio because we're going to be using a free plugin. And let's head on over to our blog, and first off, let's go ahead and start a new post. Hit the wrong button there. And we'll do something we didn't do in the last video where we were talking about adding video. I'm going to give this one a title. So obviously it's not necessary, but in the real world, yes, you want to add a title. It makes those search engine gods very happy. So we're going to stay in the HTML view. So let's go ahead then and give this a little bit of a post. And up here, you've got these options here, and this is nothing new. I mean, it's been around for quite a while. Upload, insert. You've got, if we hover over this, you can see image, video, and audio. So we're going to play around with the audio one. So we go ahead and click on that, and you've got a couple of means here, a couple of ways in which you can pull audio into your blog, and this holds true also for any other media, be it images or video. You can browse or you can use the Flash uploader, and I have found that sometimes I'll get an HTTP error up here whenever I use this, and just like it says here, if you're using the Flash uploader, which is this, and you have problems, well, try the browser uploaders. We're just going to go this route, and let's browse the computer for a couple of MP. When given the opportunity to choose between two exact files, one being a WAV file like this one, or one being an MP3 file, go with a smaller file size. It will have less of a burden on your bandwidth, and it'll make the Google gods a little bit happier because your page will load faster, and it might help in your search results too. So enough said. We're going with the MP3, and besides that, the audio player that I'm going to be highlighting in this video will only work with MP3. It won't work with the WAV anyway. So that being said, let's get our MP3 in here. Click on open and upload, and any second now. Whenever this is uploaded, it'll be added to the media library / gallery. And here we are. Now you can change the title if you want to. You can add a caption, which will basically show up underneath this, and a description, which may in some cases help out a little bit in the search engine results. But right now we've got three options right here. We can post a URL, you can file URL, which basically this is, if you click on this, it'll make a clickable link. Let me just show you. insert into post. It'll make a clickable link if we publish this, that your visitors to your blog will be able to click on and download that file to their computer. Now let's take a look at the actual post and we'll see how that link looks. And here we have it right here, just a clickable link that whenever you click on this, it'll actually download. It won't play, it will download that file to the visitor's desktop. Now then, let's go ahead and get out of here. And by the way, that's not what we want. I mean, in this case, that's not what we want. If that's what you want, well, now you know how to do it. But let's go ahead and get rid of this. And we will update. That way we don't have the code in there for that link. Now then, we're going to come on over to our plugins. And we're going to head on over to WordPress to collect a plugin called Audio. Audio Player to be more precise. So we'll click on Add New. Now, like we did yesterday, we could have gone to WordPress.org, click on Extend, go to Plugins, type in Audio, and get to the same place we are going to be going through our WordPress blog. But we're going to sidestep a bunch of steps by having to download it from WordPress.org, unzipping it, using our FTP client, blah, 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 blah. We're just going to do it all from within our particular blog right here. So right here, I want to make sure we are in search, not upload. Now, had you already downloaded it to your computer, then you want to go to upload, then browse for that zip file and upload it. It will automatically be unzipped within your blog and so on. One of several ways in which you can add a plugin to your WordPress blog. But we're going to go with this. Make sure we're going for term, and in here we just type in audio. Click on search plugins, and you have a few options popping up here, but this is the one that we want. And click on install. Click on install now, and again you got these options here in case you need more information. So if you encounter any problems that's not covered in this video, now you know where you can go to get additional information. Go ahead and activate the plugin. And like with the Viper's video quick tags, we got the settings here. If we come on down here to our settings section, we now have some additional options we can play with the audio player here insofar as customizing. We'll cover that in the next video. So right now we'll come on back up here to our post, come into edit, edit the test audio post, and now then we want to put our cursor wherever we want to go with our audio player. And again, I'm still in the HTML view. Now then we come on back up here where we did before, click on the audio insert tab. We want to browse for a file or use the one we had before. That's what I'm going to do. And click on show. And again, if you don't have the particular file you're wanting to stream in your gallery, then just upload it the way that I mentioned earlier. And again, you can change the title here if you want. But now you see we've got a fourth option here, audio player. And by the way, if we were to have uploaded a WAV file or anything other than an MP3, this still will not show up even though you've got that plugin installed. This will only show up if you've got an MP3 file showing. So click on this, insert into post. There we are. We want to update. And then let's head on over to our post, take a look at our player. And I kind of knew this was going to happen, and I just wanted to do this for a little additional information for this video. As you can see, there's nothing there. The text, this is a test, is here, but the player, which should be just above that text, is not. And I did this for a reason, because if you come across a problem in a plugin similar to what we are just demonstrating here, before you start pulling out your hair and figure, oh my goodness, that's a bogus plugin, it's not working with my site, let me just tell you, it may not be the plugin at all. In this case, I've done a little bit of research here, it's the theme. So what I suggest is that before you toss the idea of using that particular plugin out the window, go back and change your theme to the default theme to begin with. So we'll just leave this everything as is. Come on back here to appearance, go to themes. This is a nice little troubleshooting method, by the way, for just about anything that you find not working, whether it's a plugin or anything else that you add to your blog. If it's not working, then come on back here and use the original default Kubrick theme. I guess I should just clicked on activate. As you can see right here, it's already showing up. So I mean, that right there proves my point. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and go with this particular theme so I can finish up this demonstration. And if again you have problems with a particular plugin like this one, then just change your theme and see if it works. If it does work with changing the theme, then what you might want to try to do is get in touch with the theme creator and tell them the problem you're having, and or the plugin creator and tell them the problem you're having with that particular theme. Now keep this in mind too, that if you're using free themes or free plugins, there may not be any support coming with that, so you might get absolutely no response whatsoever. So keep that in mind as well, but you won't know unless you ask. Okay, so by all means ask, or you could just not ask and just change out the themes altogether, but that might affect the look and feel that you're wanting to project to your customer or to your visitors to your blog. So with that said, let's scope out our blog. Here we are, and this is the audio player that I was referring to. There you go. And that's it. That's how you can add streaming audio to your WordPress blog. And hopefully this little demonstration, adding this mistake, will help you also in other endeavors that you might encounter if you have a problem with a particular plugin or any type of installation on your WordPress blog. Thank you very much for watching, and you have a great day. In this video, I'd like to cover some customization options for our newly installed audio player for our streaming audio. So first off, let's head on over to our dashboard, and we come on down here to the settings tab, and with that open, we click on the audio player so we can check out some of the settings here. And under the general tab, you see we've got a few tabs we can mess with here. Under the general tab, we've got some options here where this one's default check, so I just leave it alone. Usually most anything that's default, I just leave it alone. But for those of you that are curious, if you happen to have additional MP3 files already installed on other posts in your blog that maybe were set up for download links, or you were using another player that just didn't trip your trigger, well, you can click this guy right here, and that will change all of those MP3 files into the player that we see here. So that way you don't have to go back through all of your posts if it's a well seasoned blog and do that manually. Click of a button, come on down here, and of course any changes you make here, you want to click on save changes here so they will actually take effect. And you want to enable comments, enclosure integration, move enclosures to the beginning of the post. And this one here, frankly, I would just leave this one alone. I wouldn't mess with it. But if you've got the need to have your audio files not where they are default, that is where we uploaded them to in the prior video, our gallery or our media files folder, then you can always change that right here. And just to make doubly sure, if you decide to do that, then you click on verify to make sure that your blog is checking them out, that it can actually find those files. Otherwise, you can keep tweaking this until you actually find it by clicking on the verification here. So with that said, let's check out a few more options we can mess with. Display, you can actually change the look and feel of that player from the pretty decent looking gray and black, and as you hover over this, it'll also turn white, the arrow there, and whenever you click on it, it opens up to a certain length. Well, that length is 290 pixels wide, and you can adjust that right here if you want it less or more, depending upon the look and the layout of your particular setup of your blog. Now, let's say that you've got a particular color scheme of your blog that you want to adhere this player to, and it's not gray. So you can make those adjustments right here, and if you can choose whatever portion of this player you want to make those adjustments to. Your background color, and let me just show you what I'm talking about here. Currently, this shows you the current color. You can click here and make it red. Okay, that shows you exactly what the background area is that they're referring to here. And if you, by the way, the color choices are in hexadecimal. If you know the exact hexadecimal code for the color you're looking for to maybe exactly match that scheme on your blog, then you're in business. All you have to do is put that in here. Now, if you do not know the exact hexadecimal code and you want to, well, here's a pretty cool tool that I use. Now, this is working for the Firefox browser. So if you have another browser, Opera, Safari, Internet Explorer, this may not work for you, but for those of you that are in Firefox, this will work just just fine. Right down here in the lower left hand corner of my status bar is the color picker. For it's kind of an add-on. It's called Colorzilla. If I double click that to open it up, you'll see what I'm talking about. Colorzilla Color Picker. And you don't have to necessarily double click on it to open it up to get what I'm going to show you. Cancel this out here. But if you want this and you are a Firefox browser user, it's just an add-on. You come on up here to Tools, click on Add-ons, do a search for Colorzilla, kind of like FileZilla, Godzilla, only in this case it's Colorzilla, and then do a quick install. And if you've never installed add-ons or plugins before for your Firefox browser, it's completely painless and very easy. It'll just it'll kind of guide you through. It'll it'll give you kind of an error or a warning message first saying, hey, do you trust this guy? Go ahead and click on yeah, okay, install it. Then it'll ask you to reboot your browser, and more times than not, whenever it starts up again, all the tabs that you had open before will also open up again. So then that way you're right back here. Now that with this in play, let me move over here to our blog again. Let's say, because there's really not a whole lot to this, but let's say your particular theme has a whole lot of colors. Kind of like the one that we had before that wasn't working with this. That has a lot of browns and different shades of beige and browns and yellows and whites. Well, in this case, we're going to go with the two-tone blue here. We've kind of got a gradient from a darker blue to a lighter blue. Now if we click on this just once, then you get the crosshairs, and you can see down here as we move our cursor over different color schemes, it'll pick it up and it'll give us all kinds of, it'll give us the RGBs, it'll give us the hexadecimal and all kinds of cool stuff. So if we were to click right here, just single click, it'll freeze it and it'll give us this number right here. This is the hexadecimal code, 4384BA. I think that was it, and if not, it's close enough. So anyway, that's how you can get the hexadecimal code, the exact hexadecimal code for what you're looking for to match exactly your color scheme on your blog. And you can just go on down here and make the adjustments accordingly on the other portions of this particular player. And let me see here. Oh yeah, and if you don't really care, you just want to get close, we got the color picker right here. So you can make those adjustments accordingly as well. Lots of options, lots of options. And if we scroll on down here, page background color, you'll leave it as transparent, that'll be cool too. And disable animation, show remaining time. Again, play around with these different options, see which ones fit your particular wants and needs, and you're good to go. The RTL, as it says down here, whenever you want to change the play and open mode from left to right, you can change it to right to left. And head on over to feed options. So if you weren't aware of this, for your RSS feeds, things like this, your audio player, your video players, they're not going to show up. But rather than just having a blank spot there on the feed, you'll have some text that says something to this effect. And you can make this text whatever you want. Again, in this case, I think it's just fine the way that it is. But you can have this a little bit of adjustments here if you'd like. And moving on to podcasting, if you do a lot of podcasting, maybe you not only post text versions of your blog posts, but also audio versions, and you do this on a real regular basis. Well, for a little bit of consistency, then you might consider having an opening background music or an opening audio and a closing audio for each and every one of those, just to give it more of a consistent feel, maybe even a brand, if you will. And you can do that without having to actually add those clips in addition to your post clip. You don't have to do that. You can just do it right here. You can put in your pre-appended audio clip right here and your post-appended, your exit or closing audio. And that way you've got this same audio clip opening and closing on each one of your podcasts. Again, gives it a more of a consistent feel. And again, any changes or additions you make here, click on Save Changes or it won't take effect. Then under Advanced, you've got a lot more cool stuff you can play with. And frankly, all of this default is just fine for me, but if you find the need, you've got it right here where you can make those changes. If a lot of your visitors to your blog might be on dial-up or have a slow internet access, you can adjust the buffer to the playing of your audio right here. Pretty cool stuff. So that's going to bring us to the end of how to customize your audio player. So hopefully you learned a lot and you're able to now get out there and add streaming audio to your posts and do so without spending a dime. Thank you very much for watching this video. You have a great day.